right? This shows how much it gets displaced vertically up and down, right? Over time.
Yep.
So it's mapped against time. So when it moves the most is when the sun's up, obviously, and the temperature is the highest. So the thing is, this amount, this is in a unit called mgon. So this is 4 mgon. That's 0.0027 degrees. That's the maximum. These are the maximums I'm talking about. 0.0027 degrees is the maximum fluctuation, the spread, right? Which is nothing, right? That's like a fucking human hair at 50 feet.
No.
Right. So,
Okay.
but you can see most of the time, most of the graph, it's not doing these wild fluctuations. It's just barely fluctuating around. I mean, same way, like you look at a star, right? Stars twinkle. They move around a little bit, right? This is well known in astronomy that the stars, they move. It's called scintillation. They move around. This is how light actually behaves in the air. Doesn't do all this curving one way or the other. That's just nonsense. That's just crap they would say because they don't want the globe to be falsified. It's literally that.
Well, can I wreck them from the inside?
Oh yeah. Can I wreck them from the inside? That sounds gross, man.
So
wrecked them, damn near killed them.
The globe, man, she's a beauty. But so if you take what they say about refraction, what is it? Atmospheric refraction, whatever, where the sun's rays are bending down because it's entering the atmosphere, the light. So ultimately, they would say that the light is bending towards the normal. So since it's the opposite case where on the surface you have the most dense air, and vertically the higher you go, there's less dense, then if you are the origination of the beam, then it should bend away from the normal if that were really the case. But it's not.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to stick around here, get educated by you guys on things like that.
Stick around.
Yeah, if you're running around flat smack in Robert, Utah, you might want to stick around in here.
Yeah. Don't waste your time on him, man. It's a waste of time.
Can I hang out with you guys too?
Got any money?
Who's that obnoxious Rob?
Answer's no. We have Callist. Welcome, Callist.
Answer's no, he don't have any money, or no, he can't hang out with us, or both.
Someone say my name?
Yes, Callist, you are up. Dandelion, you want to...
Oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't want to say anything.
Yes, you did.
Oh, well, welcome. It's nice that you spoke.
And then I heard my name, so sorry, I was just listening. I was in the other Discord server and...
Enemy spotted.
Said there's an event.
This is a no-listening panel. Dandelion, take it.
Who's the
I feel like I've spoken to Callus before. Haven't we talked before, Callus?
Yes, on Ladies' Night, yes.
Yeah. And what'd you tell me about your globe?
I'm not a glober. I was on the fence. But I'm more
okay.
Flat Earth.
Okay, so now you're leaning toward the flat Earth side of the fence.
Yeah, I mean, since I was young, of course, I didn't make sense of the globe Earth, and I just always thought, remember you were like, oh, well, hopefully, science can stop being gay or whatever. Sorry, I don't know if I can say that, but maybe I can do my experiment one day. Remember I said I wanted to hover in a helicopter and point for 12 hours and I should end up somewhere else? Yada, yada, yada.
I do remember that. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be hard to buy your own helicopter. I guess you could rent one, maybe. I hope you get to do it. We'd like to ride with you.
I don't think it would work, though, apparently. I'll have to try.
Yeah, it's not going to work because you're not on the globe. Yeah, just go up there and hover, for 12 hours and see if you end up going anywhere.
I can debunk Earth rotation using Foucault's pendulum. It's a beautiful thing, by the way. The stationary pendulum, because the pendulum will eventually hang still and vertical. It won't be reflecting any conservation of momentum of an Earth that's in motion. Okay, so there's an if P then Q, if not Q, then not P thing going on here. Okay?
Didn't you make a video
If
about that?
P, hold on. If
Sorry.
P, right, if the Earth is moving, then there should be P, right? So then there should be something that reflects that, the conservation of momentum of a moving Earth. Q. There is not anything that reflects the conservation of momentum of a moving Earth. Q, so not Q, therefore the Earth is not moving, not P. Foucault's pendulum, stationary pendulums, completely debunk a claim of a moving Earth. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
You're welcome. You should be famous. You should go on the news. Tell them you.
Didn't you make a video about that?
I mean, you don't have an argument other than like, you should go on the news. Come on, bud.
Yeah, you'd be the most famous
Yeah, I
person
saw
in
a
history.
video
bud.
about that earlier.
If you debunk Foucault's pendulum, you'd be the most famous person in modern history. Bud.
Well, Foucault's pendulum doesn't prove anything anyway. That's the whole
And
point.
shouldn't they
It actually slaps the claim of a moving globe Earth right in the face. You know, when that pendulum loses momentum and hangs perfectly still and vertical, 90 degrees to horizontal, that's it. It's done. You don't have anything. It's not experiencing, or like I said, reflecting any kind of conservation of momentum of a moving Earth. So, yeah,
Patrick.
using Foucault's pendulum to debunk Foucault's pendulum, it's glorious.
And it should go.
All right, Susie Squirrel. I believe you.
It should go counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere, but it doesn't.
I see.
Yeah, that's another thing too. I heard Indio talking about that not that long ago. He was grilling somebody about that. He's like, it doesn't even process in the right direction. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful. How do you even know what you're talking about? That's what I want to know. How do you know?
Yeah, that already destroys symmetrical.
Rob, you never know what anybody's talking about.
Rob, you don't
you
even
ever
know what
use a
I'm talking
Foucault?
about, but you're going
You
to
ever
ask
use a
me.
Foucault pendulum? You ever use a Foucault pendulum?
That's a plumb bob.
Oh, Foucault.
Yeah, you ever used a Foucault? Yeah, I built one in my living room. Yeah, no, there is one Foucault's pendulum. Right,
There's
in
only one?
that museum.
The
Right?
world?
Allegedly, that I know of.
There's
right?
hundreds, if not thousands, of Foucault pendulums all over the world. What are you talking about?
Okay, and guess what? They don't prove that Earth is moving. I'm sorry. I just lined it out for you.
Why do they claim they do?
Even a book, Relational Mechanics, goes through that, and it shows how, even according to modern science, it cannot be used as proof of Earth moving.
Every source I'm reading says it proves it. I can't find one source that doesn't say it.
Read the book Relational Mechanics.
Yeah, I'm looking for sources right now.
It goes through math, and if you can rebut the math and physics, then props to you. But because also the pendulum is connected to the ceiling, which is connected to the Earth, right?
Let me guess. You guys double checked all the math, make sure it was right.
Yep.
I know. Hell yeah, we did. Hell yeah, algebra.
Think we wouldn't?
Number one class in school. I took algebra 1. I was a whiz. Pretty much a prodigy.
Have you it's so funny. I love how flat earthers know more about the globe than globers. Have you heard about the perihelion?
Your lines are rehearsed. You say the same shit everybody else says. Like,
no.
Have
you ever heard about the perihelion and the aphelion? Do you know what those are? It's the alleged acceleration and deceleration of Earth in orbit around the sun. Okay? And there should be something that reflects that. The conservation of momentum of something that is in motion. And it doesn't. So therefore, no moving Earth.
Okay.
And think about if you take off from the north, if you take off from somewhere in the northern hemisphere, you're moving like 500 miles per hour, so you get conservation of momentum 500 miles per hour. You fly towards the equator, now suddenly the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Guess what? So you only have 500 miles per hour in conservation of momentum, so you would no longer be moving along with the Earth consistently, so you'd be off by your target by hundreds of miles.
Wow, man.
Whoa, man. Yeah, whoa.
Yeah.
Well, every day, every Glober I talk to, I have to educate them usually. Like, they don't know it.
I know.
Don't you think it's interesting that that's like, Globers can shout, what about eclipses? And we know what they're talking about. But we cannot say, what about radio waves, and the Glober knows what we're talking about. Don't you think that's
Right.
interesting?
Wild. It's crazy. You guys know so much more than these people. It's nuts.
We do. Thank you.
We're stupid, though. We're stupid and we don't study anything, though.
You know so much that you can't even tell I'm being sarcastic. That's how much you guys know.
Yeah.
Let's see if
You
we can
know
get
so
a
much
real
that you-
conversation going with a real Glober. Should we revisit our true Globe believer Chartron, or Brown Recluse has joined us? Do either of you have a question or comment? Yes, Creation
Jordan
Bear.
will say hi as well. I think if they're still here.
That
Oh,
can be
Jordan,
Glober.
yeah. Jordan
no
did have
argument.
comments.
There's no argument, though. That's what I'm saying. You want to have argument, there is none. There's a globe. There's no
Okay,
argument.
Rob Noxious, we know what you think. We got
Rob, did you get banned from the other servers?
Yeah, man. Why do you guys ban me from the other?
Oh, see, that's why you got banned.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, bring him on.
Oh, there's also several new people that have come in. Peter Jennings, Steve Strange. Do either of you have evidence of curvature or rotation of the Earth?
We picked up Peter from the lobby. Hey, Peter.
If any
Why are
Globers
you
out there,
assholes?
you guys, Dandelion's easy globe smack. You can hit her with just about anything, and she can't answer your question. So
Why are all
That's
the
right.
other
Yeah,
planets
Professor
balls?
Triangle. Yeah, because I am just a clueless, gullible.
You're a girl. You're a girl.
Girl. Yeah, that's right. Of
You
course.
can't answer why all the other planets are balls and Earth isn't.
Nope.
Well,
Hey,
you know, as of
Vader,
right
man,
now,
check out Channel 9, check out this chair.
girls go to Jupiter to get more stupider.
Woo!
Yeah, just give me the 10 questions flat earthers can't answer. It'd be highly entertaining for you. Can't wait.
I could list all the things from the sky that disprove flat Earth. Other planets are balls. Sunsets don't work.
What's sad is when they get so mad at her. They get so mad at Dandelion because she speaks like this just about every single time and anything, even when she's punching you straight in the face with words. She speaks so nicely to you.
Punch!
What about eclipses? What about what direction the sun comes from? What about the solstice? What about the equinox? What about the southern star trails? What about when we see the stars in the south looking 3 different directions? Oh no, 3 different positions.
Still didn't make the Earth
happening on a flat Earth.
Damn.
Yep.
We also have Love You Forever, Grandpa Dandelion.
Love you forever, Grandpa. Welcome to the Flat Earth server. How are you?
We already hear you breathing, Love You Forever, Grandpa. So go ahead. We already heard you breathing. Go ahead.
I could stay away.
Did you hear me?
Just
I'll
to
put you
keep
on mute.
you breathing.
You guys are crazy.
Hey, just a heads up, y'all. I know Steve Strange. Him and I are homies on X. He is a flat earther. He's into astrology and stuff like that. Pretty cool dude.
Are you sure he's a flat earther?
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I guess a more general question I'd asked earlier, and you all may have different answers, but I'd asked about the flat Earth model. Do you all have one that you adhere to in general?
Yes.
Indio posted it for you. Remember? Indio posted it for you.
Are you talking about the diagram with the...
Yes.
I'm talking about like a more physical type model, like one that you could...
That is the physical model. That's the one we use.
Models aren't reality. We have different models for different things. Like,
you
guys don't have a
slow down. Learn how it's done.
Okay.
Let me go grab that picture for him. Because he forgot what it looked like.
I've seen many working models. They're pretty.
Hey, by the way, Steve, when they're done here, if you want to just say hi and open your mic and let everybody know that what you're about, just to give some comfort, man.
He's not bothering me.
No, he's not bothering, but he's a new guy in the server, and it's always nice to talk to new people.
Let's quiz him.
Great. So now I don't know where Indio posted it. Anyway, he showed you that diagram, azimuth, and elevation angles. That's our real world model. That's how we exist and use the world. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think I've got that saved. Let me see.
Yeah, I can't find it. If you can post that.
Here it is.
That's our flat Earth model. Yep. That's your model too, by the way, your globe Earth model. But somehow on your globe Earth, that flat surface that you're standing on in this diagram is somehow actually curving, even though they didn't draw it curving. But this is your model. Did you know? Did you know?
India.
Yeah. Did you know that you can't make a triangle on the surface of a ball?
Yeah, I believe I found it.
No, we posted right here. It's at 5 minutes after the hour. Did you know you can't make a triangle on the surface of a ball?
I can do. I have one right now in front of me.
Nope. Triangles don't have curved
So
sides.
you have a triangle where the entire bottom of the triangle is making contact with the surface of a sphere.
Yep, I have a 390-degree angles on a triangle.
No, that's not a triangle anyway. That's not a triangle anyway. Can't measure angles like that. Where did
it's 3 points that connect,
dude?
3 points that connect.
I see I guess you could say your diagram is a model, but I'm talking about how the sun moves above the flat Earth. Like, how does that work? How do you believe it works? That's what I'm.
Oh yeah, I don't care. Like I said before, once you already know the Earth is flat, you can't do shit about anything else. So just give up and worry about the Earth is flat. And guess why it's flat? Because it was made that way. Guess by who made it that way.
Right. You may think that don't believe in God, but I believe in creation.
I'm not talking about God. I'm talking about the creator who created the container that contains our air. Otherwise, in your model, air would just float off into space.
Right. Air pressure without a container. I've had that discussion before here as well.
Yeah.
Hey, Chartron.
Yeah. So because we have air pressure, proves this place is created, scares everybody because they want it to be, I can do anything I want. When I die, it doesn't matter because I'm just worm food. But the problem with that is that's not reality.
But I don't believe that. I do believe in the creator, and I do believe in the God.
It scares people. Yeah, it scares people because it instills an accountability, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it used to be a metaphor, then it becomes reality. But let me ask you a question, Chartron. Why is the location of the sun so important to you?
Well, it's something that we can all observe and see. It's a common.
We can't go there and confirm its location.
Right, we can't go to the sun, correct, but we can all see the sun. So how does the sun move over the flat Earth and it match what is observed? That's really the part I can't see how that works.
Why is that important?
Yeah, he wants an explanation.
Charging.
I don't think so. I don't think it's happening, buddy.
So yeah, I think that during the northern summer, you are seeing the source sun. And then during the southern summer, you are seeing just the reflected sun, which would mean that it would go the opposite direction and it would be infinitely all around Antarctica, and you would see a southwest sunset in places like Argentina. What?
Why does that matter?
Well, I'm basically...
No, why does that matter? How does he know that that's true? Hold on.
They would want to think...
Time out. You said around Antarctica. Do you think that Antarctica is Well, circles the Earth.
It's a circle all around the Earth.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because there's been so much evidence confirming that the South is bigger and that Antarctica is way bigger than we've been told, and that it appears like all the evidence appears to show it. Like with the Antarctic sailboat race, they go left.
Some of that evidence.
They turn left instead of right when they're going east. Which, if it was just a continent, they would go right instead of left going east.
Well, you told me a lot of things other than what proves that it's a circle around the entire Earth, though.
What?
You told me a lot of things, none of which actually validated your claim that it's a circle around the Earth.
Yeah, you said there's tons of evidence. Post some of it, since there's so much.
Yeah,
No,
I can't post
it doesn't matter. He gave examples, and in all of his examples, none of them actually.
Yeah, so if the South is bigger, would that refute the globe?
You're not supposed to be. How do you know that it's a circle around the whole Earth?
That's what all the evidence seems to point, including if we can confirm things like the southern stars being reflections of the north, which we have basically confirmed that.
What evidence are you talking about that seems to point to? What evidence is that?
Okay, so if we know that the South expands as you get away,
the evidence is. I didn't ask for the speculation. I asked for the evidence.
Yeah.
Like the data, dude. The data. What's the data you're basing what you're saying on?
All sorts of things. Like the North and the South are not symmetrical. With numbers.
How do you know that?
Figures. With things like magnetic, like all sorts of evidence, and that's the stuff that we can get into. But basically, you have to understand that when you ask someone,
let's get into it. Let's get into it.
Yeah, but you can't just shift topics like now. Like you're like, what evidence?
Post your evidence in the chat.
I can't actually post the evidence because I'm not allowed to post pictures right now.
I can.
Okay, send it to me.
Yeah, you're allowed. In 5 seconds, somebody's going to give it to you.
Well, you're talking about shifting topics.
There you go. Now you can post images.
Going off on this.
Great, thanks.
You went off on a tangent, shifting topics. Another guy asked you how the sun works and how the sun works over a flat Earth, and you started talking about this other nonsense about a reflecting.
Oh, somebody gave him I'm sorry to interrupt. Somebody gave him the Seem Sincere roll. I made that roll years ago. I'm glad it's still in use. Yeah, thank you. Nice soundboard.
Who's got the soundboard today? They're doing a good job.
Yeah, you're welcome.
TV is the shit.
Put some respect on my name.
It's a professionally run company of about 50 people in our company that run this thing. So make sure we do a good show tonight because we all want to get the big money.
Yeah, that's right. The Flat Earth Grip. There's so much money in it. I'm going to Tahiti tomorrow, as a matter of fact.
Sweet.
I'm flying you all on my private jet of all the money I make from Flat Earth.
Okay, so
I'll do a meetup in Vegas, but
we'll pick you up,
there.
Don't worry.
I'm going there to gamble. If anybody wants to meet me in Vegas, I just don't know the date yet.
Absolutely, Rip. Absolutely.
I want to take a helicopter.
Oh, she's bougie.
I'll take one over the Hoover Dam with you.
I'd like to go there.
I live in Vegas, so I'm let me know when you guys are coming.
I will.
So who is that guy asking me?
Peter Jennings. Party at Peter Jennings' house.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let's get on this. What is this?
So would you agree? Would you agree that if the Antarctic sailboat race is going east around the Earth and they had to turn left the entire time, that would not make sense on a globe and would make perfect sense on this flat Earth map with south all around?
Something pretty simple. How did I know they're turning? How did I know?
You really got to study up on flight routes, and actually, there's a few flight tracker links
for what?
You just check out flights flying in a circle, right?
I'm not talking about flights right now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm familiar with this race.
Okay, so would you agree that if they had to turn left the entire time?
Yeah, but they're not turning left the entire time.
If they had turned left the entire.
How
if the general
how much left did they? How much?
They're gonna go south.
Hold on, Peter Jones.
If I'm running around the edge or something, going
edge of what? What are you talking about?
You guys go? But really, I don't want to be here to just argue with people that it's flat because it's so beyond obvious to the point that like anybody.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Okay, we're gonna get to the point here. Look, you're talking about concepts and ideas, but if you're talking about,
I'm trying to establish. Sorry.
You're trying to establish concepts and ideas that they're turning left. They wouldn't. That circle would be so large they would not perceive any left-handed turn. They're just sailing. How do you know any of that? What you're saying? Have you sailed this? Do you know anybody that sailed it? Did anybody that sailed it tell you they had to turn left?
Yes.
Okay, who? Who told you that?
The person who won the race. I forget which year, but
said his left arm is sore from turning left.
He said you had to turn left the entire time.
No, they move in a zigzag.
Please post that in the chat. Please post that in the chat, dude. That's fucking utter horseshit, bro.
It is. They move in a zigzag, dude.
He said you had to turn left the entire time.
Fuck, dude.
You can't. You can't sail like that. You got to tack.
Tacking is like zigzagging.
So there's no
realize that. You do realize that boats they have a course and they have a heading. So the heading is the direction the boat is pointed, but the course is the way it's actually moving through the water. They're not the same thing. So they're not turning left. They're not doing anything like that. And what Radwin and Sheepdog brought is tacking. If the wind is blowing, you have to like go back and forth, left and right, and tack into the wind to keep sailing. They don't know if they're going left or right. What you're doing is you're saying, hey, we have this latitude, longitude coordinate system, and within it, they have to be taking a left the entire time. But we don't live in a coordinate system. We live on the Earth. See, this is a common thing that happens is that you guys are I shouldn't say you guys, because you're a flat earther, I guess. We were arguing with Robert Utah. But if I was a globe earther, I'd be arguing with him too. But you take and you reify an arbitrary coordinate system, latitude and longitude, which are not based upon anything about the ground. So this is the major problem is connecting the sky to the ground, logically, geometrically, in any way, shape, or form. And it really can't be done. Because even in surveying, they have to use all these. You have the geoid, then you have the frickin' oblate ellipsoid, then you have curvature of the plumb line, and you have potato earth, and you have all these fudge factors to quote unquote correct the coordinate system not matching the Earth. No one knows if the sun takes a circle over the Earth. How would we even know that? It's not like someone frickin' flew in an airplane and dropped a big pen out of it and flew, chasing the sun, and it he ended up in the same place, drawing a big circle on the ground.
Okay.
I'm just saying, dude, you get like a lot of flat earthers, we like, you think, you got like everybody wants to explain the things in the sky, oh my God, the things in the sky, how do they work on a flat earth? Who fucking cares? They have nothing to do with each other. They're not logically connected.
Yeah, they're not connected, but the main reason I try to somewhat try to find an explanation for it is so that people, because I get it. Some people don't understand it and they can't really grasp it.
Well, why don't you try to find an independent explanation? Because right now, will you hear me talking to this Charlton dude or whatever his name is?
Chartron.
Sorry, man. Sorry, I butchered your name.
It's okay. You can say it however you want.
So, Chartron, I was telling him about that.
What's in the sky is not too much concern.
Yeah, that it's just No, that the sky and the ground are two separate things, and they correlate in some respects, but in others they don't. And what I was telling him was the model that we actually use for predictions is not a globe Earth model. It is a globe sphere model. It's being on the inside of a sphere. Not on the surface of a sphere. It's being at the center of the inside of a sphere. That's what the mathematics say. So like, but it's like, hey, we're going to reify our model, but then we're going to take it another step and we're going to reify that another step. So now my reified sphere is not the actual sphere. I'm on the actual sphere is what I'm standing on.
When I'm thinking about the flat Earth, I try to remove whatever globe things might be involved. It's like, okay, I'm on a flat Earth, the flat plane. There's a sun. I see it going overhead. How does that work? What does that look like? What is its path? How are the seasons done? How are the amount of sunlight are linked?
I have a weird question for you. How come you never worried about the sun until flat Earth came about?
Because you presume that everything.
I tried to understand how the sun works on the globe, but then I tried to understand on the flat Earth. So
you don't know. You don't know how it works on a globe. You actually don't know how it works on the globe because you think what works now is on a globe, which it's not.
But
You think when you go on time and date and you punch in some place and then punch in some numbers, hey, when's the sunrise in New York City? That it's using a globe to tell you that information. It's not. How many times I got to tell you this? It's not using a globe.
It's not the information. It's the making sense in a three-dimensional world of how that works. That's not the information.
They're not using a 3D globe for that. Sorry.
I'm not talking about what other people are using. I'm talking about the understanding, my personal understanding of how it works.
Anything. No, you want like a story in your mind, right? You want this story in your mind that makes you like feel better. Like, oh my God, if I'm on a globe, then it all works out. But they're not using that mathematically in any sense.
I'm not concerned with what math people may have come up with. I'm talking about my own personal understanding of how does this function. I can understand it and make sense of it in relation to the globe, but I cannot understand how it works on the flat Earth. That's just where I'm at. I'm just explaining where I'm at. I seek to gain understanding where you're at. I do not wish to belittle nor argue, just stating where I'm at and having a respectful conversation.
Okay, but why are you presupposing you actually understand anything?
So you're saying I didn't understand?
No, you understand like a child's like ideology about the heliocentric model, but that's not what it actually is.
If you knew me personally, you would not think that.
Okay, why would I not think that? I've talked to thousands of people, PhDs, physics, you name it, on this topic.
He wasn't calling you a child. He wasn't calling you a child.
Yeah. Look, there's the globe you're taught, and then there's the globe model, quote unquote model, as it actually exists. They're not the same thing. And I'll give you an example. You brought up seasons. What are seasons to you? What does it mean to be a season? What are those things? That category? What is that? What is it?
Well, you have summer and winter, depending on what.
That's the names. How are they differentiated? If I'm in New York, how do I know what season it is?
Well, other than, of course, what the calendar is stating, but temperatures.
No, I don't have a calendar. I want to know what season it is.
All right. So in winter, it would be colder than in summer. In the northern hemisphere, and reverse in the southern.
Okay. It's not that way every place. You know that, right?
Yes.
So in San Francisco, for instance, it's colder in the summer than the winter. In Tasmania, it snows in the summer.
Yeah, it is different.
Two examples,
That's
right?
You're talking about different certain locations, right? It's definitely different, and very much different if you're on the southern hemisphere.
Okay. Yeah,
Or the equator.
Well, Tasmania would be the equivalent latitude of Detroit on the globe. Has it ever snowed in Detroit in the summer?
You're asking me what seasons are. I mean, we both know what seasons are.
What they are.
Where are you going?
No, we do. It's just no. We don't have any sacred cows. I want to know what they are when you say seasons conform to the globe. So I know the answer. I'm just asking you a question. So there's two types of seasons. There's the meteorological seasons, the ones you're talking about, the hot, cold, and then there's the astronomical seasons, which are winter, the equinoxes, and summer and winter solstice, right? So those are the astronomical ones. They mark what the sun's doing. But the meteorological ones weekly correlate to those because, for instance, the hottest day of the year where I live is in August. It's not at the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. It's months later.
Oh.
Right? So the hottest day and the coldest day is February. That's 2 months after December. Right?
Well,
so there's a correlation. There's a delayed correlation, but there's other correlations, right? Terrain, geography, wind patterns, ocean patterns, right? You're just cherry picking one particular one because they showed you some diagram and said the Earth is tilted 23 freaking degrees and that causes the seasons, but you never thought about it beyond that if that was actually true in nature.
No, I have thought about it, and I mean, we know there are seasons. Whatever those seasons may look like. I mean, it could be the rainy season or different temperatures, whatever it may be. In some places, there's not as much of a change as others, and other places are, of course, colder than others. I'm just talking about seasons in general. The seasons change, maybe not quite as much at certain spots. I understand how it works on the globe. I seek to understand how it works on a flat Earth.
No, you don't understand how it works on a globe. You're just asserting you can't even demonstrate they even exist.
I cannot say that seasons exist.
That seasons exist according to like a globe or any other thing. That they're correlated to some position. Because there are other factors which blow that correlation into smithereens. You're trying to say seasons are caused by a particular thing. The sun's orbiting the Earth tilted at a 23-degree tilt, and then because it's a ball, the surface area of the ball, when it's tilted a certain amount, then the surface area is more spread out. The sunlight is spread over a large surface area, so it gets less solar radiation. Blah blah blah. Right. So that's what the globe calls the seasons is, but that doesn't actually comport to reality. Actual observations in nature.
Okay, so how do seasons work on the flat Earth?
Nobody knows what causes seasons. We have correlations between variables. It's a multivariate problem, right? Terrain, currents, wind patterns, freaking time of year, etc. How elevation, local climate, there's lots of factors other than Earth being a globe, Earth being flat.
All right,
I know it's scary that there's a big unknown. That's why I said, what do you really understand? You don't really understand anything.
Well, I seek to make sense of it all, and things make sense with me.
Deluding yourself?
The globe. No, I really am. I am naturally curious and seek to understand. I seek to understand.
By deluding yourself, how do you know your understanding is actually true?
Right. My understanding could change based off whatever information I'm given. I seek to grow in that capacity. I'm not saying what I know currently is absolute, nor that I definitely do not know everything about the subject matter. I just seek to learn. I seek to understand how you think it works, but I'm having a hard time with that, it would seem.
I just gave you multiple variables. That's how it works. Go ahead, Ayad.
We can also simplify it. So in your worldview and in any worldview, you could simplify it, cross multiply it, you end up with the result is that the sun is not in the same place throughout the year. And since the sun is one of the main sources of thermal energy on the Earth, the differentiation of the dynamic system is enough to cause a change. So the answer would be the same in both paradigms, the relative position of the sun to the earth throughout the year. So that's your answer, by the way, and that would be a sufficient answer for a flat earther.
Right, and I've seen the examples of that. Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. Yeah, so let's say the sun's position does change, and it's circling over the flat Earth, and it moves closer to the center, or closer to the North Pole, and then gets a wider path, when it's summer in the southern hemisphere. That's an example of what you're saying. I'm not sure if that's what you believe, but right, that would be a positional change of the sun that would impact the seasons on both sides. I'm not sure if everyone thinks that on your side, though.
There's also durational changes throughout the year. So in the summer where I'm at, the sun is out in the sky for a really long time. In fact, sometimes it doesn't get dark till 10 o'clock. And then in the winter, it gets dark at 5 o'clock. So the main source of thermal energy that I experience in my life isn't there during the winter as much. So it makes perfect sense. Yeah, it's so simple. People overcomplicate it.
I agree with what you're saying. There's less sunlight where you're at, so of course there's less heat. But how does that work on a flat Earth? So is it getting closer to the North Pole in the summer, and then out further into the more southern circle? That's what I'm talking about when I say flat Earth model. Like, how does this path change?
You're still not getting it. These circles, these North Poles, these things that you're talking about are not the Earth. They are the sun's position relative to the celestial sphere. They're not the Earth.
You're saying celestial spheres and the celestial sphere over the flat Earth? Is that what you're meaning when you say that?
There's a celestial sphere model that we use, which is based upon what the observer sees.
Right.
That's the way it is. You can say, right, that's the way it is. It's not the way I think it is. That's the way it is. That's the way we do it mathematically. That's the way we do it geometrically. That's the way it is. I know it's hard to believe that you might live in an observer-centric reality, like a first-person shooter, and that you're not outside of the God's eye view looking back at the frickin' Earth and the sun and everything and seeing its third-person relation to each other.
That's what I'm trying to visualize. How does that work? When you have
if I say what the Earth looks like, do you think about being on the Earth or being out off the Earth?
Right. How does it look from a bird's eye view, looking down on the flat Earth? How is the sun circling?
You want a God's eye view.
Right. What would that look like?
How would I know?
Hey, hold on a second. Okay, bro. Hold on a second. Let me pray, and I'll get a prayer meeting. And when God comes to let us know, I'll let you know.
Well, we know the sun's path over the Earth. So if you saw the sun's path over the Earth, then with enough observations, you could track that path, and then you would have the path of the sun over the flat Earth. Would that work?
No, you'd have the local observers to the sun.
We do not care.
And then you'd have some type of projection or coordinate system to synergize in some kind of reification of some model that you made. You'd actually not know where the actual sun is. You just know where it is visually from your observation point. That's the problem. That's all that is.
So I'm going to back up, just kind of look at this, kind of what I'm hearing repeatedly is you do not care. It is not of a concern of you of like the larger picture of how it works. And
wrong.
You're arrogant.
None of us ever told you that we don't care. We told you that the information that you require is not something we have access to. No one has access to the God's eye view. No one's been to the star field, turned around to look back and tell you the position of the celestials relative to the Earth. Not one person in the history of mankind has ever done that, except for people in scriptures or fantasy.
So if I asked you this, right? If I said, hey, show me the God's eye view of the sun and the Earth in their relative positions, you couldn't do that. You couldn't.
Diego, go ahead and mute up. Diego, mute up.
Okay, so you couldn't do that because that view the Earth would be so small, you wouldn't, relative to the sun, if you could even see the sun, you wouldn't even be able to see it. If you had a screen that was 40,000 pixels wide, the Earth would be 1 pixel, and the sun would be like 800 pixels. You understand? You wouldn't even be able to see it, even if you could have that viewpoint. And then there'd be no way you could discern how the sunlight is ever hitting the surface of the Earth, the angle, the seasons, or any of that crap. Now, they presented you these diagrams, right? Where the sun is like the same size as the Earth, and they show little rays and a tilted Earth and no one has that view either. But it's a nice concept, it's a nice idea you've been fed. But you ask something from us that you can't produce yourself, and you never asked of it from them.
Can I just take a quick moment to welcome? We are at 50 plus people in the panel. Also, Peter's got some smoke for you guys, and I wanted to just give him a chance to
Peter
pop off. Hey, Peter. He's probably not gonna go ahead.
All right, what's up? What's up?
You got some beef? You got beef? The panel?
Ooh, I want to make a beef milkshake.
I don't know. Where is this guy with the bear? He was saying he had beef. He wanted to talk to me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that's me.
If a bear wanted to eat me, I would shoot it in its face and then eat it. What do you think of that?
That's your deal. I've got a problem with that.
Oh, see, perfect.
You were saying
another guy did.
He was saying like both sides are dumb or something like that. I said that both sides were lost. Yeah, I said both sides were lost. Yeah, for different reasons though. Like the one side who's trying to like argue for the globe is obviously like they're lost in the fact that they're just giving their power away to the society and just believing what others believe instead of thinking for themselves. But then the other side, what they're doing is they're feeling like they're the arbiters of truth and that they have to convince this other side that they are wrong, when the fact of the matter is just live your life. Like, you don't need to be sitting here convincing
anybody. That's the difference between that's the difference between knowing the Earth is flat and believing in the globe.
He is wrong because he asked me for a God's eye view or a bird's eye view of the Earth and the sun and how seasons work on it. And this is, I'm going to post in the chat what he believes is his understanding. This is what he understands to be true, but not actually this, like this. Because if we did actually, he came here.
Why do you have to convince someone else?
I'm not. Why do you care? Peter Jennings, why do you care what I'm trying to do?
In the lobby.
Oh,
why
do you care either way?
Somebody asked me to come in. I was making a point in the chat, and then somebody asked me to come in here, and now this is what I'm saying. This is what you guys asked me to come here to say.
Not to make social commentary.
I'll just watch the football game. I don't got to talk to you guys. You just mute me.
We didn't come here to listen to your ignorant social commentary. Sorry. Like, we can get that any day of the week. You don't know anything about this topic, or no, he left. Anyway, this is what Chartrand believes. This diagram. He thinks that this is what's going on, and he asked me for a God's eye view or bird's eye view. How does that work on a flat Earth? Is this how you think it works on a globe?
How does the moon work on that without wanting to shoot towards the sun?
Why is the sun so small? How do you get parallel rays with this?
Yeah.
What the fuck are the Eratosthenes doing?
Or is the Earth is as big as the sun? Is that what we're seeing?
It's a funny thing. You guys demand stuff of us that you can't do yourself. There's no map in existence which shows the position of the sun. It can't be done. They can't show the relative positions of the map, a globe, whatever, of the position of the sun. Now, they have a scale model in Cambridge of the solar system, the heliocentric solar system. The sun is in the Museum of Science, and it's about 25 feet tall. Mars is about, that's in the Galleria Mall, that's about, I don't know, a mile away, something like that. Pluto is in fucking Newton, which is like 9 miles away. Okay, 20 foot. Like, I couldn't take a picture of that from an airplane. Okay, and this is all to scale. So Mars, I actually have a picture of it, is about the size of a marble. Sitting on a little plaque in the Galleria Mall. And the sun is like I said, like 20 feet tall, sitting in the Museum of Science. Now, how could I take a picture of both of those things and see them both? It's impossible. And you're asking us what it would look like. You can't show us what it would look like from your viewpoint.
Sorry, I had to jump off for a little bit. I think we're talking about me right now.
Oh, we're still.
Oh, wow.
I didn't know you jumped off. We're just talking about. Well, I posted in the chat what your understanding. What you said is your understanding. This is your understanding.
Right. Well, very simplified, yeah.
Would you consider this a bird's eye view?
That's just a diagram.
Okay. Didn't you ask me for a bird's eye view? Can you give us a bird's eye view of the sun and earth and seasons and shit?
No,
you just asked
I'm not seeking the actual.
Can you do that?
I'm not talking about the actual visual of it. I'm talking about a representation of it.
That definitely doesn't explain July 8th, Indio.
Yeah. Do you think this is a representation of it, this diagram? Or do I need to go find a more accurate one or something?
It's very simplified. But yeah, along those lines, I'd have to look at it a little more clearly and make sure it's accurate.
July 8th doesn't work with your diagram, so your diagram is wrong. Because July 8th comes every year.
Nothing works with this. I could not predict a single sunrise, noon, season, or anything with this. I could predict nothing.
Nothing with the moon, that's for sure.
Well, that's very...
This is why I said 5th grade.
You can't predict
well, there's nothing. I could show you the freaking most intricate, detailed of these, and it would be completely fucking useless as a tool to predict the sun.
And that's part of my, I guess, the other side of my argument is like there's entire fields of study that revolve around this. It's not just
sure they do.
This is what there's entire fields of study with it.
Give us one.
What field of study
involves? You think there's some magic science guy out there studying this? You don't know who he is. You don't know what they study. You don't even name of the field they do. But somehow he must be out there. Who's the magic science guy that studies this?
There's entire fields of study involving this.
Yeah, name one.
Well, I mean, you have astronomy, where they're studying the sky, and you have the astrophysicists that study the physics of how it all works. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm not sure what you're referencing.
Okay, so you're talking about astronomers. Astronomers can tell me when the seasons are?
But I'm talking, they study the objects in the sky and the astrophysics. I don't know if they necessarily care about the seasons. Really? I'm just talking about more wider view. That's what I mean when I say that.
So let's just probe into this thing called astrophysics and astronomy. That's just bullshit. I hate to tell you. There isn't a single astronomy or astrophysics experiment ever done, or even that can be done.
Right, and it's not so much what they're doing, but the people that are doing it think that it's all real. So they're studying it and they're putting their entire lives into it, and to them it is real. So then it's either it's all real or it's all fake, and that becomes
no, that's a false dichotomy. They're just wrong. You ever heard of that being wrong? So the Mayans, when the Mayans had their ideas about the sky, the sun and the stars, and they had all their explanations for what those things were, was that all fake, or were they just wrong?
You're talking about the Mayans studying the sky?
Yeah.
Right.
Their predictions were just as accurate as the Europeans, more accurate, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, they did what they could. I haven't looked into too much of what they studied, but they definitely tried to make sense of it.
Well, they had what would we consider mythologies about what was going on. So they had their mathematical predictions, and they added little cool stories to the variables, and those variables became like the anthropomorphizing of them, the reification of them became a real story, and that was their explanation. That was their understanding.
Yeah, they definitely studied and understand.
But what's the difference between then and now?
They're far more advanced in the studies and use a greater deal of instrumentation. But it's not.
Yeah. In what way? You're not getting away from this, dude. You're not going to run away. I want to hear some logical argument on how today's stories about the stars and all that shit, right? All your astrophysics and stuff, how they are more accurate or reliable or better than the people in the past that were all wrong.
The tools that they use, the information that they obtain, to them is real.
Okay, and
what that presents to them and how they make sense of it, that's their study. Will they be wrong? Absolutely. Many fields will be proven wrong repeatedly as we learn more and more. I'm sure much of what they know will be proven incorrect, but they continue to study and look at what's up there and try to make sense of it all. To them, what they're studying, it doesn't exist when the Earth is flat. So they then have to be studying something that's not in reality. It's fake. It's something that's been faked. The aerospace industry, that's has to be fake if the Earth is flat.
You're just saying nonsense now. You're making a silly sociological argument, which you guys always go to. You guys always try to appeal to some society. You can't think everybody's faking it. That's antisocial. It's the gayest argument ever, bro. Like, seriously.
Look, I'm here.
Why would the whole aerospace industry be fake if the Earth was flat? Look, please tell us.
I am here to have a respectful conversation. That's all. I seek to understand what you believe, and I can share what I believe. That's what I'd like to do. But
you're divulging into sophistry instead of saying, like, on topic. The topic is evidence, not what people would do, not that people wouldn't do, whatever you think astronomers would or wouldn't do, or astrophysics would or wouldn't do. I don't care about their title, their status, what they do all day, what they get paid for. I could give a shit. I don't care about what the evidence that they produce and whether that evidence and the conclusions they reach from the evidence are logically sound and valid. That's it. Don't care about all the social shit. Really don't. Doesn't tell us anything.
I'm sharing why I have a greater issue with it. You may not agree with it, but that's something I have a greater issue with. And that's fine. We can disagree. Not a problem.
Well, but the thing, do you understand that your evaluation is about how you're evaluating human beings and not the actual issue? You're not evaluating evidence. You're evaluating what you think human beings would or wouldn't do.
Yeah, it's both sides to the argument. I study both. Yes, I agree they're different things.
Okay, well, you haven't presented what they're doing to support their claims.
You want to present astrophysics in their claims?
Yeah, okay. They can't even support their claims in any way, shape, or form. In fact, because everything they do is inferential, right? They can't do any experiments. They can't do any cause and effect experiments. They don't have any access to the objects in the sky. They can't manipulate them. They can't ever really say what a star is ever made out of because they can never go to a star and sample one directly, right? So it's forever story time, looking at the sky and trying to make sense out of the light that shines on us. That's the real situation. But that's the real situation, dude.
But they are studying it with say, the James Webb Space Telescope, which I understand you would believe is not what we say it is, but they are pulling information. This is a kind of a different subject. So they are pulling in information from things that would not exist if the Earth were flat. Whether it be satellites or James Webb Space Telescope. I'll present this as a counter argument. I'm almost out of time, or just not a counter, but just kind of where I'm at. So much of what is occurring would have to be reduced to nothing but a fakery. A great
sociological argument.
No, it's something that matters to me. I'm sharing where I'm at, and you could call me names if you like. I'm just sharing where I'm at.
It's just your personal incredulity based upon what you think people would or wouldn't do. I mean, you can have that viewpoint. I don't care.
Right, and that's fine. I just want to share where I'm at. There's so much
amount of evidence. But what you're telling me, brother, is that no amount of physical evidence would convince you the Earth is flat because you can't believe people would do that fucking thing.
No, I'm saying it is an argument.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
It would have to be faked, and there's a great deal of production that would have to go into faking so much of what is involved with the aerospace industry. An incredible production that would have to trick a lot of really smart people. That's something.
All you're doing is preaching at this point.
Aerospace.
Trick a lot of people. How do you know the people are smart? Oh, because the aerospace industry goes to space. That's how you evaluated the smart, which is circular logic in the first place. Right? Why? How did you trick the smart people? Maybe they're not smart people. Maybe they're dumb fucking people. People that are easy to trick. You ever think of that?
Absolutely, I have, and I'm just sharing where I'm at. Perhaps I'm very, very wrong. I'm just sharing where I'm at. Now I know where you're at, and now you know where I'm at, and I'm going to have to step away.
Yeah, like, is there any amount of evidence that you could be shown that you would say, "Fuck, they have to be faking it"?
I can't answer that. Perhaps there is. I haven't seen it yet.
So you were quiet for quite some time. Did you look at the laser tests or the black swan?
Something I've actually, when I was quiet, I've looked into this. I need to look into that more. That could be something that could be a piece of information for me. And I love researching, and we'll look at it further. I've looked at it a little bit while I was quiet, but yeah, I definitely will check it out more. I appreciate the information and the many different conversations. It's been good, and we have a lot of people on here. I don't know who else listening to our conversations, but hey, everybody,
thousands.
So let me give you one more, Nick. Okay, go ahead, Chief.
Hey, go ahead.
I'm just gonna ask you a basic logic, right? So, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
The soundboard is very good today. If there is no curvature whatsoever, then it is flat.
And logically following that, if there is no curvature and the Earth is flat, then whatever is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth.
Very well.
And you can't do anything about it, so that's why you don't have to worry about it.
It is a cool sky, though.
But the argument could be reversed. If curvature were shown, then the Earth is a globe. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Do you have evidence of the curvature of the Earth?
We could look some up, but it wouldn't be considered real to you.
Well, I mean, I want measurements. You got measurements?
Not currently.
Because I mean, we can fake stuff on TV, right? Like I've seen lots of movies that show Earth from space. Right.
Yeah, we could do pictures all day long, but yeah, I see. You want the.
Well, I want something I can go out and do myself, right? Like we can all go out to the ocean and look at things that are known distances from the beach. We can go and find a lake that's fairly large and look over the cross of that.
Yeah, you want the calculations. Yeah, you could show pictures all day on both sides. The calculations, I understand. And I'm kind of running out of time. I will say this. I appreciate.
Can I ask you a question before you vault? One question.
Well, I did want to.
People that you're appealing to, have you ever talked to any of them? Because I have. The people that make these satellites, astronomers, astrophysicists, I've talked to them. Have you? To see what they actually know?
Online, I haven't talked to them in person, but online, yes.
Well, that's what I mean. Online, you've talked to like a satellite engineer, someone that's worked at NASA that says they put a fucking spacecraft in outer space.
Yes, satellite tech, yes.
Not a tech. Not a dude making a freaking, capacitor that gets put in the satellite. I'm talking about someone that launched the satellite.
Wrapping batteries with Gorilla Tape.
He worked with the satellites and provided some interesting information. I haven't talked to anyone that actually built the satellite.
Okay, and I'm not even talking about just the building. I'm talking about the launching too, the whole 9 yards. Okay, I've talked to these people. I ask them, how do you know it went to space? They don't. They're told where it is. They don't know the orientation. They don't know its position. They don't know anything. All this shit comes from the NASA Deep Space Network. They don't know anything. You just think they do, and this is a recurring theme around here, is that's the magic science guy fallacy. You think that there's somebody out there that has information greater than yours, and that they would have to be lying or tricked, or even back during the Apollo mission, Ed Krantz, who was the mission director for Apollo, said that no technician or worker could tell the difference between a simulation and a real thing back in 1969. Okay, so that ship has sailed. You just have beliefs about people, about what they're doing. You've constructed an artifice in your mind that might not actually exist.
And I'll continue looking into it.
I just want to say this, Chartron, also. I don't have a belief of flat Earth. Indio don't have a belief of flat Earth. We saw videos that flat earthers gave us. We're like, that's crazy. That doesn't make sense. Let me go check for myself. And then we went out and checked for ourselves.
Yeah, I will say, like I mentioned, this has kind of been a hobby of mine. Because it makes you ask questions, and I'll give that to everyone. Well, not everyone. A good bit of those that believe in the flat Earth. It makes you ask questions. You guys have asked questions, and you'll ask questions like, I don't have a clue. Like, I've never even thought of that. And it requires you go and kind of try to figure things out. And that's something that you all have done. As was mentioned earlier, you all have studied all of this a great deal. And, I've heard your conversations when I wasn't involved. That's a good thing. You try to learn, you seek to understand. And these are good things. And I think it's so important that differing views can have a respectful conversation. Because without that, then no gain has ever occurred. You can never hope to learn from someone else if you're so closed off. And that's why conversations like we've had today are very important, that both sides can talk and learn from each other. I've received information today that I did not have before. I'll check it out. I don't know if you learn much from me other than what I think about things, but hey, you at least listened, and that's a good thing. And here we are, and we've got quite a few folks involved, which is great.
Yeah, you're much more able to have a civil conversation than a lot of globe believers, which we appreciate. And I hope that you will analyze the information like the Dr. John D. video that we gave you earlier, the FE Core video and PDF, as well as the other things that people have given you, because, all of the people that you think have all the answers, we thought so too. When I started looking into this, for sure, I thought, oh yeah, of course, this globe's been proven. It's everywhere. It's in all these textbooks. It's a given, as if it needs no explanation. So that's what all of us here did, is we went to look for the explanation. We found that it wasn't there. So, we can have a conversation, sure, but what we see in these forums regarding Flat Earth Day after day is it's a conversation, sure, but the Flat Earth side is presenting debunk after debunk with evidence, calculations, measurements, so on and so forth, of phenomenon and measurements that you could go and repeat for yourself. Whereas usually the globe side has no evidence, hasn't really looked into it, is sure it's there somewhere, if only they could find it, then they disappeared, never return with any said evidence, because we all know that it doesn't actually exist. Or if they claim to have something, it's images from space, which often amount to just cartoons or animations. So it's a conversation, sure, but in no way is equal, because the Flat Earth side is backing it up with citations, evidence, measurements, and offers for you to go and test it for yourself, whereas the Globe Earth side has science fiction, cartoon, animation, baseless claims, logical fallacies, and emotional appeal. So that's why there's a difference. Hopefully you will follow it to its honest conclusion and see that for yourself.
Yeah, I'll keep on looking. I don't think I'll ever stop, really. I'll keep on trying to figure things out. But yeah, I've seen those who believe in the globe and how they can respond to you all, and it's really sad, to be honest. It's just a despicable representation of humanity, to be honest. It's very shameful when someone who disagrees with someone this completely, doesn't even treat them like they're human, and it's the saddest thing to see, and it's just so prevalent, and I hate to see that. Not this with this, but so many other subjects, and that's of course a broader subject in itself.
Yeah, well, anyone who's a thinking person, before I even got to the 8 inches per mile squared missing drop over distance, which was a clincher for me. It was all over. I never even had to look any further after that because the mathematical argument is so sound, and it's a geometric proof, really a disproof, a debunk of the counterexample, which debunks the faulty mathematical conjecture of the globe. As soon as I saw that, it was all over. But before I got to that, I did, because I was like you, disturbed by some of the things I was seeing in the questions, like me and Callist were talking about earlier, the thought questions about why can't a helicopter just hover and wait for the globe to turn and not have to move forward at all? Things like that disturbed me, so I was sure there must be an answer there. So then I found some videos that said, proof of the globe, flat earthers are wrong, here's the proof. I'm like, oh, of course, someone has figured this out. All I have to do is watch this, and they'll explain it all as they promised in their description. And yet I found out, Chartron, all they had was emotional appeal, a bunch of music, cartoons, insults. They had nothing. Logical fallacies. That's what they had, logical fallacies. That's what made me really worried, because these were the ones that were being promoted as like absolute debunks of flat earth. That's when I really got worried. Uh-oh. If this is all they have to prove the globe, oh my goodness. We might be in trouble here. Maybe there is no globe. So I would hope that a thinking person would realize what you just said about the horrible behavior, the dishonest tactics, the debates that are set up under false pretenses, the sophistry, the tactics used to hoodwink an audience that might be average or below average IQ to make them think the person's winning when they have absolutely zero evidence and have nothing but logical fallacies and so on and so forth. So a thinking person hopefully would realize that if we want to actually have an intellectual discourse with a free and open exchange of ideas, that's not what we're getting with the majority of the globe believers. So that's cool that you can see that. Gives me hope for you, Chartron. Hopefully you'll come back after you look at some of those things and let us know what you think.
I'll check it out, and I'm reading through the chat. I'm in no way trying to see a comment. Those globers are so mean, you should trust me. That's not my angle here. I'm just talking in general. So, yeah, I appreciate it, everyone. Good conversation. I'll definitely do some more research based on what I've been given.
Super. We'll see you next time.
Have a good one, everybody.
Bye-bye. Oh, good. Old dude's exposing not Prof. Dave. Yep, because he's one of the biggest source of the lies and the fake debunks that are full of logical fallacies.
I explained that was the only way he could make money. Everything else failed for him.
I mean, if people are into, used snake oil salesmen and charlatans, people have been fooled by those types of people for a really long time. It's just sad when those same people who are so easily fooled by charlatans pretend they're intellectually superior to flat earthers and think that they should be ridiculing flat earthers. They're just exposing themselves. They can keep doing it if they want, but just sad.
Great conversation, guys. Just wanted to quickly run through the panel. Dandelion, do you want to do that, or I can do it? We have damn near 50 people.
So many people, Creation Bear. I could do A through. I'll do A through M, and then you can do M through Z.
All right, sounds good. A little teamwork. Go ahead.
Yeah. We got 1984, Orwellian person there, perhaps. 20 Cups, Always Faithful, AI Ardent 2.0, ACIT3CH, who is a flat earther. Andy Hold My Beer is David, Berserker, Big Daddy Flurf, Brown Recluse. Oh, Brown Recluse wants to talk about neutrinos. He said that in the text. If anybody wants to talk about neutrinos after we're done. Callist, Mr. Helicopter, Cooper, the chef, our own creation bear, PR King.
Let's
Creation.
go.
Yeah, we got Creation. I don't really know what Creation is, but welcome. Do Hope, welcome. Flat Lloyd Wright, host of one of our live streams. Flats, G-D Seeker, Grim, wonderful lobby, loyal lobby, I don't know what you call him, loyal lobby contributor,
Guardian.
right? Yeah, there you go, Guardian, that's better, Guardian. Yep. Indio 007, the man who would be king but doesn't want to be. Jenna, always a fun time with Jenna.
I
heard that.
Daddy. Love it.
Johnny Law, recently VC verified. Congratulations. John Luna, 8383. English Hub holder downer. Kingsley, the High Mike King. Click, click, click. Lao Tzu. Love you forever, Grandpa. We'll be thinking about Grandpa all night long. Oh, it's your turn, CB. We got to the M's. Yep.
We have Majin in the panel, Meticulous. We got our boy, Vigo. Hey, wherever Migo, we go, all right? We have my homie Neil. We got Northern Rebellion, Over Fences. We have Alishness in here. Oh, wait, I have to get some misogyny going. We have Plain and Truth, Platter, Push and P. We got Professor Triangle. We're going to do a triangle test as well. Radwin, if you could upload your triangle test in the chat. We're going to do a test for everybody in the panel. We have Rayleigh Criterion, Silver Lights, Special K, Tora Kun 757. Okay. You're a listening pass. If you want to chime in, we can upgrade you to VC verified. We have Trey or TR3. Vitali Z. We have Whisper Jack, Wonderbread, Dirtworm, red flag there. We have Carr, and to round out the panel, no pun intended, we have our boy Sheepdog at the bottom slot. W panel chat. Okay, so we have the triangle test. Today's show is, can you pass the triangle test? I'm going to start a... We can't do polls in here. Indio, can you change that, or should we just not do that? I was thinking about running a poll to do the triangle test, but...
Moderators should definitely have poll privileges.
That would be nice. That would be nice. But maybe we can have the chat.
Oh, well, then Gold needs it too.
Let's take a poll on it.
Yeah, can you turn polls on real fast? Pause.
Yeah, I'll turn polls on to take a poll on whether there should be polls.
There's a ton of
great
gold,
idea.
there's a ton of golds that are moderators on the other servers.
Yeah, I mean, in the meantime, you guys can type it out. The question is, which of the figures below are not triangles?
Gotcha, bitch.
So,
whenever you guys want to start typing those answers in, or let's get them in there.
Get your answers in ASAP.
Yeah, remember this is a sample from a NASA IQ test, so don't be under pressure. Don't be afraid to take it. Cooper says B and D. How do we not have Jeopardy music?
Oh, you want me to?
How do I take this poll?
Oh, there you go. Type in your answer.
None of the above says Alishness. This is the very W panel, guys. Make sure you brought your broom with you. We're going to be doing some dusting off. And there is quite a bit of activity in the lobby. If you want to take part in joining the lobby.
Lobby, just join this room and we'll turn you on. But we gotta see ya.
Rodwin's going to turn you on if you join the room. Jeez, Rodwin.
Right.
I thought you were trying to stop those Globers from coming at you in a homo way.
Oh, no. We're letting them all through tonight.
Yeah, so Creation Bear, you take the brooms. You got the brooms. I've got the feather duster for up high. You guys get the down low.
I'm betting on a dude being able to globe smack you. That's what I'm betting on.
Ooh.
Globe smack me, Professor Triangle?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That'll never happen.
Bring it on.
Well, that's what I have. The odds are outrageous in Vegas right now, so I still have the money on the Glober. It's paying like 50 million to 1.
Tell him to bring his little nose a little closer.
So I bet $1. I'm going to win $50 million if somebody proves the globe.
So
we're going to make money off it either way.
Vitali Z is VC verified only. Let's see. Trey is valued VC verified in Realm Earth.
Ooh, spooky place.
Yeah.
It's like where they tell stories.
Tora Kun is the listening pass. If you want to chime in, we can upgrade you. Let me upgrade you. We have Owlishness as well. Owlishness. You still a Globetard?
She totally is. Did you see what she
I talked to you like 2 days ago, like 12 days ago.
All of the above, right? On the triangle tag.
What? That doesn't mean I'm trolling.
All right, ladies, get her.
If it doesn't mean that you're trolling, then it means that you're stupid. One of the two, Owlish, pick one. You're either stupid or you're trolling.
Well, you have to define the definition of what they're considering triangles.
Triangle is? Oh my.
Well,
So why don't you, I can tell you what the definition of a triangle is. Can you tell us what the definition of a triangle is?
A side with 3 lines, a shape with 3 lines.
3 straight sides, right?
No.
What are the internal angles of a triangle? What do they add up to?
180. It just says a triangle is a polygon with 3 corners and 3 sides. So the answer is none of the above.
Boy, did you ever take a geometry class?
Yes.
Oh, did you? How well did you do in that class? Because with an answer like that, I don't expect a high grade.
I mean, I'm just going off what the definition of a triangle is.
The definition of a triangle is a shape with 3 straight sides that connect, right? Yeah, that's a triangle. So you said all of the above are not triangles. Come on. Like I said, you're either trolling.
I said none of the above. I said none of the above, not all of the above.
None of the above. So none of the above are triangles.
No, so none of the above are not triangles. That's what that means.
Good golly.
None of the above are not triangles.
She's saying they are all triangles.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Totally. Yeah, no, that's like I said, you're either trolling or you're stupid.
Like, D can't even be a triangle right off the bat. Even if you wanted to say that triangles have curved lines, D can't be a triangle.
Why?
Because it doesn't connect.
Because it doesn't connect. There's no third angle.
I mean, it kind of is. Not really, so I guess it would just be D then.
What? No. B is also not a triangle.
Go look up angle in the dictionary.
I mean, like, technically it's a triangle. B is technically a triangle, yeah, but it has an angle and it has 3 sides.
No, Alish. You're wrong.
Okay.
Anyway, this is painful. Can we move on to somebody else?
Yeah. I would just come in to say hi anyway because I was banned from the other one, so
probably for being a troll.
No, I wasn't trolling. I was just having a normal conversation, but
yeah, no, I already know your shtick. Your shtick is to come in and play dumb, and that's your troll.
I mean, if that's what you think.
Oh no, that's what I know, sweetie.
Okay.
Okay, let's not make the topic owlish.
Torkin 757. Yeah, there's Torkin 757 wants to speak. They're asking to be verified in the text chat there. Are you there, Torcon? 757? They've just got a listening pass. I tried just server muting and unmuting, but maybe that didn't work.
What's up?
Oh, there you are. Yeah, so have you heard about Flat Earth before?
I've been in Flat Earth since 2015.
Oh, cool. So you already know that the Earth is flat, is what you're telling us.
Well, I don't precisely call myself a flat earther, but I know we're not on a sphere in a vacuum. This ridiculous cosmology, obviously.
Everybody's a flat earther.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely not on the pair. So, but yeah, I don't really have much to contribute, but it's nice to be voice verified just in case it comes up. So, yeah.
Yeah, how did you figure out that the sphere in a vacuum was ridiculous?
Internet. Just, everybody here has probably seen all the same people. Math Powerland came on, and Dave and Eric Dubay, the usual roster of presenters found their information, and it just made sense. So, after seeing fake crap from NASA and everything for years and years and years, I'd always wondered why it was so fake. And then when that dropped in 2015, it just kind of put all the pieces of the puzzle together for me. And I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense now. So, yeah.
Yeah, so if you had to convince another person, what would be the strongest piece of evidence you would bring up?
8 inches per mile square. Where is it?
But you don't want, what is your reason for not wanting to be considered a flat earther?
Oh, it's just, I don't know, the label. I don't know. It doesn't seem to work very well out in public when you're trying to talk to people about subject matter like this. I mean, I use it. I've gone to the conventions and stuff, just for the shock value, maybe. It just depends. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like there could be better terminology for the cosmological belief set that, most of us are searching for. I don't know. It feels poisoned. Do you know what I mean? Like the term feels poisoned.
I can throw in on this. It's part of the magic. It's like the moment when Neo takes the red pill. It's not like a good, he doesn't have a really good experience. It shocks him, right? He goes through this crazy experience. That's the shock value of I like that fact that flat Earth is like, it's shocking to people. It's not supposed to be a smooth process, in my opinion. So yeah, the term isn't. Of course, it's like misconstrued and people throw shade on it, but it's part of the red pill process. You have this first initial stage of like rage and what the hell, but eventually you get past that and you get towards the truth. So
Sure.
I get it. It's not something that's easy to sign up to be called. There's not much incentive to come out and say I'm a flat earther, but that's my angle, is like it's just part of the awakening process, that red pill moment. Neo shock jocking alive when he takes the red pill. So yeah, just part of the process.
It is fun to catch a reaction from a normie when you just drop it. I ain't gonna lie. It is hilarious. Sometimes the rage and the incredulity. I ain't gonna lie. It can be fun. So I don't entirely throw it out the window. There is a time and a place, and I do occasionally use it, especially when I know it's going to get a rise out of certain people who are just insistent on believing in fairy tales and cartoons. So yeah, there's definitely a time and a place for me when I pull it out.
And we don't need to use like other pronouns, if you will, right? It's like, well, I don't want to call it that. I wanted to call it the true Earth. We have people like that. They're like, oh no, it's the true Earth. Like, dude, just say flat, bro. Like, let them have the reaction. We don't need to
CB. I had a conversation with a true earther, and the only place that led to was them saying, well, it could just be an even bigger globe. I'm like, well, how the hell would you prove that?
Yeah, CB, I heard your pronouns are flat and level.
Facts. Yep.
Can you repost that poll so it can be revoted, or do you have to only post that thing one time? Like it has 5 votes. I want more people to click it.
Yeah, chat. I dropped it can't repost it. I can't delete it and repost it, but let's see. Maybe I can forward it. It's in the chat though. 18 minutes past the hour. I've replied to it. Let's see. Vote here. We've got 15 votes, so go ahead and cast your vote, chat. Somebody said A. Rayleigh Criterion, you dirty dog, you.
Well, it only has 180 degrees of angles. That's not a spherical triangle then.
So now, can you expose who voted for what?
Okay, yes. We have only one vote for A, and everybody else voted B and D. 23 votes. And we are still 40 plus in the panel. This is a W panel, guys. Keep up the good work. We have Dirtworm, Wonder Bread, Whisper Jack, Vitali Z, Trey, Torokun. Wait, did we talk to Torokun yet?
Yeah, I'm out here.
All right, welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here.
It's high noon.
It's high noon.
Okay.
So you can't see who voted A?
Yeah, it's Rayleigh Criterion.
Oh.
Anyway, Radwin, you want to talk to Torkun or Dandelion or Jenna, somebody?
I gotta
just
talk
talked to
Ray,
him, didn't
Ray
we?
Criterion now to make sure that he can even be in the server anymore.
Criterion, you're up. Criterion, you are up.
I told you, the angles only add up to 180.
What?
The angles only add up to 180. That means it's not a spherical triangle.
I didn't ask for a spherical triangle.
See, I'm thinking like a glober here.
I was just going to say,
here. Answer this one then. Ready? Here's your spherical triangle. What are the sum of the internal angles of this triangle?
That's a good one. That's the impossible spherical triangle.
All right, I guess you can stay. Who's up?
Okay. We have Do Hope and Flats. Flats has a listening pass. Do Hope is VC verified. Creechin. There's Brown Recluse. I think we've spoke before. I'm not sure.
Brown Recluse wants to talk about neutrinos.
Oh yeah, Indio neutrinos. Yep.
I'm interested.
Is that like a Glober series?
All right,
like that?
Indio's here. Yes.
Why?
Did you hear? I just heard Indio say he wants to talk about them.
Doesn't sound like he does.
Yes,
we
he
love
does.
them so much.
No, they're pointless because.
Why are they pointless?
You have to answer some questions about neutrinos first. How do neutrinos interact with matter?
With the weak force.
Okay.
Or the weak interaction, rather.
Why were they first postulated?
I couldn't tell you that.
Of course not. Of course not. You don't actually know anything about this.
I feel like it's a little bit of an obfuscation. Again,
What obfuscate from what? I'm going to talk. You're going to go nuh-uh because you don't know something because it's a big hole.
I'll admit when I don't know.
Because there wasn't enough energy during beta decay. So they had to fill it in with something.
Okay.
And Wolfgang Pauli wrote a letter as a joke. Maybe there's this ghost particle called a neutrino. They were actually disproven in 1943.
Neutrinos were disproven?
Yes. You want the paper?
Yes, please.
Yeah, hold on. Not that you're going to read it.
I'll read it. I've been reading
Do you think, Brown Recluse, that the neutrinos have some relation to your globe? Do they prove your globe in some way, or what's your interest in them?
Well, the neutrino experiment, the Minos neutrino experiment, if you take their measurements at face value and assume that they're not telling...
What measurements? What did they measure?
The angle of the neutrinos.
Can you tell us about their how their neural network to conclude they have the detection, why that was trained on synthetic data? Can you tell us about that?
Why that wasn't trained on synthetic data?
It was trained on synthetic data.
Or are you getting that positive?
From the Minos experiment.
I'm reading that. I don't see. I have the paper in front of me. You know where that's
called. It was called ANN. So it was a feed forward neural network trained on synthetic data.
Here, I'll link it. I'll link it in chat. You can point out specifically where it is in the paper.
Okay. There's what paper?
Here, I'll post it.
There's a lot more than one paper from Minos.
No, again, I'm reading this specific paper, which is.
There's a lot more than one paper from Minos. You have to look at the experimental design and how they determine whether there is a detection or not.
Right,
because they're not doing direct detections, right?
No, they're doing it based off the interaction.
Can you describe how they detect a quote unquote neutrino? The process.
I can read it off.
So they have a near detector and a far detector. Okay.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
Oh yeah, I'm reading that. Yes.
I'm reading that. Okay, go on mute till you're done reading it.
No, I'm actively reading that as you're speaking.
Yeah, go read up on it and come back or some fucking bullshit. Fucking fake it till you make it, clown, dude.
Yep, Callist. So this is the best they have to try to pull you back over that fence, back to the globe, is some little fairy dust particles floating around that they claim prove the globe. Seems like if we were on a globe, we should be able to measure curvature, and that drop over distance should be very obvious, as well as the maximum distance of the horizon, which keeps getting disproved over and over.
Do you think he read it?
Do we think he read the paper? Is that the question?
Yeah, that proves that it doesn't exist.
I'm going to say my money, if you're going to make me bet, is going to be on skimming it. You're talking about Brown Recluse the spider?
Mm.
Yeah, we've talked to him before about his fantasy globe. Yeah, he never really has any proof of it. So I guess this is a new angle. He's
going to carry frickin' Blitz's PhD's frickin' silly ass argument forward. He didn't even know about it. The person you're parroting. He said, "What about? I don't know about the details." Proves the Earth is a globe. I just don't know how it did it.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe in an imaginary realm that has no relation to reality, then you can just be the dungeon master and make up whatever you want, right? About this imaginary realm. You can have imaginary evidence.
I have a question off topic.
Let's hear it, Callist.
So during the day when I'm at work, I have a lot of downtime. I try to find the in politics server or whatever, but it seems like 24/7 Flat Earth's not there until later in the day.
That's an on-topic question. It's about Flat Earth and how you can find out more about it. That's way more on topic than neutrinos.
It just kind of switches around, so you have to find us on.
Yeah, I don't know. Just because it's nice when I'm at work, it's I'm sick of listening to music. I kind of want to listen to some round earthers try to debate.
So English Hub, that's the one you want to pick when you can't find us. You go to English Hub, and that one is by time. So the longer you're in there or you stay in voice and stuff, you'll just rank up. You know what I mean?
And that's it. Okay.
Yeah, I can send you an invite to that one. And maybe we'll be in here. I mean, maybe this...
Oh, yeah, I forgot we're in our server. Yeah, so we can send invites to anything we want.
Yeah, he's not into that one. Oh, yeah, so should I just post the English Hub in the live stream?
Right on the screen so YouTube can see it.
I won't get banned.
No, I'm not going to ban you. I might just for asking that question.
That would be fun. Yeah, if you could. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that.
I'm going to put you in detention.
I've flown too close to the sun before, gotten burned. I better be quiet. Yeah, there it is, Callist. That's the invite. But I think we should try to have more regular events here. I mean, I know we keep saying that, but here we are actually doing it, so that bodes well.
First one back up. Well, it was working too, so
yeah, worked out. Meant to be.
Neutrinos like the new cereal or something? Like
we need that.
Good.
We need that meme, don't we? With the neutrino cereal box, totally. With some kind of with some kind of no hands. Like you can eat it with no hands.
Actually, that's a good idea. I'm gonna
cereal. It's old cereal. Someone that was in Storage Wars found a storage container full of it, and now they're trying to resell it, rebrand it, something that tastes good.
It's the best hands-free cereal on the market.
Hey, chat, look at the chat there, Dandelion. I'll add that though. That's a great suggestion.
Yeah, Blitz PhD was on. He was on. What was it? I think he was on TikTok, peddling that same argument to a bunch of different flat earthers on there, and it's been circling TikTok because one of the guys I'm friends with on TikTok, a flat earther, he was like, "Yeah, man, I've been debunking neutrinos all week." I said, "That's funny." It was right after your Blitz debate.
He was trying to say it debunks flat, but it doesn't prove globe. What?
But he's not actually sure of that.
Recluse said that Indio getting upset was his reason for. He was like, I was getting to it, but
hold on.
Upset.
Brown Recluse, scroll up. The source is Calmetric Experience Physical Review, Volume 70, Number 3, August 1946. Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Can you not fucking read? Sorry, Jenna.
No, you're good.
Did it also say good source of imagination, or what should it say?
Yes.
Indio, there was a guy in the comment section of Planet Peterson's video that he uploaded a couple of days ago who said, I'm 15 and I smoked Indio 007.
Stop the cap.
Whoa.
Who said that?
They got beef with you, man. I don't know, some rando in Planet Peterson's comment section.
Oh, boy.
A 15-year-old smoked you, dude.
I'm sure he did.
Well, that sounds like it.
Kicked my ass.
Yeah, we're gonna need timestamp. We're gonna need timestamp.
I got a wager. I got a wager on you too.
It was Oliver.
Just for clarification. So now somebody named a new strain of ganja after Indio. That's what he was getting at.
I'm gonna have to look for that in the store.
Good
one. For real.
I'm just gonna request it and see if they'll just go, let me see what I can do. Yeah.
In the couch.
I'm in the couch. There's a strain called Indio 007. Totally going to be asking for that.
In the couch 24/7? Oh, okay. Got it. Click, click, click. Who is click, click, click?
Start drawing pictures about refraction and shit. Yeah, so you can't really call that optical effect refraction. I don't know why we have it says atmospheric refraction. I guess so we can break it down for globers so they don't run away from a different name. What's it actually called, Indio? Skunk Bay.
Skunk Bay? What?
What's that actually called? It can't be atmospheric.
Well, it's turbulence. It's not freaking refraction.
It's just like heat turbulence, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So you're looking through thinner and thicker pieces of air.
Yeah, man, we've all experienced this. I mean, it's not even like mysterious. You know what I mean? Temperature isn't freaking equal. It isn't like, it's just like they make it so simplified that it's borderline ridiculous.
That's why as soon as they say, well, boats, you're seeing it because of refraction, the boat's down around it. And then you pop that and you say, I say, now just take a snapshot of that in time and tell me where the boat goes over the horizon in this photo.
I want to know where the sun sets in the Black Swan.
Wait, what?
Does it set in front of the oil rigs?
That's right, before the first oil rig.
Sorry.
Yeah, but what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig?
Oh, is that where the sun sets if you're 1 foot off the ground?
Yeah, it must be.
And you're not looking at oil rigs? If you don't have any oil rigs and you just have the sun and you're 1 foot off the ground, is it 1.225 miles? That's where you see it go like over the horizon. Do we just call it 1.22 miles? Because you know that you could send a boat out there about 10 miles and you'll still see it. Now, yeah, I wish I lived in California.
I'm going to ask one of these guys, if I watched the sunset during this Black Swan, where would the sun set? In front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
We need somebody to time lapse the sunset for us.
Wait, I did that.
Behind the oil rigs?
Oh, no. No.
Because those other ones are shot in the morning.
Are you close to the oil rig, CB?
I'm farther than I thought originally. I'm like 6 hours away. That shit's
wow.
Oh boy, that's a ways. Closer than us,
California
though.
Is so huge. It's so big.
Yeah.
That's like me driving to Washington, D.C. from my house.
Take the high-speed rail they built, CB.
Yeah, I could, but then...
They never built it. What are you talking? He's like, I could. They never built it. No. They just took the money.
Oh, you broke? They cleared the land for it.
Yeah, that's all they did. And then they canceled it, I guess.
There's a train that goes up and down the coast. It's called.
You just put blue tarps on your house now. If you don't want it to be part of the campaign.
Yeah, take the train if you want it. If you want it to take longer, probably be better off driving.
One of these days I'll go up there because I'm getting sick of these Globers being like, "That's fake, fake." Like, what? Why are you saying it's fake?
Where are you at?
I'm like close to the border. I'm like San Diego.
Mexican border?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you trying to sneak across?
San Diego, man.
You on the run, dude? You're on the run.
Man. I already look like.
Oh, you do? So. Yeah, I know what you're doing. So you're driving a Bentley around and shit. I know what you're up to.
Is the guy here that said he was looking at Mars or like the sun in Cambridge or Newton or something?
Huh? There is an observatory here at Harvard.
Okay, all right.
I don't know about in Newton.
All right, I don't know because
I'm the greatest observatory in the world.
Yeah, because I'm near MIT, so like they kept having like this thing to go look at the sunset, and I went and did it. I don't fucking know what the hell they were trying to show, but
how would you look at the sunset? You'd be staring at Belmont. Like, what the hell good is that going to do?
I don't know.
There's a city in front of it.
No, it's like a fourth floor of some building, like lines up with something. I don't know. I thought maybe that's what you were talking about.
The fourth floor of some building. I'm
Yeah.
not sure where the Harvard Observatory actually is.
No, well, this was at MIT. But
It's got to be something more than 4 stories tall between the sun moving that far.
How close are you to MIT? Are you in Cambridge right now?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Well, I'd hook up with you, but I'm predisposed.
You probably. What's that?
I said I'd hook up with you, but I'm predisposed. Not hook up like in the fucking modern sense.
Yeah, you might have seen me riding around on my motorcycle. I don't know.
How many people ride motorcycles in the city, man? Come on, man.
Not Harleys.
Oh, if you're on a Harley, that's another thing.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a Harley lately, so. You teach at MIT?
No, my girlfriend goes there.
Where the hell do you park your Harley in Cambridge where it doesn't get destroyed?
No one fucks with a Harley, dude. I don't know.
Why would it get destroyed?
How long you been in Cambridge?
Like 4 years.
What city do you guys
4
live
years,
in?
and your Harley hasn't been destroyed. You park on the street?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of city do you guys live in that people are destroying motorcycles parked down
Dude,
the
this
street?
is the freaking like stolen bike capital of the world. I ain't kidding, man.
Are you serious?
Hasn't happened to me.
Here is also.
You just like jinxed the crap out of them, dude. Holy shit.
No, I didn't.
I mean, I think these thugs probably realize that it has a little alarm system. Most of the bikes they steal don't. They're also stealing like their and shit too.
You park in front of the police station?
I park it right in front of wherever I'm staying.
Well, you must be in a good part of town or something. I mean, I'm in a good part of town, but there's parts of town which aren't good parts of towns. You park your Harley there, it's fucking toast.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You're not that far from that part of town.
No,
you're near MIT. You know, they get lost sometimes and end up in that section. When they've drank a little too much or used too much, illicit substances.
Mm-hmm.
What's your girlfriend going there for?
I'll message you.
Oh,
you can't. How many? You can't be.
Not be able to on here.
She's not going in something that's that exclusive that we can figure out who she is. Come on, man.
And that we're even trying to.
Just out of respect, since it's a stream.
Indio, you'll have to do the Cambridge FE meetup at the Cracker Barrel. Oh, you guys don't have Cracker Barrels, I forgot.
Yeah, we're not doing
No, they changed the logo. Since they changed, Indio won't go now because the logo was changed.
No, they changed it back, guys. We did a whole episode on this.
Yeah, it was all that Stockman. Like, just change it back.
You'll get some freaking lame vegan place like Clover or something.
Cute.
You can invite Gemsy. You guys will have a great time.
Gemsy will take us to Spanish Hood, man. I'll go there.
Why don't we do a
bodega? Eat some freaking.
We call that Cleveland around here.
Helicopter ride.
Yeah, you're gonna do the helicopter. Yeah, do the helicopter at the Flat Earth meetup. That'd be fun.
Wait, pause.
Yes, CB.
I think probably.
Don't answer to that. Do you know what that's from?
What?
You don't even know what that's from. That sound is from, do you, Dandelion?
What? No. What is it from?
Oh my goodness! It's the God damn it, CB, you suck. It's from a porno website.
What is it from? Oh, wait, how do you know that?
I read about it in a book.
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh,
You boys are very bad.
well, books have knowledge in them, so.
They don't have sounds.
Oh my.
That's a book for the blind.
It's like one of those pop-up books that have the little switch in there. Well, that's like a Christmas card that opens and plays Christmas.
Yeah, that's the one for the blind. Pop up, and then that music plays.
If you if you get a card and it has that freaking intro, man, you got issues. I don't want to know what's in the card.
Yeah, I don't know why Creation Bear was playing that about our helicopter. We don't have any helicopter sounds.
It's well, I don't. All the dudes in here knows what that means, probably.
Okay.
If you were a guy for a day, you would probably also do the helicopter.
Oh, I do not know what you're talking about at all.
I ain't never done that. Sorry.
Yes, you have. Yes, you.
No, I have not.
Yes, you have.
Dude, that's the lamest. No, dude.
Oh, so you got nothing to helicopter then? Oh, okay, I got it. I get it.
What
No,
are we listening
I don't
to?
want rug burn.
Holy crap!
Professor Triangle, are you going to save us?
Someone put the link to Meat Spin chat. What the heck? Helicopter?
Helicopter.
Oh, it's
So,
getting weird here now.
That would be the first thing I would try. Just saying.
Every girl says that, bro.
Actually,
Who was that guy in the hub?
I'd want to go knocking things off of tables with it, just like whack.
Yo,
Holy crap!
No, dude.
No, you don't want to be doing shit like that. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, that would hurt.
No, like empty bottles, an empty soda can or something.
Yeah, no, you'll get sick of that really quick.
Promise.
The guy's name was Capper, I believe, that said flat is curved. Flat is curved at the same time. I said 20 by 20 flat area. And he said, oh, no, but it could be completely flat but curved at the same time. His name was Capper. Am I remembering correctly?
Perfect.
Oh,
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah. I wanted to tell Callis.
Was that
Are you guys still talking about something?
I think the guy's name.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, because Callis, I didn't want to just give you that image of the oil rigs. Well, CB was talking about the oil rigs, but nobody has ever explained to you the significance of them. What? Why? What if I said no? I can't talk about helicopters. Now I'm not allowed to talk about oil rigs either.
I should have been muted. I just saw what Neil posted.
Well, no, I just kept hearing people say the term Black Swan the past couple days. So I was like, what the fuck am I missing, dude? I don't know what this is.
Okay, yeah, I know. Yeah, so that's, see, because we assume that because we keep talking about it, that everyone has heard about it, and Callis has not. Yeah. So there's the Dr. John D videos that I sent you are pretty self-explanatory. Those are Black Swan observations. Also, one is about a buoy, and the other one is about some wind turbines. This one that I just posted there, which CB told us is 6 hours from where he is, these are oil rigs. The reason we call them Black Swan observations is because it has to do with the idea that most people, especially if you're an American, think that swans are white. Have you ever seen a black swan, Callist? A swan that's black? A bird? Have you ever seen one, Mr. Callist?
You cut out until the very last part there.
Oh, really? Have you ever seen a swan that's black in the real world?
No.
Yeah. That's because they're in Australia. They're native to Australia. So they're rare in the United States of America. I actually saw one when I was 16 years old when my boyfriend took me to the Black Swan restaurant before prom because they had 2 black swans in their pond. I actually didn't even know they were rare, but turns out they are. And so most people haven't seen one before, so then you might think all swans are white. But as soon as you see one black swan, then you can no longer make that statement, all swans are white. Same thing with looking for curvature, or looking for, in this case, the horizon and measuring the distance to the horizon. So since the horizon is an apparent location, it changes throughout the day. So the Dr. John D video with the buoys, I'll put that here in the side chat. That is explained really well in that particular video. He shows observations throughout the day and shows how the distance to the horizon changes throughout the day because it's an apparent location. However, if you lived on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, then there would be a maximum distance to the horizon, which we would call a geometric horizon, meaning it would have a fixed maximum distance because it is on a sphere. So in the case of the oil rigs, what we're seeing there when we use the calculation, which is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, that's how you find the maximum distance to the geometric horizon. So when you put in 8 for the observer height, you end up with a maximum distance of 3.46 miles. And yet, in this particular observation, which that image I put up there is a screenshot from a video taken in Santa Barbara, where we're using the oil rigs as mile markers, and we're seeing that the horizon is actually further than the furthest oil rig, so it's more than 10 miles away, debunking the globe. That's considered black swan observation because it doesn't matter if on some days the horizon might appear closer, or even throughout the day it might change distance. It should never go further than the maximum. So in this case, and sometimes it's put in the form of a logical argument that if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the maximum distance to the horizon would be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So anytime you find even one example where this doesn't happen, that's considered a counterexample that disproves this claim, and therefore it's a black swan that shows that your original claim of this radius is not true and can't possibly be true, because if it were true, you would never see the black swan, you would never see the anomaly. And we have many globers, you might have seen them before, or you will see them in the future, who are not able to understand this. They think that because sometimes it might comport to this maximum distance, that somehow proves the globe, because apparently they don't understand logical proofs, they don't understand counterexamples, and so on, which we can feel bad for them because they were not educated properly. But once it's explained to them and they still refuse to acknowledge logic and reason, then we can't feel bad for them anymore. Does that make sense to you, Callist?
Yeah, and I think that's another reason why a lot of you are probably searching and doing your research into it, and it's become like a new fixation for me. Is because I feel like, sure, you can feel bad for other people, but I feel like being uneducated is a sin. So I don't know. I kind of want to learn.
Being uneducated?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people are miseducated. Yeah, and that's. I mean, I feel like that's a bigger problem than being uneducated, because people, like, let's say that they. Of course, in the old days, it was common for someone to drop out of school in 8th grade and go work on the farm or whatever, and then you might call them uneducated, but then they could be educated and they would realize that they were uneducated. Problem we have here is that people are going through 12 years of school and not able to follow a logical argument, and not able to have a reasonable conversation because they've been indoctrinated more than they've been educated. That's what we find here over and over.
I think a lot of times the kids don't actually go to school and learn. They just hear things that sounds like shit they should be learning, and then they just up and accept it, and they actually didn't learn. They just went to school to socialize. And then they come here thinking they've got an education, and we get them to answer questions, and they come to realize they don't actually know what they should be knowing about their belief.
Yeah, plus they have... Oh, go ahead, Indio.
I was just going to say, I think that they're told this is the answer on the test, or it's going to be on the test, and that's what they put down, and that's what they just think is true. Whatever they're told is the answer on the test is truth. I don't think it goes much farther beyond that.
Yeah, told what to think, not how to think.
Yeah, plus I noticed just in terms of physics, which I know a lot of people who, if they aren't like closely following the education system, like when I was in school and even when I started teaching, like physics was a class that a very small number of people took, like people who were going to college, and not just going to college, but going to college for, a scientific or mathematic career. Now, then they decided, everyone needs to go to college. Everyone needs to have physics. So now everyone does literally take physics, like in every school I've been involved with in recent times. Everyone's taking physics. So these kids come in here, and when they tell you, I took physics, that is not that big a deal. That's nowadays just like saying, I took English, I took math, whatever. That is just what they give them. And of course, it's extremely watered down compared to what it used to be. It's often not mathematical based. It's conceptual based. It just kind of maybe do a few experiments, make a project, which, like my children who took just the normal physics, first year in high school, they made a musical instrument and talked about how the sound waves worked. That's cute and everything, right? But they don't actually know anything about college physics. They aren't taking calculus and then doing calculus-based physics. They're just talking about sound waves, and making a pretty instrument, which is really nice, but they come in here with their little bravado, like they know something, and they really don't, even though it's not their fault. Like, they don't even know that, physics used to be a thing that was hard to do, that had standards and, and so on. And it's just not that anymore. In high school, even in college, I have to say, because when I was taking physics in college, I went one time to meet with the professor. He was about to retire, and he knew I was going to be a teacher. He was like pleading with me, like, these kids that come in this class now that have just graduated, they can't do math, they can't think, they can't figure out the problems. Like, please do something about this. I can't take this anymore. And this is like over 20 years ago. You can imagine now, like, luckily these guys who used to see students who knew how to study have retired long ago, because it's just a joke, it's just a joke. I'm sorry. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is sin. It definitely can lead to sin, though, I feel like. And this is definitely this topic is definitely, to be a round earther, I would see that as ignorance of God's law. So I'm trying to see why they really believe that, other than school, Rothschild's school system, K through 12. I don't know.
Yeah, they're indoctrinated. It's a cult. Yeah, there's no doubt. Yeah, it's a religion. And they think they're educated. I mean, that's what's sad, That's what's sad.
It's everywhere on television. You can't do anything about it. I have grandkids. I'm watching it. I'm watching dinosaurs go by on the screen and not saying shit because there's just we can't be ruining 5-year-olds' fun. So, and 3-year-olds and 2-year-olds.
I mean, you won't. Doesn't mean I will.
Oh, I don't care if somebody on TV says they're all fake. I'll be happy with that.
Brown Recluse wants to be freed. I mean, I guess if you wanted to talk about a different topic besides neutrinos, I think you had he was supposed to read the paper, right? Oh, somebody unmuted you. There you go. Would you like to discuss a different topic, Brown Recluse? How about some proof of curvature?
I wanted to talk about that one. If you guys don't want to talk about that one, it's okay.
No, I don't think it's that we don't want to. I think it's that it was pointed out that you're not really qualified to talk about it, that you don't know enough to talk about it. So, and that you can't even explain to us how it's proving your globe. So, pretty sure that's how that conversation went.
Well, I'd like to. I'd like to if you would allow me. Oh shit! Because India's whole point was that neutrinos were disproven, but that doesn't seem to be the case. That he's just positing the one paper from 1946 is where they had very specific.
Yeah, the guy that invented the Van de Graaff generator. Yeah, that guy.
Sure. Again, but the one experiment where they had a specific calometer
Not configuration. It was repeated in the Soviet Union too. I can give you that paper too.
Sure, please. But again, these were all before the actual establishment of widespread nuclear fission, in which neutrinos are produced, in a very, very high quantity and detected in the.
How do you know that?
I'm looking at several papers based on it.
Yeah, but how do they know that if they can't detect them?
They can detect them. What do you mean? It's based on.
There's no such thing as a direct neutrino detection.
I never said indirect. Yeah, but it's like that's the same thing as like.
But this is the problem. This is the problem.
It's an indirect observation. Absolutely.
Where does the neutrino come from? Where was it before it's emitted?
It was either I have no clue. I don't know where it was.
This is the problem. Yeah. There's no theory on where it came from. There's no theory on where it even comes from.
Sure.
It's not in the nucleus. So before the beta decay, where was the neutrino?
It's like you said, you don't know.
It was in the ether? Was it in the ether?
It's hard to say where a nearly massless object came from.
This is just listen, if you comprehended the paper I read, the problem is that they're using the special relativity formulation to how much energy there should be. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And people can't accept that that's wrong, because if they just use a regular kinetic energy formulation, it works out exactly, and there's no problem. It's when they say, hey, we need to do a relativistic correction for the energy, and we should expect this 1.6 mega electron volts instead of the 0.8 mega electron volts that we're getting, right? Well, there must be something missing. Let's invent a neutrino. Where was it before? Who knows? Who cares? And the thing is, they're not detecting neutrinos. They're detecting other neutral particles and saying they're neutrinos.
Well, it's particle interactions that they're detecting, right? There's an interaction occurring, right? So they
don't know the interaction's occurring. They're assuming it's occurring. They're getting a detection. They're getting a detection of a neutral particle. They're saying our detection of the particle we detected was a neutrino. Okay, when they reach that conclusion, then from inference, they're saying, hey, there was some that neutrino passed close to the nucleus, and there was a weak interaction that created a neutrino that caused this to happen.
You just said that they detected the neutrino, right? That's not.
No, they're not detecting a neutrino.
But that's what you just said, right? No, they're detecting
I didn't say that.
interaction. They're detecting
They're detecting. Look, they're detecting.
Cherenkov radiation.
They're detecting a second order interaction.
Yeah,
meaning
exactly.
a pion or a koan is traveling through some fluid, and it's snapping off electrons off of the molecules of the fluid, and those electrons are in an electric field, and as such, they have a trajectory, and then they're measuring the kinetic energy of those electrons. So this is a multi-stage thing. But even this is statistically driven.
Of course. Yeah. Oh, again, it's not. Again, like I said,
this is where you want to plant your flag in.
It's an indirect
as a glow proof. Observation of what? Of a whole bunch of noise, and saying this is signaling the noise. And we're not only going to say this is not only we're saying this signal is a neutrino, and not one of these other cosmic rays, koan, pion, tau, or muon, right? Not one of these other neutral particles. It's the neutral particle that we're looking for.
It's a muon flavored neutrino is what they're using in the specific Minos experiment, right? So again, they can measure
That's a cool story, but they don't know. They have no idea how many muon freaking neutrinos are created. Yes, they have no idea. Don't say they do. No, they can't. With what?
Again, the calometer is part of the process. Again, you can they're detectors.
But you can't tell. You can't tell if you're detecting the pions or any other neutral particle, and you can't eliminate it from being a neutrino. Do you understand?
Again, so from what I'm reading, background
from what you're reading, you're still doing it on the fly right now. It's crazy.
I've been reading it this whole time, like way before I was called on. I've been reading this paper, trying to understand it better, because I'd like to come to a fuller understanding of truth, right? So again, I'm not just trying to get a gotcha with something.
The person you're parroting doesn't believe there is a such thing as truth. You should think of that.
Again, Fitz, I don't really care what Fitz believes, and again, I have my own definitions of truth, right?
You know his first name?
No, I don't know his first name. I don't watch him. I don't watch him. Oh, then I don't know. Again, I don't watch him consistently. Again, I did see the specific interaction you're speaking of, but I just think it's a valid point. If you posit that you can produce neutrinos via fission, which again seems pretty well established in
where do they come from?
I don't know where they come from. I can't tell you where they come from, but this seems like the process of fission, right, causes more neutrinos than the background amount.
You have no way of knowing that.
It seems to be indirectly observed,
but also more other neutral particles are also created, right?
I don't have it, but it's
how are you differentiating one neutral particle from the other and saying this is a neutrino? This is the koan. This is the pion. How do you know which is which? Because you're just getting a detection. You're not getting a direct detection of the thing. That you're getting an indirect detection through something else. Technically, you're just getting a freaking voltage spike.
Right.
Yeah,
but how do you know that voltage spike is caused by the neutrino and not some other neutral particle?
I don't know that for sure.
I know. They trained the fucking feed-forward neural network on synthetic data, what they thought they should detect. And when they get something similar to that as their synthetic data, they say it's a detection. It's garbage. Sorry.
You can assert that all you want, but again, it just doesn't feel like an exact. You claim that the data is synthetic.
You don't know it's synthetic data created from theory.
Again, theory, data created from theory, right, is different.
Synthetic data.
Data can be based off observation.
It's not based upon observation. They don't have an observation because they can't directly detect them.
But again, you can observe something without directly detecting it. Again, you can make an observation of indirect detection.
Okay.
So again,
you're getting a bunch of other indirect detections.
Yes.
How do you get the signal from the noise?
Again, you control an independent variable, which in this case would be
a signal from noise.
Again,
signal from noise. The noise of the neutron. The noise. Oh, really? How do you do that?
You like I said, you control the independent variable, which would be a fission device, whether it be a bomb or a reactor. In the presence of a fission device, you will have
how do you know
more
how how do you know how many neutrinos or pions or koons it emits?
Okay, can we agree that there's more interactions?
How do you know how many it emits in the first place?
Because again, via the same detection properties, the same detection methods.
You're just going in a circle, dude. Okay, you're going in a circle. Detecting of what?
The interactions, the Cherenkov radiation made by these interactions, they're
also made.
Electron destruction.
They're also made by the other neutral particles.
Right. Again,
right, but you can't tell which neutral particles that you also can't directly detect. You have a bunch of signal, okay, and in that signal, you think there's a neutrino somewhere, but the signal. The noise is so much greater than the signal. How do you know which is a signal or not without a priori knowledge of the source? They don't have a priori knowledge of the source. That's what they're trying to figure out in the first place. So they have their theory. So they create synthetic data with this theory, and the synthetic data becomes the a priori knowledge of the source. Okay, and then they compare that noise to theory. That's the filter. It's the same thing they did with LIGO. The exact same thing. They don't know what a gravitational wave looks like, but they know what it would look like in theory.
Yeah,
so they made 250,000 templates from theory and just sat there and waited for a waveform that matched one of this 250,000 possible freaking, black hole plus neutron star plus two black holes. All these scenarios of different so-called gravitational wave events and what that waveform would look like, and sat there and waited till they get a quote-unquote match. Okay, they're doing the same thing. It's junk science. I'm sorry.
Yeah, best you're going to get out of it, Brown Recluse, is a maybe. Maybe it's still never knowable, but maybe we got something.
It was a stillborn theory because they don't have an idea where does the neutrino comes from. It's a particle. Oh, is it? Okay, where does it come from? Oh, we don't know. Just comes out of nowhere. It's not in the nucleus. It's not part of one of the freaking subatomic particles. It's not part of the electron. It's not part of the neutron. It's not part of the fucking proton. It's not part of the quarks or the gluons or the bosons, which are force carriers, which aren't even freaking, can't even create particles. So, where does it come from? No, it's because they think special relativity applies. And they say, hey, there's a bunch of extra freaking energy here with this relativistic correction. And it has to be somewhere, so we're just going to make up this fucking particle. But, lots of people got paid, man. Lots of people got paid.
I'll look more into it. Again, I'm not as familiar with physics.
It's just, it's not as straightforward as they make it out to be. Look, they'll tell you the truth. Because the people that do these things, like Fermilab, the scientists that promote it, they'll tell you the truth. They'll tell you what they're doing. They just don't want you to actually think about it. That's the thing. They'll say, oh, we can't shape the neutrinos into a beam. But we can shape the pions into a beam or something else because they have just enough charge in them that we can shape them with a magnetic field. So we'll measure the pions and from that infer that the neutrinos just must be traveling the same way the pions are traveling. And then they're formed into a beam. It's, it got them lots of money.
Hey, Brown Recluse. Everybody wants to know, do these neutrinos make you believe in the globe?
Yeah, is that what they presented in kindergarten?
They definitely didn't present it in kindergarten. No. Again, if you assume that they can produce and detect neutrinos across these two physical locations, and you assume that the actual physical locations are exactly as they are prescribed to be, then the Earth has to be curved in some way, shape, or form, because the angle at which the neutrinos are being
what angle is that?
Produced 3.3 degrees, being produced
really?
and detected.
How did they measure that?
What's it measured against?
Yeah, like how did they measure the 3.3 degree tilt? Yeah, what's it measured against? That's what that's
horizontal.
What's that?
Horizontal. Again,
hold on,
parallel.
dude.
How do you
we are floating in outer
parallel?
space that has no up or down. Where is this 3 degrees coming from?
Relative to a tangent line off of a sphere.
What?
Yes.
I don't even think they would say that.
So I got it. Yeah, I got you all covered. Here's what you're telling me. This is exactly what you're telling me. You're gonna love this one. Where's my Earth? Here we go. This is what you're telling us. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. No, I mean that.
They're just making it up. Anywhere can be anywhere.
Yeah, everything's based on relative perception. Absolutely, everything requires an inertial frame. I agree.
Yeah, so it's 3 degrees to everything.
Everything that we observe has 3 degrees.
You finally broke down.
There are 3 dimensions. Absolutely.
You're broken, dude.
He's using a 3-dimensional object to describe a 2D movement.
You have to find plumb to find horizontal. Plumb is found first.
Yeah,
right.
Plumb would be straight down.
Okay. Now is that like straight toward the middle of the Earth? Is that
Yes.
perpendicular to the surface of the Earth? No, it's not.
Why is it not?
It's not on the globe. That's it on a flat Earth. It's not that on a globe.
Why is it not on a globe? Down isn't
Because it's something called that's right. It's called deflection of the plumb line.
Let's hear it.
Deflection of the vertical. Yeah, the globe has curved plumb lines. It doesn't have straight plumb lines. You didn't know this? Yeah, it sucks, man. It sucks to be globe.
I'm just not understanding you. What do you mean? Because if you start at a point, if you start at any point above a sphere,
hang a string with a weight on it, that rope curves.
Based on what principle?
You ask them.
No, yeah, but you're asserting that it curves on a globe. Why does it curve on a globe?
No, they say it curves on a globe. I'm not
based on what principle?
I'm not asserting.
Right. So based on what principle that they're asserting, does it curve?
That the stars don't line up with their frickin' globe.
That doesn't make any sense. Again, I've never heard.
Okay, let's say you had a star that was supposed to be at zenith at your location, right? But you don't measure it at zenith. You measure it at 1 degree degrees off according to your latitude and longitude. Well, they're not going to change the latitude and longitude at that point. They're going to say, well, gravity deflected the vertical. And it tilted my instrument. It tilted my plumb line, right? So that it tilted in the wrong direction other than zenith.
What? I've never heard that. Where is that asserted once? Where?
Go read.
I'm looking at
Determination of the figure of the Earth. It's on archive.org. You can read it.
Okay.
It's first noted in about.
I will go read it. I'm getting a phone call, but I will be back.
All right. I wonder.
You know the picture where they say you are here in the universe, and it points down and says there's this little dot. You are here. You know, you guys all know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to know, where's Polaris in there? I want to know which direction. Yeah. Where's Polaris in there? Curious.
Might not even be in the Milky Way.
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, it has to be in the Milky Way. Dude, the Milky
can't
Way's
see
like
past
100 million
that.
light years across. Or something.
Yeah. We can't even see out of it.
Yeah, don't they say the Milky Way is what, 100,000?
So if it's in front of us while we're spinning around in this hurricane, shouldn't it always be like going off to the left when you're looking up? Wanting to be going off to the left all the time?
It should definitely be moving. It shouldn't be staying stationary, that's for sure.
I was just wondering, I'm going to ask a Glober the next time when they want to talk about space and where we're at. Let's say here. All right, right here. Here's where we are. If you look at the arrow points, exactly where we are. There's Earth if you look real close. Where's Polaris? We get all those stars used point to Polaris.
They'll just use the same excuse. It's just too big. Oh, it's too big. You can move.
If you can point to a little tiny Earth, you can point to big, gigantic Polaris that you're moving towards.
So I'd like to bring you guys in on something.
All right.
Let's hear it.
All right. So every day, I do what I call is a false flag. Let's look at today's false flag. So today, I just looked, and it's kind of funny. SpaceX buys radio frequencies, the rights to certain radio frequencies for $17 billion. EchoStar, which owns Dish Network, Boost Mobile, all to provide cell service without special equipment. So in my head, I'm thinking, like, why would you need a land-based thing to do your business and make money?
Well, because like ours at work, our backup of the backup system, it's called Starlink. This red box got 4 antennae off of it. Looks just like the other cell boxes we've got. I shouldn't be telling this, but anyway, it's amazing, isn't it? I know it's not pointing at anything in the sky. It's called Starlink. It's one of our we have redundancy at where I work, so I shouldn't even say that.
Dude, I was at a Fidelity Investments headquarters and buried in the woods of New Hampshire. It's like they're, I don't know, doomsday bunker or something. They had a battery backup that was like the size of 4 gymnasiums with giant fucking like 30-foot tall fucking batteries, all like fucking daisy chained together. So if the power, like even if their 3 generators went out and the electrical power went out, they had a battery backup for their entire facility that they told me would last 48 hours.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, definitely about 48 hours, I would think, if it's that big. But yeah, it's still going to eat it up. It's still going to eat it up right away. Of course. You can't turn off enough things to keep it from draining power, besides turn everything off.
We went up there to get it. You remember Spark stations, Spark servers? I don't know if you remember those.
Spark servers?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course I do.
Yeah, we were grabbing a couple of those.
Spark stations. Are they part of the Sun Microstation network?
Yeah, you got it. That's exactly all in Java. It's freaking crap.
Yeah, they just blew ass.
But that was like security through obscurity, right? Like, oh, we're using Solaris operating system. No one's going to hack this. No one even knows what it does. Like, it's junk.
I had a copy of it, and I couldn't get it to run for some reason, and I didn't even try. I gave up. Then I installed IBM's quote OS2. Remember OS2?
Oh yeah.
Wow, that was, oh my god, that might have been the worst operating system ever in the world.
I don't know. The next operating system was pretty ass too. The Apple one, the fucking when Jobs was on his own, or maybe it was right after. It's called Next. It's really shit.
I don't know if I remember it.
It was that bad. That's why you don't remember it.
I remember somebody bringing over a Macintosh and setting it on my dining room table and turned it on, and I said, "What the fuck am I looking at, dude?" Because it was like totally different from what I was used to. I was running BBSs back then. They brought a Mac. It had the paperwhite screen, and the monitor was turned up long ways. That whatever that Mac was called back then. I was like, holy shit. I better start learning more about computers, even more than I already know. And at that time, I knew everything that you could know about them. And I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, we got more to learn about.
This piece of trash, dude. It was horrible.
What about Novell?
At least that would run forever. Never I can do it.
We had some kind of special event today or something?
Yeah, man, you're here. Yep. Guest of honor. Happy birthday.
Talking about
homecoming. Yeah, we're having a homecoming. Yeah.
We're talking about OSs tonight and how they all only work on a flat Earth.
Oh, yeah, I can't have an OS in Globe.
Talk about Novell NetWare. They make good file servers that lasted forever. I seen one like, I don't know, it was like fucking.
And what I did, I left the Novell network running, and I was able to connect my NT server to the Novell server, and so I was just able to just slowly move everything over right into the NT in the network, and I seamlessly pulled that Novell server out, and I never even took the office down, and I was working for a financial company.
That's pretty slick.
I have to tell Elbow, hold on, guys. I have to give him the score.
Sorry, we're in
the homecoming game. I know he wants to know the score of the Flat Earth Globe homecoming game. 49-0, flat side one, and then we called it because of Mercy, and they all ran away. Last player was Brown Recluse, who said he had a phone call, and nobody else has even brought up curvature since then.
Damn. Feel bad for the Globers.
They're losers every single time. I know, and they never score any points. It's really sad if you're a Globe fan.
It's like being a Browns fan almost, because we never win, and we lost yesterday, or the day before yesterday, or whenever the game was on. So I don't ever expect to win a football game.
No, I think the intermittent reinforcement of being a Lions fan is much more painful.
Yeah, I haven't heard about the Cowboys yet.
Well, listen, you don't understand. We never won the Super Bowl.
At least you score sometimes.
What? Kicking it over the fucking goalpost? Because that's the only way we score any points.
Oh, you got shut out, huh?
Nah, man. Sometimes you score by throwing it to the other team.
Well, anyway, that's what a Glober feels like. They feel like a Browns fan.
Yo, the Browns got robbed, dude. In the 80s.
Oh, when they moved to Baltimore?
No. It was a game against that dumb fuck that fumbled. Was it Mac? Or Biner? Was it Biner? Ernest Biner?
Oh, you mean the paid loss that you obviously is happening. You're getting paid to drop that one ball.
Yeah, and then then you get paid not to stop the other team.
Oh yeah, I
going 99 yards in freaking a minute.
Yeah, I couldn't catch him. Yeah, he's way too fast for me. I'm going out tonight, by the way, even though we lost.
Lisa's
Ernest Biner?
Wasn't it Ernest Biner?
Might have been.
I think I know what you're saying.
Oh, Creation Bear likes my homecoming name. Did you change our event name? You could just do that next time. Call it homecoming, right? Oh, you did change the name. It's now called Can You Pass the Triangle Test? That's our event now.
Yeah, I'm gonna change it again.
Super.
Boomer alert.
Who's the boomer?
You.
Why am I a boomer?
No, the footballers are boomers talking about 80s.
Yeah.
That's when he used to actually be football.
Talking about Brian Sipe and shit. Bernie Kosar.
When people used to actually hit each other and like you didn't touch the quarterback and then they like take you out of the game for a month.
Hey, Tom Brady got hit quite a bit. Okay, so shut up.
It wasn't. You don't understand. Now I know you never watched any 80s football games.
No, Tom Brady got destroyed a bunch of times. He got right back up. But I understand the open field hits and the helmets are freaking.
The purpose of the defense was to take the opposing team's quarterback out of the game. That was like the game plan. What is the game plan? Take this guy out. Take the other guy out. You'd see games like where the losing team it was typical that quarterback got sacked 5 to 7 times and taken out of the game sometime in the third quarter with a fucking concussion. Then he'd play the next week. That was the 80s, dude. It was fucking 3 yards and a fucking cloud of dust.
Back in my day, we used to hit like men.
And plus, Tom Brady didn't even play until the late 90s or 2000s.
Yeah, you couldn't hit below the knee anymore. And then there was the in the grasp. They didn't even invent that till the 80s. They used to like body slam the quarterback.
Oh yeah, like WWE slamming them.
No, that was fake.
Yeah, it sure was in football, huh?
Look at Randy Orton slithering. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out!
I'll defend wrestling until I'm dead.
Sheesh. This is awesome. Hey, Indio.
Go.
Are you there?
Yeah.
It's a purple strain.
Yeah, man. I'm here. Are you there?
I don't know. Yeah, did you? I don't know if you got to listen to Planet Peterson's little critique of you.
I haven't got to it yet.
Uh-oh.
I listened to it today. It's probably not worth it for you. Nah. It's probably not worth it for you to listen to, but
this guy stinks.
Yeah.
I'll get to it when I get to it.
It's like 80%
I've already debated him twice. He's already up on the podcast. He's freaking he's already been cooked enough times.
Yeah, I listened to it while I was driving today, and I was like, I didn't comment or nothing. I'm a casual observer, but I stuck up for you in my mind, at least.
Well, it's a thought.
Thanks for the support. Yeah, it's a thought that counts. Did you think hard when you stuck up for me, or did you think was it a passing thought?
Well, I rolled my eyes a lot.
So rolling the eyes, it's about a medium.
Yeah, rolling my eyes and thinking that I should say something to this.
Pause.
Look, Planet Peterson knows where I am. He could have came in. He could have brought all that shit up right to my fucking face, but he didn't. He's a bitch.
Oh, he bashed you pretty good, though. I mean, not pretty
fine.
good.
You can do that behind my back. It's fucking coward.
That's what I was.
I've debated him 3 times. Actually, 4 times. 2 times he didn't record it, and 2 times. Actually, it was 3 times. He didn't record it, but we did. And then the 3rd time he recorded it, which was probably a mistake too. He should have never did that. So now he knows where I am. He could have just came in and didn't have another debate and cooked me in whatever he made a video on. But instead, he doesn't want any rebuttal. He doesn't want anybody to say anything back to him. He just wants to be able to say what he wants. Fine. He can say what he wants. Eventually, I'll watch the video and I'm going to cook his ass. But, I got other shit to do right now. I got other shit going on unrelated to Planet Peterson is a very low priority, dude. It's like I stepped in something.
Yeah,
that's how priority it is.
I put the podcast up there from our podcast, TikToker, Planet Peterson versus 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Can somebody tell me, because I used to go out of my way to find it on Spotify because I thought other people couldn't open Apple Podcasts, but can someone who doesn't have Apple device tell me, can you open that link? So then I'll know if I have to bother always finding the Spotify one. That'd be cool.
It makes me trying to sign in.
So yeah.
Oh, it makes you try to sign in. Okay. Then I'll do the Spotify one. Thank you for telling me.
Yep.
Well, Alpha called me the other night and he asked me to listen to it and tell him what I thought of it. And I just listened to it today, and I haven't seen Alpha lately, but it was pathetic.
Yeah, where is he, bro?
Well, I'm sure he's working somewhere, doing something. Keep the veins.
Stop the cap.
Is he looking for his hands?
Maybe.
Okay, I found the other one from Spotify. That's a good one. The latest podcast episode is really good too. That's another PhD. Several people talked to in the Discord. That guy was really clueless.
Well, it seemed like he wanted to pause it and give his take on it, and then fast forward it about 20 minutes and say, "Well, I'm not going to play all this for you, but if you were to listen to it on your own, like he knows that nobody's going to go do that. This is what the idiot flat earthy guy Indio is going to say." What? And of course his audience is going to be like, "Oh, what a retard," whatever. But yeah, no, I was following your argument and shaking my head at his responses, and like I said, rolling my eyes. But he didn't do Flat Earth any favors. That's why I was like, Miggy kind of wanted me to listen to it, and I was like, "Oh, I'll check it out." It really didn't do much for me, but it kind of made me mad. But other than that, I'm cool.
He is annoying. He is like a school teacher that was kicked out of public schools for teaching the kids atheism or something. So, yeah.
Wait, Peterson was?
Yeah.
That
word
makes
on the
sense.
street, man. That was the word on the street about him.
Dang,
Now, it could be completely wrong. That's my caveat, but that's just what. I don't know if I read it in like his own comments or someone made a video about him because he started on evolution, that thing.
Can't believe they didn't let him keep doing it.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. You're right. But I think he was a teacher in Pennsylvania, like a 10th grade teacher.
Well, it seemed like every time you had an argument or something, it seemed like every time you had an argument, he paused it to tell his audience what Indio was about to say and how much wrong he was. It wasn't like he was giving you a fair shake in any of it, but not that a Glober would give a flat earther a fair shake anyway, but it was humorous, but I did roll my eyes quite a bit. Congratulations, Special K, you rolled your eyes.
Where is AV, man? He's MIA.
Yeah, bro.
I talked to him Saturday morning. How long has he been gone?
Oh, I don't know.
Feels like forever. I'm gonna start crying, bro.
Mickey, come back.
Yeah, exactly. Mickey, come back.
You can blame it all on me. I was wrong.
Friends.
Damn, right on top of that. That's awesome. You're right on top of that.
Hey, put some respect on my name.
Put some respect on my name.
What's up, Vlad?
Oh, what's up with you and your girlfriend there, bud? How you doing?
We are live.
Huh?
You're live. Oh, wait, are we live?
Yeah, we're live. No, but you remember last time I heard you were talking about this girl that you were seeing and all this stuff, like how she was all special. Is she still around, buddy?
Stop the cap.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Oh,
coming in hot. He's just like,
I come in hot like you know exactly how I like it, right? I love to fucking come in there real good.
Hey, yo, pause. Listen, bro, look.
I'm just saying.
My eyes on Dandelion.
You talked a lot of shit. Talked a lot of shit. That's all I'm saying.
I only have love for Dandelion, and that's it.
Oh, okay.
For 30 seconds, that's his max.
I'm a serial messiah. Whoa, why are you gonna throw me under the bus like that?
That's it, 30 seconds. That's all it is. That's all it is. Yeah, right. Yeah. 30 seconds.
Oh, that's crazy. She just trashed me, right? That's fine. It's all right.
Guess you couldn't handle it, eh?
Yeah, she's
Yeah!
I'm not even gonna get canceled if I say it. WJ the line.
Hey, listen, friend.
Hey, Creation Bear, if you really need to speak to your buddies, I'll deafen myself for a minute. Is that what you need?
No.
I go into the soundproof booth. You can tell them like it really is.
She's just gonna go straight.
Yeah, tell me how it really is, buddy. Let's go.
She's gonna go straight to the tubes. Listen.
But you were saying how she was all special. Do you think she's the one and all that shit? What was that about?
The cap.
I think you got the wrong guy.
Nah, bro. I swear to God, I heard that shit, bro. We can actually. I think it was
the only believes in the next one.
Yeah, there's the one. There's only like this one, that one, and actually it's only.
Oh, okay.
It's only.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
You can't spell Dandelion without one. So.
You need internet girls now. Huh? Okay. Damn.
It's pretty good, Creation Bear. Did you just come up with that on the fly?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I can see, how you might have some success out there with the ladies then.
Yeah, just like the last one. Oh, boom, boom, boom.
And they find them watching Fresh and Fit, and they're like, ugh.
Yeah, you got to keep that. You got to keep that on the down low, Creation Bear.
Yeah.
Probably on you? No, it's public.
No, you're getting bad advice from people you don't fucking understand, bro. They definitely don't know what the fuck they're talking about, huh?
That's cap, bro.
No, that's not actually. I don't think I listen to these. I listen to plenty of those guys, my guy. Half the shit they're saying is stupid. I'm not saying all of it's stupid. Half the shit is.
telling a girl that the relationship is open on your side and closed on her side is fucking nuts, bro.
No, it's facts. That's facts.
That's fucking stupidity of epic proportions.
That's the only way it should be, bro. It's facts.
No.
Right, Neil? No, dude, you're not. See, you're not
Maybe
alpha enough. Just kidding.
No, I'm not fucking mentally ill.
No, but here's what these guys don't understand.
All,
Listen,
you're trying to die. Like literally, you're literally trying to die. Like you're gonna end up with the wrong girl, and that bitch will kill you.
You guys are gonna get me canceled, all right? We can't go full misogyny right now.
Vic, listen, creation, you're no alpha. You're so far from fucking alpha. It's insane. Let's just start with that. But I don't know why. Well, then don't even mention that fucking word. Why are you coming
after me, Chad?
I'm just
I did not hire him. I did not hire him. We have never.
You know what? Now I know for a fact that's what you did.
Well, anyway, I'm just saying.
We'll go full misogyny another time, all right, bro? Like,
women like to be dominated, but not in a way that men understand. That's the fucking problem. Most men don't understand how to dominate women. You know what I mean? But women want that domination. You know what I mean?
All right, bro. You're gonna get me canceled, all right? They're gonna come after me.
Cancel? Yeah. Cancel about what? Listen, a woman will set her own boundaries. Men don't set boundaries for women. Women set their own boundaries if they like the man. That's what men don't understand.
It's not me, Chad.
I'm just saying. Just saying.
Bring it up, Chad.
That's why all the women cheat on men, because they don't dominate them enough.
Look, we'll do a full episode on Frontline Unfiltered.
You sound like Ari Maddie.
Who the fuck is Ari Maddie?
You know the guy who talks like this and the guy who does like that? It's on Kill Tony.
Oh, trust me, I'm far from that shit. I'm just very chill right now.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I'm very chill right now. Oh, you guys want to see some crazy shit? Bro, you guys, I have technology galore happening right now. Right? I've been renovating my house and shit, which is sick. Plus, I have this little quick, crazy little setup that not a lot of people know exists, but it fucking runs so sick. Watch this, friends. Watch this, friends. Bella, fuck off.
Friends, what is you think you're AI or something?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He's copyrighted that.
Jeez, yeah. Yeah, okay then, my friend.
Oh, see, there goes again.
It's okay. Haterade.
Just want to say W panel. It's been a great show, guys. It's all going downhill for me.
Hey, somebody's butthurt, friends. Somebody's butthurt, friends. It's okay. Hey, you can't share my screen? Hey, why can't I share my screen?
Was this your first time here, bro?
I was supposed to be able to share my screen, no? You share screen everywhere.
I don't know. I don't think people did. I think because there's a lot of people in here. I got to tell Creation Bear, hello. I hope you are not feeling discouraged about our event, because now it's the homecoming. Like, the party has just begun, and you have done such a great job promoting this all night long. It's like, I think, really amazing that it just so happened that everybody ended up back in the home server because of this weird technical glitch that was going on earlier, because I know a lot of people have been saying be nice to have more events here, and it's not always easy to get something started, you know. So thanks to everybody who got it started here and kept it going, and thanks Creation Bear for promoting the events and everything. So I think it's been really nice.
Yeah, it's been a great show. It's been a great show indeed. I'll put in that.
I didn't know you guys are having some shit here. I just passed her by. I just turned on Discord randomly. Saw everybody. That's crazy.
W's in the chat. W's for CB.
We should get some W's in the chat.
Yep, guys. WCB.
Good job, CB.
I'm blushing like Mae West in the corner right now.
All right.
You the man. Somebody call the CB police. Sheesh.
Sucks. We got up to like 55 people in the panel. Holy, bro, that was impressive.
56.
Awesome. 56? Okay. It might be the biggest panel in this server all year.
That's great. All right. Gosh, yeah. And it's September.
All we have to do is just pick a day or two and come over here, bro. It's like, what causes the tide sways from politics to English sub to politics to English sub? All we have to do is just swing it over here one day or two a week. That's it.
Yeah, what day do you think would be good? You should take a poll.
I think it'd be. Ooh, you know what? I'll do that. Poll's a good idea.
How many options can you have in the poll? Can you have 7?
I think
7.
So. Yeah, let me make sure.
Looks like Monday worked fine.
Update.
Tactical Droid says every day that ends with Y. Can we vote more than one time? Oh, yeah, select one or more. Good. Because I'm definitely going to pick Wednesday because I already have an alarm set on my phone at 4:30 on Wednesday to go to Ladies' Night, which hasn't really been happening. So maybe we should do it here.
Yeah, Wednesday and Sunday, maybe?
Sundays, this seemed to work.
We could do Speculation Sunday in here.
Yeah. That's a good idea because people liked that and then other people didn't like it. So then they don't have to come.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Somebody earlier was like, hey, everybody, let's go over to the politics server. I was like, hell no. What? We just got here.
I know. Yeah. I know. That's so weird that people are doing that when there hasn't really been a lot of activity there lately, but it's kind of like, but now we want to be there. Now that you're over here, come over there. Anyway, I put Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. I don't know, but I guess, Tactical Droid's probably voting for all of them. Because we used to do Ladies' Night on Friday in here, which that was also a good night. A lot of people used to come to that, followed by Men's Night.
Men's Night, that's everything.
Yeah, because I don't know, CB, you were there. Remember how, there were a lot of, quite a few ladies here, so, we would get a whole bunch of Globers in here talking to us, and then the men would sit there salivating until it was over, and then they would pounce on them. Yeah.
Pause.
You remember that?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It was really hard as a dude just sit there and just knock them off. But hey, good practice.
Yeah, for sure. I know, because, that is the challenge, is we have so many people who are good at the flat earth argument. Everybody has their own little flavor. Everybody wants to jump in, but I think we've gotten pretty good at taking turns. I think better than it used to be. I feel like people used to be more prickly about it, but now it's like we're better at cooperating. I don't know. That's my take on it. What do you think?
It just depends on who's in here, I guess.
Yeah.
When you're here, everything's good. So.
Oh, well, I only know what happens when I'm here, so I guess that's a problem. Because I do sometimes listen on the YouTube, but then I'm listening on YouTube. I'm like, I have to go in there. I very rarely can listen and not feel like I have to go in there. Because, because you get excited about what people are talking about. You want to be part of it. So, yeah.
Yeah, when I was taking my long break away from Discord, I was always spiraling in YouTube, unable to say anything.
Oh, that's the worst, dude. That's the worst. Like, no, they need to be saying it like this.
What are you doing? Why are you letting him? It's not a vacuum. It's not an outer space vacuum disk. Why aren't you saying something? Because they'd be like, so what about this? And it's like, what? Address it now while it's on the table. Don't let it go. Why are you letting it go? Oh my
God. Shout out to the YouTube hecklers. I've probably been mean to them, but like we can all use internal critique and constructive criticism, right? So, yeah, because I usually, if I see it, I'll be out there like, all right, what's your Discord username? I'll tag you so you can come in and do it better. But, I don't always see it. So keep heckling and I won't pick on you if I don't see it.
That was me. When you had to tag that random person.
Oh, was that you? Did I actually yell at you? Because I've done it so many times. It's totally possible.
Yeah. He was like, what was the context? Because I was commenting on how there's a lot of times where you'll like drag out a statement of information and you'll repeat yourself. And I'm like, no, you need brevity.
Tactical droid, you're TD. I really unleashed on you. And then AI Overlord banned you. Is that why you came into Discord?
No, I am Jimmy Williams.
Oh, okay, you're not. Okay, because the last guy he banned, but I remembered you too, Jimmy Williams. Yep, you're right. We used to fight. Yeah, sorry.
I'm like, I'm not mad. You're like,
I know.
I see your war
You are, I can see talking to you that you're a very reasonable person, so I apologize if I flew off the handle for real.
You're okay.
Yeah, man, I feel bad for the guy he banned. Maybe that guy will come to Discord too and talk to me. Be cool.
Well, that's what Laserland is like really good for. It's kind of a honeypot. Like for some reason, Globers think that women are like an easy target.
Yeah, that's why it kind of used to annoy me because, I didn't mind, that was obviously what was happening. Yeah, like more people were willing to come because there wasn't as much aggression going on or like all the stuff that was going on at the time, even more than it does now. But I was like, it would have been nice to be appreciated like you just did. Instead of sitting there in the chat, like heckling us, telling us how we were doing it wrong and how they really wish they could talk. Or a person I'm not allowed for his name to escape my lips anymore. But you know who I mean, CB, who said, I'm almost ready to cut my dick off to come in there. The person whose name starts with a Q that we're not allowed to talk about.
Oh, wait,
that guy. Yeah. He did. That's why I thought you'd say his name. I thought for sure you'd recognize that quote. Jeez.
That's really funny, though. I'm going to steal that.
We can't talk about him?
Oh, no, you can. I'm being very silly. Do not, I'm very silly a large percentage of the time, so don't ever take me seriously, all right?
All right, fine.
Okay, yep. Fairly sarcastic.
No, it's not even sarcasm. No, it's just, never mind. You can talk about Quantum Eraser, how much you love him, how he did so much for Flat Earth. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I messaged or I tagged him a couple of times. I'm like, get in here, Onk. He's busy shooting bows and arrows or something.
I've learned a lot from him.
I mean, I know the Globers are happy, but I'm not happy. I'm not happy, all right?
I know. That's very sweet of you, CB. Do the violin Italian restaurant one.
Should I do that one?
Yeah.
I particularly like that one.
I know, me too. Well, there's new people in here. Do you think any of them have proof of a globe?
Al-Faid Mutazila. Is that giving
what
Glober?
makes up?
Hurrah!
The Glober?
It's giving Glober.
Make some talk.
CDOC.
Hi everyone. No, I'm Flat Earth. I believe in the Flat Earth.
You're up.
Sometimes what really makes them speak up is if you say that space is fake, and then they're like, "What did he just say?"
Wait. Al-Fad? He's a flat earther? Really?
Al-Faid. That's a wrong.
Yes, I am.
You are. So, what would you tell someone about the flat Earth, right? What's your best evidence?
I would say it's the how can I say that? The seasons, the way they change. It doesn't make sense on a globe, on a spherical Earth. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me.
So seasons don't make sense on the globe. I asked you though, what's your best evidence for a flat Earth?
Well, from a purely pragmatic perspective, I would say if you go out and you just stick to observation, you will see that the Earth is flat. Even if you go up high in the sky, you would never see the curvature. They say that you need to leave the mesosphere or exosphere. I don't know which. I'm not an expert on this. That's why I came here to
I believe it's the
gain more knowledge. But yeah, based on observation, that's.
I heard that, CB. I heard that.
And it's agreed.
What?
Okay. So he says observation. Right. What else, Neil?
Yeah, that's definitely pulled a 180 from your first statement, so I'll give you props on that one. Yeah, what else could you give us? I mean, that was pretty good.
Wait, when did you become a member? What year did you become a member of the Flat Earth Society?
Sorry?
Wait, Neil, go ahead.
No, there is something, by the way.
What about airplanes? You can see the curve outside of an airplane, right? Oh, the window?
No, you cannot. I made the test myself. I thought the same, but no, you can't. I cannot see it personally. Unless you have a fish eye on your eyes, maybe you can witness like a curvature. I did not personally, no. But there is maybe something. I thought that the stars that we see are actually not in their real position as they are right now. Like we see them from light years, and they're supposed to be in another position. And in some 5,000 or 12,000 years, the Polaris that we see now is not going to be in the same position. And this is maybe the biggest challenge that I had concerning like the flat Earth. Like to stick to this belief of the flat Earth. That's why I came here to see if my points could be, I don't know, addressed. Because I'm not a physician. Matter of fact, I don't study anything related to physics. I'm really bad at math. I'm more of a law student, so I cannot really justify any point. Rather, I come here to learn, you know.
Do you think the Earth is a disk in outer space?
I would say, okay, look, I don't know exactly how it looks like. Is it like a disc, or does it have like how can I say it? Like a form of pizza-like edges, you know, like a crust, sort of, you know, like the edges made of ice, something like that. I don't know, but one thing is sure, I don't believe it to be a globe. It doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, so your question was, you want to know what's in the sky, like the stars and how far away they are? You're kind of confused about that, so that's why you came here?
No, I came here for many things, actually. I was here before. I already came and then I left. And now I came back because actually I'm a Muslim. And people are fighting against, I suppose you guys, maybe most of you are Christians, like you believe in God, so you have many people attacking your religion based on that kind of stuff, like, yeah, your book says
so let's fast forward this and let's just get to your question. So what is your question?
Yeah, okay, so basically, they say, like scientists and stuff, that the moon is a reflection of the sun. It's like of a bulb that reflects the light that comes from the sun, and that's what explains the moon phases and stuff. How does that take place, for example, on the flat Earth model? the moon
First,
phases and
the Earth is not a disk in outer space. Outer space is fake. There is no ever expanding vacuum. You're in an enclosed environment because you're breathing gas pressure.
yeah, I know, like there is water outside, right? That's what you say. It's like it's not vacuum in what people call space. I don't know how you call it, but what's outside of our Earth or beyond the sky is water, right?
How do you know that?
No, I'm asking you a question.
No, but that's what you said. Okay, so how would we know though?
I don't know. Personally, I have no idea about what does it look like outside.
Okay, then we don't either. We don't have like a God's eye view of the Earth, right? So we have the same experience on Earth as you do. So we wouldn't know what's up there either.
Yeah. That sounds pretty intellectually honest. Yeah. I like the humility that people who believe the Earth is flat have, because technically what the globists say is that their theory is kind of apodictic. It becomes something that is true because it has to be true. They don't say it's just a theory, so it's subject to error or mistake. And then we just say that we don't know as much as you don't, so we won't say that it's for sure. I don't know, like outside of planet Earth there is like water or air or it's plasma or whatever. We would just say that we don't know, and we won't like take our hypothesis for something 100% true. That's what I like. That's what actually attracted me at the beginning. Because
that's good. Yeah, it seems like you got a good head on your shoulder, and you observe reality for what it is, and don't make assumptions that you can't validate. So yeah, seems like you come to the right place.
No, don't worry. I'm not a globe Earth. Like I don't believe in the globe at all.
But do you believe in flat Earth?
Yeah, I do. As I told you, like.
So you believe in it? Do you know the Earth is flat?
Do I actually look? If I rely purely on my capacity, like to travel and stuff, I know that I will never be able to go beyond the sky. So if I don't go beyond the sky, I can only see a flat Earth. So I know that what I see is flat. It cannot be otherwise. But if I have more, let's say, arguments to prove it, like Eratosthenes tried to prove that the Earth is a globe using the sticks to show the shadows and whatever, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I would take it to show that the Earth is flat, but as to now, I don't have anything else that could prove that the Earth is flat, like the way they would prove it. You got me.
Okay, I'll give you an easy one, right? So, water, right? And large bodies of water, right? So we'll go to a bathtub, right? The surface of the bathtub, would you agree that that's level, horizontal, flat?
Yeah.
Okay, well then we'll just continuously scale that up to a swimming pool, then we'll go to a lake, and then we'll go to an ocean. And that's a very good way to, extrapolate that the Earth is flat. The water measures flat, level at rest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
no, I agree.
Like
the experience with the boat that progressively disappears, and the upper side of the boat appears to be upside down, and they say this is due to the fact that there is a curvature. But I saw a video where they experimented the same thing maybe on a lake with like an electric boat. It was a toy, and they just zoomed in and they observed the same phenomenon, because it looks like what you cannot see. You see like the area where the boat is going to disappear. You might think that this is because of the curvature, but you can see that there is nothing beyond. Actually, it's just like a continuation, because if you were on the boat, you would not feel the same thing visually than the one who sees you from miles away. So technically, it's just an optical illusion.
Yeah, it's optical. We have optics, right? And the globe, just remember this, the globe hijacks the horizon, right? They claim that the horizon is physical. It's physical Earth curve. So as long as you remember that, and honestly, you should learn the globe as much as it seems, counterintuitive. Oh, why would I learn something that's not real, right? It helps you get a better understanding of the glober's arguments and how to dismantle them very easily and swiftly and get a good understanding of where they're coming from, right? So load your mind with that ammunition, and especially the ammunition of the measurements of the globe and the measurements of the distance to the curve of the supposed Earth, right? Or the supposed curve of the Earth, that's how I should word it. So as long as you get those distances right, they can't run away from it, because we have so many long distance observations, which smashes the globe's claim, just completely erases it, right? So yeah, we could help you with those. We can post those. I'm sure Dandelion has a couple of those. We have plenty of observations.
Neil, what am I posting? Long distance observations?
The BC Lake.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. All right, I will. Yep. I'll get on it.
Yeah, it's LFAD. You can go look in the comments, and I'm sure they're posting as we speak. And yeah, have yourself a little gander. If you have any other questions, go for it.
This is just like formality, but they came up with a lot of calculations that I don't understand. I told you I don't have any huge background in mathematics and stuff, but they say that they can calculate the diameter of the Earth, 14 something like that. They said kilometers, and to do that, maybe they did it intuitively at the beginning. It was like just
so just remember this: they calculated it, but nobody in human history has actually physically measured it. And that's where you get the globers every time, right? You just bring them back to reality and out of their calculations and their little mother's basements of nerdology, and you just say, okay, who proved the curvature of the Earth? And then they'll bring up like Eratosthenes or some other person. You're like, no, who in reality measured the curvature of the Earth? And every time they got nothing. They have to go to imaginary, calculations and non-measurements, and the Earth can't be flat, or it can't be this, so it must be a globe, right? They go to fallacious arguments. So just crap them on that. Learn a lot of the globe. That's how you get it, because it confused me when I first started. I was just taking everything the globers were saying on faith, right? I was like, oh, these people seem smart, calculation, scientists, blah, blah, blah. Once you really start looking into it, it's a bunch of hosh-posh. It's a bunch of Hogwarts, Star Trek. So that's the knowledge I can give you. I'm sure there's many other people on the server that are itching to talk and give you some substance, but I can just give you the meta around everything.
It's a very good advice, my friend, and I thank you for it. I think that if I start doing this, I will have to consecrate a lot of my time to it, because most of the people globe earthers that I've spoken to are like professors in physics, or they study engineering. Anyways, they're good with this, so they will, but they're very intuitive with me. They just tell me, okay, if you believe it's a flat Earth, you can make this experiment with the light bulb, and you see that the sun would have to cover all the space that you put the light on in this model that you will reproduce at home. Like it's gonna be almost the same, and so on, and that's why it's taking. To know the globe, and I know it's the right thing to do, but it will take you a lot of time to understand concepts that you would have never ever like investigated before. I don't know. Can I ask you this question? Do you have any degree in I don't know something related to science, or you just discovered everything when you?
Yeah, I'm a scientist. I don't have a degree, but I'm a scientist.
Okay, nice. So you have the tools. Like you didn't discover everything when you started, questioning the globe beliefs and stuff.
That's the thing. You're a scientist too. We're all scientists. You don't need a degree to be a scientist, right? These like leaps and bounds of, oh, you have to study this. Oh, I've been this for so long. It's like, no, bro. Just go out in reality and learn, right?
It's how
the scientists do.
Yeah. No, I agree with everything you said. I really like it the way it is here because it's really well ordered. You can find almost every topic exhaustively detailed. Like for example, if I want to know more about the Selenelion, I will find it in its own channel, and the eclipse in another channel. Same for the geodesy. They mentioned it one time, geodesy, but I didn't know what it meant. Geodesy, whatever, and many other topics. But that's a good thing. I know that they sometimes they just. I watched a video of that Professor Dave. I just find them very, very arrogant and very immature. As a scientist, you need to be. How can I say that? Mature, humble, and very polite. When you speak to someone, not treat them like kids, or talk to them in a disrespect. Like
you can talk to someone however you want, as long as you're like telling the truth and giving actual substance, right? Like Professor Dave, you mean not a Professor Dave? He's not even a professor. That's just his YouTube stage name.
Yeah, I was pretty sure he was a scam. I'm glad that I learned that thing because I mean that's how many views he makes whenever he makes a video. I mean this topic makes a lot of videos and there is shadow banning, so to learn things from a flat earth perspective, it's really, really hard. Like whenever I try to type something on Google, you will have the flat earth WS that debunks the misconception. That's what they pretend. And then when you want to know more, you need to go to Odyssey or BitChute and Discord. Here it's better. So yeah, it's good that I'm here. Thank you very much for the introduction, my friend.
Anytime, brother. Any other questions? Feel free to ask and enjoy the ride.
I will do. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, W's for Mustafa in chat. Everyone drop your W's for this interested in learning flat earther, right? So in the meantime, do we have any Globers that are itching to get the religion off their chest and spread the word?
You did that one time?
What's that tip? TIP?
Oh, I thought he was hot. I thought he was hot miking. I'd already muted him. Now he's unmuted. I don't know. Tip, did you know you were unmuted? Because he only has a listening pass. He was kind of doing that lighting up while Neil was talking. I'm just going to mute him again.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was going to stop me from hearing you? Yes. No. You got a mic.
You got me last time with that one, not this time.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hello.
Who that?
Hey, your favorite CB. We got the guy at the bottom, alive or just breathing. Huh. Is
Hey,
that
how you doing,
Kaya?
man? Zeka,
Hey,
yeah.
Zeka, chilling. So what does your PFP mean?
Well, honestly, to me, it just means if you're actually living your life, or you just living the 9 to 5 grind, or are you actually enjoying your life, or you just getting by because they set a plan for you already? That's what that means.
Oh, it's one of those metaphors. Okay, I thought you were gonna say like, oh, I'm like, are we a brain in a jar, or are we actually like living? I thought, okay.
But I've been a part of this. I've been a part of the Flat Earth community here on Discord for a while. I was here years ago when you guys used to actually be more. Actually, a few months ago, you guys used to be on the politics and religion server more. But I think you guys left that alone for now.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we were there for a bit until they kind of scammed us and took our name and wouldn't give it back. But that's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
We're back in action here. So
I've been around for about years. Yes, I'm a Flat Earther. I've been here for about 3 years, 4 years now.
Oh, sweet. So I guess you know the next question I'm going to ask you then. What's your best proofsies of a flat earthy?
Mine would be the one I like to use, the common one. I mean, the easy one for everyone is we can see too far. I mean, if we're going off of their measurements, right? If we're going off of what the measurements they give us, the claims they make, and then we use that, and still they're wrong. I mean, so that right there is just a red flag to anybody.
Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, red flag on the globe. Yeah, for sure. So, like, what about if all right, so let's not even think about the globe, right?
Okay.
Screw the globe. What's your best evidence that we live on a flat Earth?
Without any other claim being mentioned? Like if I was just to be born and think the Earth was flat. Okay. Well, I would say again, I would still go with the distance because obviously our eyes can fool us over, we can, there's a vanishing point that we can't see beyond unless we keep continuing to move further. But that right there even still would convince me, just without any other knowledge, that we don't live on a ball. Because if I keep walking, I'm not going to end up upside down somewhere, or the gravitational pull is not going to start pulling me a different, I don't even know how that would make sense, but in a different position. I don't know. But anyway, but yeah, it would still be distance, seeing too far.
Cool. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. Or you could maybe rephrase it as me see no curvy.
Yeah, no, exactly, perfect. Seeing no curve, and when there's nothing that's blinding your vision, right? When you can see pretty far, like say you're looking at a beach, right? If you're at a beach and looking over to the ocean, you don't really see a curve in the in the ocean, right? You would, if you look to your left and your right, and then you look straight, like across the whole horizontal line, you don't see a. That's why it's called a horizontal line, not a curved line. But
boom, brother. Well, give this guy 3 big booms in the comments. Sorry, guys.
You're funny. Yeah, you're funny.
Yeah, I remember talking to you in politics and religion.
You changed your name. It's Dandelion now. I remember you.
Yeah.
Your voice is very distinctive. I couldn't forget.
Yeah, glad you found us over here.
Yeah, I was looking for you guys. You guys left the politics. I was looking. I'm already part of the server, so I didn't know if you guys moved back over here. I'm assuming you did.
Well, tonight's the biggest crowd we've had in a while. So yeah, but we just were making a plan and a poll about what nights to have events over here.
Awesome.
They're in the English hub lots too.
Okay. Wait, which is that? Another server?
Yep. Zeka. Is that his name? Zeka?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said, man. That would be my proof
those
too.
jobs with the low profiles, you can just take them at the box truck.
I agree, Tip. Put yourself on mute.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Wouldn't
absolutely.
take them nowhere else but the box truck.
I know what you're saying, Tip. So someone put
Where's
on mute.
Kembo? Is Kembo here?
You have to figure out a way to get it there, or if we take it, we gotta have time to take it to the box truck, and it's gonna be extra.
Hey guys, this is a quick question. Do you guys know where Kembo's at? Have you guys spoke to Kembo? I'm a good friend with him. I just haven't speak to him in a
That's what
while.
I'm saying.
He's a busy man. He's moving right now.
Oh, that's what's going on. Okay,
Really is.
just make sure he was all right.
But if we do a tire shot, we got to be able to do all that shit.
Thank you for calling me out, though. Appreciate that.
Yeah, we never know who's looking, right? Some people are like, "Oh, I'm a flat earther," right? You sniff them out right away, and next
I
usually
don't jump on the bandwagon, bro. I gotta see proof. I mean, honestly, before I even met anybody, I was telling myself that this was true before I even met any other flat earth. I was hoping there was more people out there that believe. To be honest with you, I was hoping because I thought everyone was gonna think I was crazy, man. But
well, we don't believe in flat Earth, right?
oh, we know it. We know it. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Good on you, brother.
Yes,
Good
yes,
on
you as well. All of you. Heretic's been here a while. That's an OG. What's up, Heretic?
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Creation Bear too. Oh, I'm doing good. Adam Unsalted. He's an OG. Yeah, a lot of these OGs in here, bro.
Shouts out.
Shout out to y'all, man. Y'all holding it down, man.
That's right. POP holding it down for the Flat Earth Gang. Let's get it.
Damn right. And you as well, Neil. I've seen your picture before in the Politics and Religion server, I believe. So it's nice to see you too.
Thanks, bro. I'm trying.
Indeed.
You know, when I first came in here, a few people were like, "Who are you? How do you know the Earth is flat?" I'm like, "Water. Like, it's as simple as water. That shit's level. Like 71% level, flat." Like, and then so I pretty much came into 24/7 flat smacking. And the very first person I had the joy of flat smacking was Matthew Learns. And I remember the debate nearly 3 years ago when we were talking about the vestibular system and as far as it relates to the claim of Earth rotation. And I'm like, yeah, my vestibular system isn't detecting any motion. My senses aren't detecting any motion when I'm just sitting still, chilling on my porch. Right? We learned about the vestibular system when I took Air Force, with Junior Air Force ROTC in high school, and they're like, "So you got these tiny little fibers, little hairs in your ears, and they go this way and they go that way, depending on which way you move, in order to help you keep your equilibrium, your balance."
That is very.
And,
I never knew that.
Yeah, see, and that was like one of the very first things when I was a baby flirt, man. I came in flat smacking Matthew Learns about the vestibular system and about how Earth isn't moving, because if it were, our senses should be able to tell us that. But yeah, it was a good one.
I think you might have smacked me with that too, man. I don't know. I never heard that. That's awesome. I mean, that's just another. Yeah.
You're welcome. That's awesome. Yeah, the vestibular system in your ear, you do get little fibers or hairs or whatever you want to call them, deep in the inner ear. When you're in motion. And so if I just, like, you're sitting still right now, right? Correct. So sway yourself to the left. Those fibers in your ear are going to sway. Yeah. They're going to sway to the right. In the opposite direction.
You can feel a feeling in your ears for sure. Oh, like a little slight,
a little bit when you move, right? If you're tapped into your senses like that.
Right.
And so, yeah, and that was something that we were taught in my, like I said, in my Air Force Junior ROTC classes. There was an office chair that they had bolted to the floor, and they strap you in the office chair, and the whole class spins the shit out of you. And they spin you, and they spin you, and they spin you, and then they rush you over to the simulator, and you better fly straight and level with your dizzy ass. And they taught us about that vestibular system. And it was just like all of this stuff from like Air Force ROTC comes back to me. And I'm like, whoa, they never even taught us to adjust for curvature or rotation at all. Like, wouldn't they teach me stuff like that? Yeah, like Coriolis, I don't even remember that coming up in class. But just the fact that that lesson on the inner ear, I was
Oh
like,
yeah, that's a
yeah,
special one. That's I did not know that. Right now, how do you say it? That I don't know. They're not going off though.
yeah, vestibular.
Yeah, they're not going off right now. So I
Yeah.
think that we're pretty stationary.
Yeah, we're pretty stationary. Also, globe believers like to use the Foucault's pendulum as a proof of rotation, but ultimately what happens is the pendulum will lose momentum and it will eventually hang perfectly still and vertical. And that's a problem for their claim of Earth rotation. Because if the Earth is constantly moving and changing speed and direction around the sun, then the pendulum should be experiencing conservation of momentum due to that. The same way,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the same way things that hang from your rear view mirror experience that conservation of momentum. Like when you're getting on and off the on ramps and the off ramps and those the clover leaves, and you can see the thing swinging to one side or swinging to the other side. That's that conservation of momentum. So I just let them know that stationary pendulums debunk the claim of a moving Earth. Pretty cool stuff right there. So I got a couple good arguments to completely shut down their claim of Earth rotation, and then I think
I can see that.
Like what Tip was saying. We see too far. The water's level. Basic. That's super easy, super basic. When you take the map.
I try to be basic with. I'm sorry. Wait, what were you saying?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying I do try to be basic with people too, because like a lot of people I talk to, they tend to like think, oh, it's so complicated. Are you trying to make this so much complicated than how the world really is? And it's like, no, it's actually simple. It's NASA that's making it complicated. Like they're the ones making it complicated.
Man, I say that all the time in here because people come in here and they're like, it's not that simple. And we're like, I'm like, yeah, actually it is. Objective reality is simple. It's very simple. Up is up, down is down, left is left, right is right, east is east, west is west, north, south, right? It's very simple. It's very basic. And they're like, it can't be that simple. Like, it's been complicated to the point of oblivion to where they can barely even keep up with any of the claims to the globe that they believe in. And they're like, they get to flat Earth, and they're like, this is so simple, it's stupid, right? That's how they feel about it.
Exactly.
And I'm like, keep it simple, keep it stupid simple.
Because they're used to like the complicated nonsense that NASA feeds them. And they're like, oh, that makes sense, when it really makes no sense to them at all.
They're like, what? That's amazing. It's not that it even makes sense to them. It's just that it's so freaking outlandish that they're like, wow, that's amazing. And then
like when you heard about dinosaurs for the first time.
Like seeing the Easter Bunny when you're not supposed to or something, dude.
Yeah.
That's why I'm special.
Yeah,
and that's why you're special too.
I'm so special.
Everybody's special here because
I'm so special.
It's so easy.
It's so funny. So funny. But yeah, I have a good time. I enjoy doing this. It's a hobby, So when people tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm like, I literally flat smack globers for a hobby.
It's funny.
So yeah, good stuff.
I just never heard a nice globe argument in so long that I don't understand how they could even believe that or trust in the globe anymore. I mean, is there any argument that still stands? Is it the 24-hour sun? Is that what they still try to use?
Yeah, they try to use that, and they try to use. Yep, and they try to use. Where's your map? Where's your model?
Yeah,
right. Exactly. And I'm like, well, first of all maps are flat, and you don't have a model either.
Technically, you're using a flat map.
Falsified your model. Yeah, because we falsified your model. We debunked your model. So you no longer have a model, Globers. And we're not claiming a model because that would require us to make a claim about the Earth size, which would be fallacious. Nobody knows. At the end of the day, nobody actually knows how big the Earth is. Get over it. It's okay to not know. That's what I tell them. Just get over it. It's okay to not know things, dude. Do you know the day you're going to die?
It's that dissonance right there, that cognitive dissonance. A lot of people cannot get past that. Not at all.
Right. And the question I ask is do you know the day you're going to die? No. Okay, but get over it. It's okay to not know things, man.
Exactly. It's okay.
So it's okay. We may never know how big this Earth is, but we can definitely do the measurements, do the tests, go through all of the data, and compare and contrast all of these things, and go, okay, something's wrong here. The globe math is wrong, so it's false. It's been debunked. So we can determine that Earth is flat, a horizontal topographic plane, without knowing how big it is. And that's something that globers can't get through their freaking heads.
I wonder one day if this will all boil over in a way to where I always think about this sometimes too, where what's going to happen when actually everyone really actually understands, and it's everyone wants to boycott NASA and boycott all these Scientology, all this other shit that doesn't. What's going to happen?
It'll be a beautiful day, I think. It'll be beautiful. I think that when more people when more people understand the truth, when the majority has come to the conclusion, then I think there's going to be a lot more peace. There's nobody knows anything that somebody else doesn't know. It's I can't hold anything over you because you know what I know, and I know what you know. So nobody can hold anything over anybody. And when you're
the elites are just gonna, I don't know. I just feel like the elites are gonna do something very bad to the people once they find out the truth, they're like, oh, well, too bad. We don't care that you know now because we're gonna do this to
you. Gotta nuke them. Another reset. Yeah. Yeah, I know, bro.
Maybe.
I know, bro.
That's why.
Do you think that could really happen, though?
I mean, I don't know.
The truth.
It's a speculation. There's evidence of of resets in the past.
Exactly.
That's my
the Great Fires.
But what were you going to say, Dandy?
Oh, I was just going to say that's why what we're doing here I think is so important, because if you train your mind to be in the present moment, to accept reality the way it is, to use logic and reason and so on, then doesn't matter really what's their next story is, right? Because we're just going to keep using those same methods, and so I think it'll be cool.
Yeah, but doesn't that seem like a very small percentage of people that are doing that?
Gosh, I don't know. I don't know what the percentage is. I have no idea.
I mean, it feels small, like when you walk around the world.
Yes, it does feel small.
So when Zayka
says, are we all American? Because I mean, other countries, actually, a lot of other religions, they are, well, not religions, I'll just say cultures. They believe in the flat Earth. They know the flat Earth. I wouldn't say believe. They know, like the Mayans and stuff like that.
A lot of ancient culture. Just about everybody, every single group, tribe, culture of people on the Earth, at a certain point for the longest time, understood what the waters do. And they understood how to navigate by the stars over a horizontal plane. They understood
celestial navigation.
Yes, yeah. So it's why is it's something that Prit actually reminded me and put it back in my brain. It's called the Streisand effect. The more they try to hide the truth, the more the truth is going to come up. And so it's this is what happened. If flat Earth is the objective reality here, and it's now coming back up all of these years later, you're being buried under all the BS, then, looks like you can't kill the truth. This is coming back up. It's the Streisand effect. The more they try to hide it, the more they try to bury it, the more attention gets drawn to it. And more people figure it out.
I do agree with that, but for the most part, people are lazy and they're dumb and they're stuck in their ways and they're indoctrinated and they don't want to feel that they've been tricked or anything else. So they'll stick with what they've learned. So for the most part, I think that, yeah, there's truth out here and we are learning it. But the percentage of us that are learning it seems like a very small. I mean, I know it's growing, like flat earth is growing. I talk to people all the time like, you're a flat earther? Oh, I've heard about that. Well, how much have you thought about it? How much have you thought about it? How much have you dug into it? Not much, right? They haven't done a whole bunch of research. They're just like, oh, I know that there's flat earthers out there, but I don't know that I'm going to give my time to that.
Yeah, I think that's true. I just wanted to mention before I commented on that we have one Globe player who has returned to the field here at the Globe versus Flat homecoming game. The Globe team really probably should have forfeited from a lack of players, but we let them play anyway. And Brown Recluse went off for a phone call, and now he's back. But yeah, I did want to say before we see if he has any proof of the Globe. Reductio came back too. Look at that. Now they have 2 players. I did notice that because I took a break from Flat Earth when I came back. I noticed, yeah, there's kind of, it's like 2, camps have formed. I don't want to say camps because that makes it sound bad, but I was really happy about the camp that I'm in right now, the camp that's like, this is what we're going to do. We're going to focus on empirical evidence because that's the only way we can reach particularly people who don't have a particular religious belief or who think they're atheists, so on and so forth. And because it's something that can't be argued, because here we have this mathematical certainty of the lack of curvature using the geometry of a sphere. I was really happy there were people who were willing to actually be serious about focusing on that. But then at the same time, I'm like, oh my goodness, but there's an increasing number of people who are just like, say they're flat earthers, but it's like some kind of like social thing where they don't seem to understand the objective arguments at all, which is fine. Like, I don't care if people want to be that way, but
very good point.
It's going to be difficult to make any, if flat earth is a belief, then it's very difficult to make headway into that, especially that was one of the reasons I took a break, because there were so many people who said, oh, well, flat earth is just the gateway to this little religion over here, which is the only true way, So it was like this globe mentality being brought into flat earth was very disturbing. So I don't know, but hey, Brown Recluse, did you bring that proof of the curve?
Very good point, by the way.
No, I don't. I only have arguments of why I don't think it's flat and why I think it's more likely to believe that it's round or an oblate spheroid.
It's more likely to believe it. For what reason?
Again, due
to indoctrination, it's more likely that you'll believe it.
That's part of it, I'm sure. I was doing more research into the neutrino thing, but we could a celestial observation, obviously parallel shadows at long distances.
Where?
Yeah. Based on what they told you.
I mean, I got videos and whatnot, but if you're looking for tests that I've done, I haven't done any tests, so I can stop you there.
Get to work, Recluse.
Come on, McCloud.
What test should I do? What test do you think would be sufficient? I like the Cavendish, right, to prove an attractive force between masses.
Cavendish. Yeah, except in the paper it says it's the weakest gravitational interaction.
Yeah.
Oops.
Is Creation Bear still there? Creation Bear. Cavendish.
No, it's not an experiment.
CB's deafened right now.
There's no natural observed phenomenon. Therefore, no hypothesis and no independent or dependent variable.
That's begging the question. It's the attraction between massive objects, and the independent variable is the mass between the objects.
You said that the dependent variable is attraction between objects?
The the dependent variable is the mass of said objects.
Oh, the mass, that's what you observed in nature, mass of an object?
The attractive forces between two massive objects, yeah.
Oh, well, now you just changed it.
No, that's what I said from the beginning.
No, you said mass was the dependent variable. Now you're saying it's attractive force. So where did you observe attractive force in nature? Shouldn't that be your independent variable? Isn't that what you're supposed to be the cause of the thing you observed?
I'm an attractive force heretic.
Let me just get the hypothesis from Cavendish. Maybe he had it better figured out. Can you give me a citation of that?
No. Because it was not the initial intention of the experiment. But an experiment, I think we can agree, can prove two things, or can lead to two.
Because no hypothesis, so no natural observed phenomenon, let alone hypothesis, let alone experiment.
Yeah, you could posit that again. The celestial objects are said natural observed phenomena, but I don't think we'd agree there.
Well, celestial bodies are your natural observed phenomenon for Cavendish?
Well, in terms of mass attracting mass, absolutely. The attractive force between two massive objects.
Where did you see two massive objects attracting each other?
In nature.
Where? What specific observation?
The orbital mechanics. You can point to the moon and the Earth. You can point to the sun and the Earth.
The moon and the Earth. You saw the moon and the Earth being attracted to one another.
Their orbital mechanics.
No, you didn't see that. Neither did Cavendish. I would like to hear this. I would like to see this cited from Cavendish's paper, please. Natural observed phenomenon: moon and Earth attracting one another, dude.
Again, you can narrow the definition of experiment whatever you like.
I thought the hypothesis was just the hypothesis and the null, right? Like, so if it's not the hypothesis, whatever the hypothesis was, whatever any other answer is, it's a null, right?
Well, you can't hypothesis without the natural observed phenomenon.
You can hypothesize anything.
Okay, well, you're going to need the phenomenon first to hypothesize about.
Gravitational force, attraction between objects. Again, things falling would be posited.
Things falling. What falls in Cavendish?
Two things are suspended.
I need to see this cited from Cavendish himself because it sounds like you're making things up.
Yeah, I know you're familiar with Cavendish.
What was the actual hypothesis of his experiment?
Yeah, just go into Cavendish paper and grab the hypothesis. We'll just take a look at that.
Because the null will be anything but the hypothesis. So we'll know what the null is, but I'm just curious what the hypothesis.
Don't make up a hypothesis for Cavendish. He should already have it.
Looking it up for. Why should I already have it on hand?
No, Cavendish should have it. He doesn't have to do the legwork here. He should already have his hypothesis worked out. So you just go there and just get it. Whatever he said.
Give me a second, please.
Yeah. Like, why do you guys pull all this extra effort for Cavendish? He's the guy who claims to have an experiment, right? Shouldn't he have a hypothesis already? Like, you don't have to make one for him.
Facts, it's true.
That ain't right.
Hey, Heretic, I just wanted you to know that I am an attractive force.
That was observed in nature?
By females, I'm sure.
Did you see Josie's suggestion to you, Brown Recluse?
No, sorry, I'm looking something else up. One second.
Yeah, so Josie is referring back to the 28-mile laser test that was done in British Columbia that Josie linked to at 14 minutes after the hour, and the advice From Josie is, you can do a test similar to this. You can Google how much curvature should exist in 10 miles. This way you can bypass having to speculate about things in the sky. So that's the theme for tonight with you, Brown Recluse. You do seem to be stuck in theoretical things and things unrelated to measuring the curvature on the ground. I mean, you even kind of said that at the beginning, that you didn't have any measurement of it. So how can you just dismiss the absence of drop over distance?
Again, I don't dismiss the absence of drop over distance. I think there is drop over distance. I think you can prove that from other ways. I'm looking at your laser test right now. I can't refute that, right? But again, if I think there are several other instances in which again, like I said, it's more likely of an explanation, like especially when referring to the observations of the celestial bodies and the position of the sun, like the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Again, these are far more easily explained by a spherical Earth when all of the explanations point to that, right? When a flat Earth requires multiple different explanations to explain these different phenomena. But let me again, I'm trying to address the Cavendish and the laser test at once.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I just thought that's such a good comment. I didn't want you to miss it. Yeah, I apologize for interrupting. Yeah, so just so you know, for the future, the answer to the question would be, when I asked, how do you refute the absence of drop over distance, it would be to produce the presence of drop over distance. But yeah, get back to what you're talking about.
Why do you guys pretend you got a unified theory or something?
There's no unified theory. Absolutely, gravity isn't even understood. Like again,
that's how you just made it sound.
No, I'm saying a globular Earth, right, is a far more reasonable explanation than a flat Earth when you put it together as the explanatory force or the explanatory model to explain these different natural phenomena that we observe, right? And there's plenty of things that aren't understood. Again, refraction obviously isn't fully understood, gravity isn't fully understood, none of these things are fully understood. So I'm not positing a fully cohesive universal model, but a flat Earth simply posits that because we can't detect it at a local flat, you
find the globe to be a reasonable explanation for the levelness of water.
I think that we can see that no one thinks that water is perfectly level because we agree that there are tides, right? So if we agree that there are tides, then water is not level.
That water rests level. We can't agree that water rests level.
When is water language? When is water resting?
So a tide, that would be a deviation from water at rest or in its equilibrium state, right? Which would be level, which is level, but in your paradigm would be curved, right?
Correct.
So that's sort of just a deflection, right, to bring up tides because it's irrelevant.
Well, again,
referring water should be resting with a curve over it.
But that's you're arguing that the water should be resting. The water should be resting.
The tides are just a red herring away from the actual point, right?
No, again, the water is never resting. So again,
water is resting. Look inside the cup. Pour a cup of water right now.
That's another deflection, though. Because now you're not even addressing the point. The water should be seeking a curve on a globe, and that's the way it should be sitting still, with a nice, even, smooth curve over its surface, or a bumpy potato one, I guess, if you want to go with that. But that's what it should have.
Right, and I think
so if you start bringing tides into it, you've gone off that point, right?
Well, again, I think you can demonstrate that. Again, if you zoom out, like again, if you watch a rocket launch, which again I think it will demonstrate, a spherical Earth just purely observable, right? But again, if you're talking about when you're on the surface of the Earth, obviously it's going to be near impossible to observe the actual curve of it, right? So if you're referring to,
so you're gonna need so you're gonna need TVs for this natural observation.
No, I mean again, if you could fly up in a rocket, I believe, because I've never done it, that you'd see the curve, right? So again, the question is what is the best way to determine this knowledge on the surface of the Earth, right? Again, I think there are several explanations that make more sense on a globular Earth, right?
So like again, the levelness of water. Now you're going to talk about tides again, right? Which has nothing to actually do with that point.
So again, the levelness of water is purely on a local thing because you can only measure it in a certain distance. Like you can't measure the flatness of water over like 100-mile span. You just can't do that.
You don't need to.
You claim that you don't
actually need to. Well, you kind of can though, because you can reference the Earth as a level horizontal plane for hundreds and thousands of miles to navigate it.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, I have no qualms with that. Yeah, it's when you're navigating it, you're always navigating it based on the point that you're at, right? But again, when you look at like flight pads arc very strangely on a
practically assume it's level for thousands of miles.
Yeah, because every point you check it, you can assume it's flat, right? Because ostensibly the percentage of curve based on a perceivable distance.
You're not going piecemeal like 10 miles here, 20 miles there. You can do that for the entire thing.
Right. In what instance? Again, what scenario are you using 10,000 mile measurements?
Okay, I don't know about that, but celestial navigation, right?
But it's based on a dome. It's based on a celestial sphere.
Based on a right triangle, basically.
Right. It's based on a hypothetical flatness, right? Which again, you can have on obviously a flat Earth or the tangent of a spherical Earth. Right. So again, both of these you can assume flatness.
No, it's not a tangent because then you don't have a right angle at the ground position of the star you're navigating by.
You absolutely do. The zenith plus the tangent equals a 90-degree angle.
All right, please show it.
I'll draw you a circle with two lines on it, and it'll be a 90-degree angle.
I don't want some gobbledygook that you just concocted on the spot. Cite it.
So, but again, are you claiming you can't have a 90-degree from a tangent in the zenith? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you're gonna have to bend it. You're gonna have to bend your horizontal, which isn't horizontal.
You don't have to bend. Not from a tangent. You don't have to bend a tangent.
It's not a tangent, dude.
Yes, it is. Any line off a sphere is a tangent.
Okay, where does the tangent touch the ball?
The point of which you're touching. Any point of the sphere. Any one point on the sphere.
Any point. Okay, you're gonna have to cite this. You're turning into a mess.
Look up the word tangent. Look up the word tangent.
I know what it is.
Any point.
You're not going to have a tangent forming a right angle at the GP of the star, unless you can show it, please.
I'll draw you a sphere, and then I'll draw a point on the sphere, and then again, you can just. I'll draw.
I told you not to make something up. Cite it, dude.
Cite what? Cite 90-degree angles.
Reputable. Who actually
geometry?
Look, if they actually do it like this, you don't have to make it up. You can just cite somebody who does it. Okay, go ahead. You won't have to be the one who comes up with it if it's actually done this way.
Again, we're talking about navigating on a celestial sphere.
Listen, if you've got to draw it, if this is your idea, what's actually being practically used by navigators.
I'll do a drawing from before. Here, I have a drawing that someone like a flat earther posted at some point. I'll just post that. I can't post photos.
Okay, so somebody in one of these forums.
Yeah,
so this isn't going to be. Why can't you just point to somebody who actually does this in reality?
I just don't have a source for you off the top of my head. I'm just saying, tangent is any line that comes off the sphere.
Stuff up. That's the reason why you don't
look up the word tangent.
That's the reason why. I know what a tangent is. You're deflecting again.
So
I would like you to show the horizontal baseline being a tangential baseline to a curve with a right angle at the GP of the star, please.
If we agree.
Show it.
If we agree that a tangent
just cite it from a celestial navigation book.
No, we
don't need to agree. Cite it. Just get us a citation, please.
I don't have a citation for you.
Then just move on from that lie.
Right.
Yep.
There you go. All right. Again, I think if we can agree what tangents are, then we can move forward based on an agreed premise.
No, we can't.
Disagree. All right, then we disagree.
You can't actually practically demonstrate what you're claiming is happening and being done by navigators.
The only thing in contention is the sphere aspect of it, right? But again, we're both operating off of an imaginary horizontal line.
You're actually treating the Earth as a horizontal plane when you're using that horizontal baseline. That's the only reason that you actually have a right angle at the ground position. It's not going to work out that way if it's some goofball tangent to a curved Earth.
Sure. All
right. Yeah. We know what a tangent is.
Right. So again, the premise just feels very easy to agree to if we agree on the definition of tangent. But again, obviously the shape of the Earth is what's in contention. Because if we both agreed it was a sphere, then we would agree that we would be operating on this, hypothetical horizontal line, which would equate a tangent given the point.
I just told you why that doesn't work, dude.
You did not tell me. You just told me to cite it.
What did I say?
Anyway,
what did I say?
Yeah, you said show me where they use that in navigation. Where you're treating I'm treating the Earth as a horizontal plane.
All right, so that's why he thinks I didn't rebut him, because he didn't listen to the rebuttal. Okay, well, I'll stop wasting my time.
All right.
I think you're making a claim that we see tangent lines, quote unquote, when we look at the horizon. Is that what you're saying? That they might be straight, but they're connected to a curve somehow? Is what you're saying?
I'm just referring specifically in terms of navigation on this.
Because if you're saying that if you want to speak about tangent, are you saying that the horizon? What are you trying to say? I didn't understand what you meant by that.
I'm saying when operating with the assumption that you have a flat horizontal plane to make your 90 degrees bends off of when using celestial navigation, right? You're using a tangential line based off the point of the observer, and then in a horizontal, an imaginary horizontal line from there to use that's said celestial navigation. You're simply using a point that you're standing on, and then assuming horizontal grounding, essentially. Where again,
assuming horizontal.
Yeah. Again, that's that. Again,
nothing.
Yeah, but if you're using a tangent, you're not going to get the GP of a star, are you? It's going to be in the air.
Yeah, I feel like this other fellow Glober is struggling. I can't engage in a full debate, but can I just add one point to maybe bump him along a little bit here, because he is struggling. He is.
Yeah, I'm so confused on what his point is. So please,
if you let me post photos, it'll help.
Well, Brown Recluse, what you should just be saying, all you should say, Brown Recluse, is, well, when we do celestial navigation, they teach you, and you could just find a manual where it shows it, right? But they teach you must account for refraction and adjust for it, otherwise you're going to get lost. So if the Earth is flat, why do you have to adjust for that? Seems pretty straightforward, right?
I can definitely point to something where it says, measurements made within a certain degree of the horizon are inaccurate. Would that be sufficient for you?
Are you pointing this to?
I'll look it up. I'll do some research for you. But again, if I can demonstrate that measurements made on the horizon are less accurate, would that support my case, or would you refute that?
You'd be the first one.
All right, give me 1 second then.
Yeah, the first one to come back with trying to show some proof.
Right. Based on how big they say that your globe is, it is impossible. Impossible. So go off of that. Come back with that. Based on how big they say your globe is, it isn't possible what you're saying. Impossible.
You can claim it's impossible. You've what based on what?
1.22 times the square root of the observer's height showing out towards your horizon. You got nothing, man. We can see 500 times farther than that.
Exactly.
500 times farther than that. So your globe is dead.
And there's proof of that as well, that we can see too far as well. I mean, you can see it there's videos online. I mean, I could do it myself if I wanted to do an experiment. I mean, just have to go to the right spot.
So way too far. And you're talking about tangents and this and that. And no, we see way too far. Your globe is dead. Welcome to Flat Earth, Brown Recluse. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I'm sure he's still going to refute somehow or try to rebuttal, but yeah, let's see.
I mean, it doesn't really have to be a debate with these people that say this kind of stuff like he's saying, because based on how big their globe is, their claim, it's dead. Your globe is dead. So come up with something else. Not some tangent line or something else. I mean, based on how far we can see, your globe died a long time ago. We're just trying to find some evidence from you guys to say, oh, wait, you were wrong. And you can't do it because your globe's dead. Your globe has died.
Yeah, Brown Recluse, as the other Glober here, I just gotta say, you sound very dogmatic. Like, you seem to be saying things like, and I'm sure a lot of globe earthers do this, where they're like, yeah, but what about this? And then it gets refuted, or they just can't defend it well, and then they jump to another thing and another point and another. Just stick on the one thing.
It goes on and on like a web of connection of things that don't even connect.
And these things are things you don't even have argumentation for. Like, you're just like, well, science believes it, right? Like, you should be able to equip yourself with it and just make the argument yourself. Own the position rather than.
Let's get an argument from you then, Reducto. While I'm researching this real quick, go ahead and let's hear.
I don't have time. I was saying I don't have time right now.
Oh, of course.
I don't have time right now, but I'm here in your corner, bro. And yeah, you're getting knocked the fuck up. Like, look.
Like, he's on your corner and he's letting you know, bro.
I know it's 8v1, but stand your ground.
All you said was that my measurements are impossible, and that we all use, the Earth is relatively fast.
It's a one-on-one, by the way. We're not all jumping him. You know, whoever wants to talk to him, you talk to him. We'll sit out.
Also, it sounds like you don't have globe argumentation, so you should at least just be agnostic. Just tell them you're undecided what the shape is. Like, at least do the intellectually honest thing.
Do you have time to debate, or do you not have time to debate? Because you sound like
I don't. I'm just.
Oh, okay.
It looks like you're scrambling. So honestly, I like hearing it. It's enjoyable.
I bet you.
Maybe he wants to learn. Maybe he's just here to learn, bro.
He's on your team, dude.
Hey, that would be some kind of a cop out, though. If you're trying to tell him to tell that you're agnostic when he is not agnostic, it's kind of a cop out.
Well.
So you're looking out. You're standing on a beach. You're looking out at the geometric horizon that you know exists, because boats disappear from that curve, right? You always say it. So 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Where's your curvature? Where is it? Now, come up with that. Come back to us. And we'll be cool with that. If you can find it, we have actually measured and seen high distance photos, blah, blah, blah. You don't believe in photos. We don't either. Whatever. Come back with that. Show us the proof of a spinning ball Earth shooting magically through outer space and all this garbage, which there's no proof for. It's just it's a religion, man, and we want you to come to our side because it's funner over here. We have a lot of fun with the truth because the truth has set us free, man.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah. It's come on over to the truth, man. It's very easy. Don't kick against the goads. Just come on, McLovin. McLovin, you got better in you than this. Come on, buddy. I know it. I mean, duh.
I mean, I don't know if you watch like long videos, man, Recluse, but this is a video that I watched that actually helped me. I don't know you probably might not watch it, but it's called I don't even know if a lot of flatters will recommend this, but it's the what was it? The lost something of flat Earth, the lost history of flat Earth, what parts 1 through 10? Really good stuff.
Very good. Very good.
Really good stuff right there.
Takes you about 10 hours to get through it, but it's awesome.
Wait, there's a 1 through 10? I only found 1 through 5. Yeah, Lost History of Flat Earth. It's like
there's
5.5 hours, 6 hours long.
Yeah, I think it's 10 hours long, but it's good stuff.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. I mean, honestly, bro, they don't just speak about, just the math, the breakdown, the equation, everything like that. They also talk about the other things that show flat Earth, like the resonators, shall we say, of the churches. How I won't get into detail with that. I won't get into detail with that. That's a little deeper, but
yeah, good job pointing that out. That's a great video, actually.
Very good video. You should watch it, bro. It's called Lost Files or Lost History of Flat Earth, parts 1 through 10. Check it out.
Yep.
I'll look into it.
You'll see some things that will actually you change your mind about, but certain things maybe not.
And the dude's voice in that video is epic. Epic.
Yeah, he does give an epic explanation.
Just his monotone voice and his everything that he does. Man, how can't you believe that guy? Other than the proof that he's showing you.
Mark Sargent, too. Another good one. I don't know if you guys know that guy, but Mark Sargent, he's good. He does it a lot.
Yeah, I think it was brought up earlier, but I mean, if you want to go to see Quantum Eraser's his page, Quantum Eraser's page is pretty damn good too. I know he's excommunicated us or whatever, but because of nonsense, but he does good work as well.
Excuse me, what happened to Quantum Eraser?
Something about 3 or 4 months ago. I'm not sure exactly. I followed it at the time, but I still like him. I mean, he had some disagreements with some people in here and some people over there and some people over on the other side, and I don't know.
It was about a week. I was there when it all went down, when it happened, and I'm just going to say it was over a muting issue.
Oh, wow. That's lame.
Yeah, no, it was ticky-tack, but I mean, he's got some good information. He might be a little bit vulgar and all this other stuff, but he knows his stuff, man. Quantum Eraser. Check him out. Also, another vulgar guy that's in the flat Earth community that I like a lot is Nathan Oakley. He can debate somebody. I mean, he'd shut this guy off really, really fast. I'd like to talk to Brown Recluse or McLovin here.
I'm still looking at the refraction in terms of celestial navigation. I found several sources that state it as an issue, but I just don't know. I'm trying to read them all. I just don't know how reliable everything is. So I can post them all for you guys and we can get into it, but I don't know exactly what it'll end up proving.
So refraction after 500 miles of we get a picture of a 500-mile mountain in the distance. We know that mountain is 500 miles from us. Where's your refraction there? I mean, there's no refraction there. They got all these excuses about why we can see too far. And
why are you claiming there's no refraction?
That's not what refraction is. That's not what refraction is, man. That's not what refraction is.
The bending of a wave. What is reflection if not, again, the bending of
it does that. It does that to an extent.
So,
like 20 miles.
So how are you claiming that that's not what that is?
15 miles. I'm talking about 500 miles. 900 miles.
But why is that fall apart?
Yeah, because you would be missing 6 or 12 miles of curvature. You can't. It doesn't refract automatically back up. You can't see that. You can't. It's not there, man. It wouldn't be, and it couldn't be. And you're like, well, why not? Well, only it maybe would if it if there was a dome, I'm not making any positive claims about a dome, but can't have air. You can't have air pressure without a container. And so, I mean, I guess there might be a dome, something containing all this air. So are you saying that you agree with the dome, but you don't agree with fraction, or you don't agree with... I mean,
that's
come
right.
on.
Yeah, you can't have any air on a globe because it's in a vacuum. So none of these things that you're claiming happen to light through air are possible on a globe.
Right, there's so many. I mean, there's a million proofs for a flat Earth, and there is zero. There's only a religion for a globe Earth. There's a religion, and you might be holding on to it really, 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 really tight. I feel like you are, McLovin. Come on, buddy.
That's what it is. I'm just
It's a religion,
too
dude.
indoctrinated. I can't get away from it.
Okay, well, at
I'll be
least
ostracized.
Yeah, no. Hey, McLovin, come on,
dude.
You got this. We're gonna carry you through it all the way through. There is no proof for a globe. None. Not even a little bit. That's why we're here. We want you to show us some proof for a globe. That's why we opened this channel for you today, and you decided to come in and say, wait a minute, here's some tangent lines and stuff, and yeah, hey, we agree with you, there's tangent lines, but they don't make sense on your globe. Not at all. Not even a little bit. I mean, you've lost it there. It's a religion that you've grasped onto, and I want you to say, maybe you just don't understand it. Maybe you need to come across, look at the actual facts of it, and welcome to Flat Earth, bro. Welcome. We've all been there. Every one of you Flat Earthers in this room. Didn't you question it at first? Just not maybe as hard as McLovin here, but every one of you was like, I don't know, man, that sounds crazy. Yeah, we weren't taught that. That's not what we were taught in our religious class, which might be your education class or anything else. But here we go. We're trying to teach you. We're trying to at least show you something that maybe you haven't thought about before.
I've thought about
And here
it.
we are. Well,
I've thought about it. Again, I think that there's plenty of observations that are inconsistent with a flat Earth. Right.
How many? And bring them up. That's
so
why
many.
we're here.
I mean, satellites in general, celestial objects in general, the movement of the sun across the sky, the fact that it has to be a local sun, but it's not local enough for us to know how far it is. You're positing that there has to be a container to hold this gas pressure, because gas pressure definitionally requires a container, and yet there's no evidence of a container. So all these things, I think,
that doesn't make any sense. You just uttered the words there for the evidence of the container, which is gas pressure. You're already invoking a container just by saying that.
Right. That's why, again, we disagree that atmospheric pressure and gas pressure are the same thing.
Well, didn't you just say we have gas pressure?
No, I did not. I said you said you posit gas pressure requires a container pressure. Because definitionally gas pressure requires a container is what I said.
So you got atmo ball pressure? You got a big ball of gas? Right. Is that what you're saying? Absolutely. Oh yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Gases don't form into shapes like that. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, gases don't just form shapes, dude. They just take the shape of whatever containment they're in. So that don't make any sense. So we can just discard that. It's just gas pressure.
See, a religion. That's what I'm saying. It's a religion. They told you that, and that's what you believed. And you regurgitate it back to us, and we're like, oh, we've already been there, dude. We already know what you're saying. No, and we went and looked at it, and it doesn't make sense.
Right, but I would say a firmament doesn't make sense. There's no demonstration of a firmament for the thousands of years that we've been alive.
Nobody said firmament.
Who's saying firmament?
Container. This container you're positing.
Yeah, that makes sense because we have gas pressure, and gas pressure is the force exerted by gas upon the walls of its container. Therefore, a container is
okay. So where's this container?
Obvious.
It's second law of thermodynamics. You have to have it, but you just said you had a gas ball.
Where is it?
You had a gas ball.
I could demonstrate a gas gradient up until there's nothing.
All around the gas and enclosing it.
Right, I can demonstrate a gas gradient out into the vacuum of space. Right, you can't demonstrate a container.
Wait, no, you can't do that. You can demonstrate gas gradients within containers because you have the gas pressure system in the first place in order to get a gradient of it, right? The gas pressure is antecedent to the gas pressure gradient, and you have to have the container first before you can have any of it. That's antecedent to the gas pressure.
You're positing that, absolutely.
Right?
You're positing that this gas pressure is the case. You're positing the gas pressure is the same thing as atmospheric pressure.
You made the claim that you could demonstrate a gas pressure gradient and therefore a pressurized system of gas, right? Hold on. You made the claim. Hold on, dude. You made the claim.
Past the Kármán line.
Hold on.
So again, can you show any demonstration of a container?
Dude, stop running away.
Gas pressure of Earth whatsoever.
Dude, shut up. Yeah, so you said that you could have a pressurized system of gas without the containment, which is antecedent to that in the first place.
Sure.
Go ahead and demonstrate.
You're claiming this, but you're just using a bunch of imaginative. Positing.
I'm saying what you
requires a container now.
Dude, keep up. I'm saying what you claimed, and I'm asking for demonstration.
Yeah, please do.
You want some paper? I'll get you. I'll look up mine if you look up yours. You show me a container, I'll show you a gas gradient. How about that?
No, dude. No, you already know that you can do this.
Okay, well, so again,
you already know that if you want to contain any gas, that you're going to use a container. You already know that. You already have plenty of demonstrations of that. You want to see a balloon? You want to see a propane tank, a bicycle tire, a car tire? Dude, you already know this. That's already demonstrated. Now let's see your version of that, right? A pressurized system of gas without the actual containment.
I don't have any of those.
Physical containment to keep.
But I'm not positing that's required. You're positing that that's required.
Well, that's what's required anytime you want to do
you're positing that it's a positive claim that it's required to have. You could say that all the evidence in the world points to that, sure, but you're saying it has to. Yeah. So, but that's again, those are two different claims.
Well, can you demonstrate? Yeah, can you demonstrate gas under pressure without the containment?
No.
Without begging the question, obviously.
Again, we could argue not begging the question, right? But no, I have no specific examples of that category.
All right, that's good enough for me. Thanks.
All right, well then, again, you have no. Again, I can say, do you have any evidence of a container holding in the gas pressure of Earth? That's not.
That'll be the gas pressure, because gas is the force exerted by gas upon the walls of its container. So obviously, a container is inherent just in gas pressure.
Yeah. Okay. So then, again, like I stated earlier. We
could just swap the words gas pressure, right, for its definition. So basically what you're saying is, can you prove that the force exerted by gas upon the walls of its container needs a container?
Yeah, no, I'm saying, can you prove a container whatsoever?
What you're actually asking us is absurd.
I mean, the evidence of this actual container, this physical barrier that you're positing, it's ridiculous of me to ask you for that evidence.
Yeah, because like I just said, what you're asking is, can you prove that the pressure or the force exerted by gas upon the walls of its container needs a container? That's what you're asking.
Yeah, no, that's what again.
No, I just changed gas pressure for the definition of gas pressure. They're the same thing. So that's what you're asking.
But again, you're claiming that atmospheric pressure is gas pressure, and then therefore, by definition, needs a container.
No, there's no atmospheric pressure. We already went through that. We already parsed that out, because that'll be a Atmo ball. Please demonstrate a gas ball in nature for us.
But you're claiming that the air pressure outside is the same as a gas pressure contained within a container. You're claiming those are the same thing, right?
Yeah, that's how you get gas under pressure, right? Because it just expands to fill the volume it's in, right? And to stop the expansion, there'll have to be some sort of barrier. It's going to have to collide with something.
Right. Again, so but is it colliding with the walls of the container above us?
Yes.
Well, it must be, or else it would just keep dispersing as the scenario or what you say it is.
So if it's pushing off the walls of the container above us, why is there next to no gas pressure or atmospheric pressure or air pressure, 10,000 feet up?
What do you mean next to no?
Far lesser gas pressure than on the surface.
Like how much? How much less?
I'll look up the gradient. Give me 1 second.
10,000 feet? That's what you're concerned with? Is that where space begins?
No, space begins 10,000 kilometers. Or I'm sorry, 100 kilometers up.
Okay. Any direct measurements?
No, 1 second.
So you're going to Google a number for us. Are you able to support it with direct measurement?
I'll look up a paper for you.
Yeah, because I don't even know that I have a phenomenon to answer questions about before you actually provide measurements of what you're claiming is happening.
Boom.
Okay, do you disagree that there's a pressure gradient on the surface of Earth and up into its stratosphere, or into the skies above? If you don't want to use stratosphere, do you disagree that that's the reality that we live in?
No, but I'm not going to just take your specific claims as to the extent of that gradient.
Well, again, I'm looking it up for you.
If you're going to say it's going to be some specific value at the Kármán line or something, I'd like to see that demonstrated through direct measurement.
Cooked you. What's it like to be a heretic? Woo! He cooked you.
Fun.
I'm in the process of answering his question.
I know. I'm just talking while you're looking up the Google search. It'll be fine.
Again, I'll give you the specific source here, but atmospheric pressure at the carbon line is around 0.0003 millibars mbars, which is about 1/1,000,000th of the sea level pressure. So I will give you a source for that here in a second.
Measured how?
Again, I'll give you a source here in a second.
Take your submarine and do the same thing. Okay.
I'm in the middle. So everything is behind a paywall. I'm trying to get you a proper source.
But you said that there's gas pressure, right?
Again, we disagree. No, air pressure. I define it as atmospheric pressure. So again, gas
so
pressure
you're just gonna be
necessitates. No, your gas pressure necessitates a container, right? Which is the first thing I said. So if you're trying to gotcha me by saying, so there's gas pressure up there, so you're saying that requires a container, right? You're not going to get me like that.
So
right?
there is gas pressure there, though. Well, there's gas up there, right? Well, there's gas up there. So there's gas up there, right?
There is gas up there, absolutely.
Okay, and it's under pressure. Okay, so what's limiting the expansion of that gas from the adjacent void that you think is there?
The forces being acted upon it.
Which are?
Gravity and air pressure from other molecules.
Gravity. What's that? Space-time?
I don't have an exact definition of gravity for you, but it's
you don't know.
It's a demonstrated
force. You don't know what. So a force which is actually not defined as a force, which is you don't know what, is limiting the expansion of the gas up there.
Absolutely. The attraction between massive objects is easily demonstratable.
Since you don't know what it is, do you know of any instance where this has been demonstrated experimentally, that this thing you don't know what it is limits the expansion of gas?
Yeah, we can demonstrate that massive objects attract, and if we can posit that gas has mass, then we can posit
gas an object?
Yeah, does it have mass? Absolutely.
Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian gravity? Back to your religion, bro. Go back to your religion. Fix it.
Okay, so can you demonstrate this with gas? Can you demonstrate the expansion of gas being limited by you don't know what, which is what you define gravity as?
Attraction of massive objects, and if I can define a gas
no, not objects. No, don't be Weasley. Don't swap it out for like an apple or something. I don't care about that right now. I want to actually.
You cannot care about whatever you want. I want
to see it being done with the phase of matter that you're
want whatever you want, buddy.
Yeah, you can say, hey, look, I dropped an apple, therefore the same thing will happen to gas. It's not going to work because your sleight of hand has been noted. We know that you're using an apple and not gas because you can't actually demonstrate it.
More mass? Do you think heavier gas falls? Because you would be right if you said yes. Do you think lighter gas is more buoyant on the air pressure and therefore floats? You would be correct. Do you think air that is equally as buoyant as
and the atmosphere is I said it, atmosphere gas ball, it's a misnomer, but anyhow, it's mostly a homogeneous mixture. So it's not really like that you're just gonna have a pool of carbon dioxide on the floor.
If you release it all in one spot, you absolutely will. Again, until it disperses.
It's not like a rock that's just going to sit there forever.
Systems will likely reach equilibrium.
Yeah, no, gas has kinetic energy. It's just going to go everywhere.
It's
absolutely true. And the air is going to be mostly it's going to be basically homogeneous.
Heavier gas will sink to the floor.
So I'd like you to show with experiment this thing that you don't know what it is, that being gravity, limiting the expansion of gas, please. Can you cite an experiment?
Again, I can. If we can't agree on gravity's existence, right?
You don't know what it is.
Again,
I'm supposed to agree with you on.
Do we know what God is? Do we know what God is? Can we posit His existence? Right. So again, I'm not saying that I do.
I don't care about that. We're not talking about that.
I'm using different objects. I'm not saying that. This is 100% the solution for everything. I'm saying the attractive force between massive objects can be clearly demonstrated, right?
Okay, is gas an object?
Gas is
gas an object.
The molecules of gas are massive objects, absolutely, right?
They're massive objects.
Do you disagree with that definition? Yeah. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I wouldn't call gas an object. Like when I have gas contained like a bike tire or inside a balloon or something, I wouldn't refer to the gases under the containment as objects. No.
Do you think atoms are objects? Do you think atoms are objects?
No. They're constructs.
They're constructs?
Yeah.
Yep.
How is an atom a construct?
Okay, dude, you're derailing. So
no, I'm asking you to define this. If we can't agree on the definition, then we can't move forward. An atom is also an object. An atom is an object.
Being Weasley, dude.
No, I'm not being Weasley. I'm defining things for you.
Demonstrate the phenomena with gas.
If we can't agree on the definitions, we can't move forward. How is an atom a construct?
Don't demonstrate it with a banana or an apple,
If
then
you're so
pretend that
confident about
those
your
things are
definitions.
equivalent to gas. Demonstrate it with the state of matter that you're making the claim about, that being gas.
Is an atom a construct or an
Don't
object?
demonstrate it with an atom or a French fry or a burger. Use gas.
Can we prove that heavy gas falls?
No, it disperses.
Does it disperse in a downward motion when it's heavier?
No, it's going to homogenize.
You don't think that heavy gas falls?
You're going to have about the same amount, the same proportion of helium and CO2 and all the rest of it at 10,000 feet as you're going to have at sea level.
Do you agree that there are some gases that are heavier than other gases? Can we agree to that?
No. Because that implies
then you can't agree to anything, dude. You can't agree to anything. You can't agree to a simple premise that is clearly
gases go in all directions.
Dude,
they just go wherever they're going until they bump into something.
If you can't agree that some gases are heavier than other gases, you can't say that you're engaging intellectually honestly.
And that's a downward vector, so no thanks. Gases have all vectors.
There you go. So you're just being intellectually dishonest. There are clearly heavier gases that can be demonstrated. I'll show you videos of them.
I'll show you it
on the elemental table, the periodic table of heavy gases.
So we'd need to see this done within a vacuum chamber is actually what we would need. So you're going to have a contained atmo ball, like a self-contained ball of gas,
going crazy,
due to this force or not force or pseudo force or whatever it is that you don't know what it is.
Your whole worldview is breaking down if you can't agree that some gases are heavier just because it doesn't conflate, your specific.
Do gases have weight?
Yes.
Oh, so they fall down.
Going every direction, man.
Some gases have weight. Like I said, those that are lighter, that are less dense. Than
some gases are more dense,
more buoyant.
There's no weight.
Weight is a calculation of mass plus gravity. So, like he said earlier, that's why it implies a downward vector.
Gravity.
Right?
What's that? Yeah, well, definitely not then, because you don't have any gravity.
Weight. The calculation of weight in physics.
That's all made up.
Posits gravity.
If it's going to be gravity, then no, that's all made up.
Again,
Unless
you can't use physics. You can't use physics going forward if you don't agree with gravity.
Yeah, so that'll be mass times. So that'll be mass times you don't know what. You've so far defined gravity as you don't know what. Can you do better if you're going to keep using it, please?
I absolutely gravity is the attractive force between two massive objects.
Oh, okay. So you're going to deny Einstein. So now you're in heresy with Einstein.
Absolutely.
Okay, so you just threw your solar system out, your Big Bang cosmology, dark matter universe. You just threw that out.
You're falling apart, dude. You can't agree that some gases are heavier because you can't agree that weight is a useful determination.
Your solar system, and you said that I'm falling apart. I mean, are you okay with that?
You're positing that I threw my solar system out, but
it doesn't work with the Newtonian
all I said was I don't care about Einstein.
There's a reason Einstein.
It doesn't mean that all of Einstein's ideas are bad. You're making random claims out of nowhere that don't prove anything and don't have anything to do with what I'm saying.
You went against Einstein with Newton, and they're mutually exclusive.
Again, I didn't agree. I didn't state that there was some unified theory.
No, you can't unify them. They're mutually exclusive.
I didn't say that they were unified.
Unify a force with a not force. You can't unify something as being what it is and also not what it is, which is what you're going to have to do if you're going to claim those things simultaneously. So it's got to be one or the other. So if you've gone with Newton, you're in heresy with Einstein.
Oh, good.
So now you're an Einstein denier.
Oh, no.
So then you've rejected the heliocentric solar system.
So there you go. So that's a claim that you're making that I never made. So you can posit that, but that's a baseless
that just
claim.
necessarily follows from rejecting Einstein.
Right, but again, you're saying I'm rejecting all of Einstein's ideas. That's not the same thing as me rejecting Einstein's interpretation of gravity, right? So you're making two unequal claims. That's really a straw man argument because you're scared of the fact that you don't think that some gases are heavier than the other ones.
It necessarily follows from your rejection of Einstein.
Okay, no, you're positing that out of nowhere because that doesn't agree with what I just said over and over.
Newton's math are not compatible with those things. So you've rejected all of that. You're not a heliocentrist.
Did Einstein come up with heliocentrism? Is that what you're stating?
Well, his mathematics were used to say.
Okay, sure. So if Einstein didn't come up with heliocentrism, I'm not rejecting heliocentrism by rejecting one of Einstein's interpretations of gravity.
It's not going to work with Newton's maths. You don't have an orbit of Mercury around the sun. You can't get it to match. You can't even reify it. So you can't even do that.
You're making all these positive claims with no evidence to back them up. So go ahead.
No, you just are ignorant about the subject matter. That's all.
Sure, I would say the exact same thing about you, and that would make my claim no
square with your concept of the solar system. So you don't have one if you're going to say that that's how the physical world actually works. It's Newtonian.
Just
Google if you're going to say the physical world is Newtonian, then your solar
heavy gases. Google heavy gases, and then come back to me.
So your solar system's cooked, and now you're in Einstein with the current.
You're floundering, and it's kind of funny, which I appreciate. But just Google heavy gases and then come back to me.
Big on the projection. So anyway,
I'm just giving you guys something to taste your own medicine. Again, if you can't agree that some gases are heavy,
you're giving accurate criticism.
If you think atoms are constructs, then we can't move forward.
No, we can't move forward because you're stalling here. You've rejected your priest-Einstein, so you've thrown out the entire modern astrophysics concept of the universe. All right? You've thrown all that out. You're in heresy with all of that, and now you're going to prove Newtonian maths, and you're going to turn everything on its head. Go ahead and prove that the universe is Newtonian and that mass attracting mass actually contains gas within a vacuum. Go ahead.
Well,
yeah, you're going to revolutionize everything with this. Go ahead.
Prove an atom's a construct and not an object. There we go. That's a question I asked you at least 20 times
so
at least 5 minutes ago.
All right, so you're floundering with a deflection.
Did you? If you didn't answer my question, I'm just going to say you're deflecting. So again, you're making no claims whatsoever, and then simply positing that mine are impossible.
Well, you're the one
positing that I'm making claims that I never claimed simply because I disagree with Einstein's specific interpretation of gravity, right? You're claiming that I don't believe in heliocentrism, right? So again, you're making nonsense claims because you're floundering because you have nothing real to say. You have nothing real to say.
No, you
what is this, Brown Recluse? Build your own gravity? What is this? Huh?
Yeah,
build your own
Earth
thing?
along. Right? Yeah, you haven't been following along. Yeah, you're not following along.
You don't think so, but I don't think you're following.
Okay, all right. Well, show Newtonian maths squaring with the concept of a solar system. Get Mercury's orbit to work. Go ahead. And then at best, you're going to just have a concept that you'll have to reapply.
Even if, like you said, even if I did that, that would mean nothing to you.
You're not going to be able to do that. That's the whole point.
I don't have any qualms against that. I never claimed a unified theory, right? I'm giving you a definition of gravity.
I didn't ask for a unified theory, goofball. Keep up.
I never said you did. Right?
No,
I'm telling you, I'm not claiming one.
Okay,
you're saying these have to square.
The solar system, then the maths aren't going to pan out if you're going Newtonian. So I'm just pointing out. All I've done is just point out that you have rejected all of that. The modern astronomy, space-time lore. You've rejected all of that, dude, by going with Newton.
Again, you can posit that all you want. That's not accurate.
No, it's just a necessary consequence of going with Newton, dude. That's why those maths were replaced with Einsteinian laws, dude.
Right. Either way.
Yeah, you're not keeping up.
Okay,
all I'm doing was pointing out a necessary consequence of your position. That you can't hold to the position of a solar system. I was just pointing that out, but that's fine. You can be in heliocentric, Einsteinian heresy. I don't care. That's your problem. But now you got an even bigger burden of trying to prove something that the entire so-called modern scientific community doesn't even subscribe to.
You can try to force whatever claims you want upon me, and then you can make me try to prove whatever evidence would make you believe, even if it doesn't, if I'm incapable of giving it to you, right? But you can't, answer one question: is an atom a construct, right? You keep running away from that.
All right, so that's a deflection.
I've answered you. I cannot provide you these things.
Yeah, as always, you're big on the projection because the irony is while you're saying that I'm running away from something, that's actually you with the red herring running away from the points that I'm making to you.
I addressed your claims and said I cannot.
No, you haven't addressed anything. I've asked you to show your heretical Newtonian mass attracting mass gravity containing gas in a vacuum and turning it into balls.
And what did I respond to that?
With nothing of substance.
I can't give that to you.
An atom is a construct.
I can't give that to you. You can tell me why you define the atom as a construct.
Okay, that's great. You
can't square all of Newtonian physics for you. Just not something I can do.
I didn't ask you to square all of it. I just asked you to show that it can actually contain gas. But you said you can't.
That brings me back to the definition of an atom.
Oh, you just want to move to a different subject?
No, it's the exact same subject because we're talking about massive objects having an attractive force, right?
Yeah, gas isn't an object, so I don't care about that.
Is an atom an object?
No,
it's a construct. What's a construct? Deflection. Like we're playing Who's on Third here. This is what I'm saying. You're again the lack of self-awareness is crazy. I'm acknowledging I can't give you what you want. You're saying that because I'm acknowledging that I'm deflecting by asking you to answer the question I've asked 20 times. You got no self-awareness, buddy.
The question's a red herring.
Because you don't want to answer it.
Let us answer it then.
Go ahead.
Well, Brown Recluse, just one more time. I mean, what Heretic has done is kind of intelligent because he knows you don't know anything about Einstein.
I thought you didn't have time to debate. What happened to not having time to debate, buddy?
Oh, we're
Yeah,
just
I'm
talking.
listening, right? But here's the point. He's been goose chase, right? Because you're not going to be able to do that because that's not what Newton set out to do. He set out to kind of show like the effects that happen on Earth. And you need special relativity for other planetary bodies, right? So he knows you're not going to be able to do that. And it's really funny. Everyone's laughing.
Yeah, it's really funny that you're going to use it for the astronomical scale, right?
I cannot give that to
because
you.
Newton's laws do not apply at the cosmic scale whatsoever. So it's really funny that you're going to try to use them to actually argue your claim about the cosmos, which requires Einsteinian.
So you're saying just to affirm, you're saying my Newtonian definition of gravity falls apart at the cosmic scale. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
There you go.
Yes.
Again, the mass still attracts mass in the Newtonian definition of gravity at the cosmic scale, right?
No, it doesn't.
It absolutely does.
It falls apart at the cosmic scale. That's why it's Einsteinian laws.
No, it falls apart at the quantum scale. Oh my God!
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
So it holds at the quantum scale. Good to know.
Cosmic scale. You use Einsteinian space-time, dude.
Yeah.
Yep.
Show it.
Well, I mean, I don't, but your astrophysicist priests, that's what they'll be using.
Right, priests.
So you're in heresy with them, by going with Newton.
A religion. Again, a religion.
So I mean, this would be the astronomical scale. You're talking about a giant gas ball in the vacuum of space, right? So Einstein would certainly apply, and you're going with exactly the wrong thing. You're going with Newtonian maths, which didn't work out at that scale.
Because that's what you were taught in 7th grade.
Yeah, and you don't really know what you're trying to argue is the problem. Mm-hmm. Don't know the subject.
Correct. What's it like to be a heretic? Whoa! Wow! It's fun, right? Heretic's one of those dudes that'll bury you, and he did. He did it. I've seen him before.
He didn't answer a single one of my questions and simply claimed what I was saying was nonsense.
All right, ask it again. Ask it again, and he'll, in good faith, not tell you you're an idiot, and he will bury you again.
How is the atom a construct?
Who says that an atom is a thing? Welcome to your religion again.
The atom isn't a thing. The collection of protons, neutrons, and electrons is not a thing. That's what you're claiming?
No, I'm not claiming that. You got to show it, man.
Okay, so do you need to physically observe like an actual atom in front of you, or again, are we what do you need to see?
What's an atom? Atom is a scientific model, dude. It's a model.
Mm-hmm. Right.
What's it look like? What's it look like?
It contains a proton, a neutron, and an electron. If we're talking about one hydrogen atom.
Very good. You are consumed with atoms, right? And so am I, and so is my freaking table right here. All this stuff.
Well, we're comprised of atoms.
Show me what it looks like. You want to show me what it looks like, or is it just a scientific thing that you've believed forever?
What about germs?
I mean, I know that.
Can I show you a germ?
It could be true.
Can I show you a germ? What do you mean, dude? Again, are you saying that protons, neutrons, and electrons don't exist in a formation that we would call an atom? Right? Is this atom a concept? Right? Our conceptualization of an atom.
Yeah, it's a conceptual tool. Yeah.
Sure. Right. So, but are we describing a real thing?
Understanding. Yeah.
Are we describing a real thing?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Right.
Yeah, you're describing. That's right.
They're describing a real thing. Right. So that's what words do. Words describe real things or fake things, right? But when I say hand, that's not a concept of a hand. It's a hand, right? The word hand is a concept. But then I'm not talking about the word atom. I'm talking about an atom. I'm talking about a proton, a neutron, an electron assembled into what we would refer to as an atom conceptually, referring to the real object.
Demonstrate your hand. Try it with an atom.
Break it down. Break it down. I want to see it broken down.
So just to clarify, we don't believe in atoms. Do we believe in germs?
I'm not really saying that.
I'm not saying I don't believe in atoms. I didn't say that. I'm saying that. Listen, dude. You believe every single thing that they taught you in 7th grade, and it's obvious.
That's incorrect. I don't think Christopher Columbus was a good guy, so that's your premise is immediately faulty.
Hang on. Can I get in here quickly? Brown.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are we?
20 up.
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly. Brown, are we or are we not able to observe microorganisms under a microscope?
We can observe microorganisms under a microscope.
And I guess you would constitute a germ as being a microorganism, right?
I would.
Okay, so we can observe germs. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we do the same for atoms?
I mean, from what I'm looking up, yes. First, free range image of an atom.
Okay. Is it using an electron microscope?
It's using an electron microscope, which again, obviously is a representation. But again, if we break it down, the how we view things, again, we're just receiving photons. So again, that's not
the point.
I know.
That's
again,
not the point. Right. The reason why I'm asking you is because you're kind of throwing it back at whoever was asking you about this, right? With the question about germs, as if it was actually comparable.
All right. It's not apples to apples. I admit that. Unless what I'm looking at are pictures of atoms, and again, picture is in a loose term. Obviously, it's an electron microscope. Yada yada yada.
Yeah, everything you're going to find is going to be a representation.
Yeah, you're likely looking at an artist's rendition of different like energy levels or something like that, colorized or some shit. Right.
That's all I was getting at. That's all I was saying.
Yeah.
What 20K ups and heretic? What's it like to be a heretic? Yeah, buddy.
It's absolutely hilarious.
It is good stuff. It is good stuff.
These guys are so much funnier when you understand how wrong they are.
Yeah. It only took me 20 seconds.
We've been here for years, man. We've been here for years.
But do we? Again, I'll concede that these are not actual images of atoms, right? Do we agree that atoms? There's a wealth of evidence that can lead us to believe that atoms are what comprise matter.
Based on 7th grade, middle school geometry or whatever you call it.
Well,
yeah, no,
whatever they are, they're not objects.
We can all. Yeah,
Nobody
we can
calls an
all
atom an
agree that
object,
there's
dude.
something there.
Why would they why would they not be? I'm still confused as to why they're not an object.
Because you use that term for things like cars and rocks and balls, and you don't just go around referring to gas and atoms as objects. Nobody does that.
You put it on
you're just restricting the definition for your own bias reasons. Like
you're expanding it to absurdity.
No, I disagree.
Yes,
I think it
you
actually
are.
falls.
Okay, go around and call gas an object and see how people.
A material thing that can be seen and touched. Again, that's up for debate. But again, a material thing. Again, I think an atom absolutely falls under the abstract of thing. If you disagree, then what is a thing, if not a physical?
Okay, so a thought is a thing.
Material.
So now a thought is an object.
Okay. Right. So, walking around my garage, I'm still kicking around your heavy gas.
It's a material thing. Again, a thought is not a material thing.
It can be seen and touched. Well, I can't really see gas.
You can touch
There's
it.
so much heavy gas that's way down here, and it's not booming around like it's supposed to be. It's just heavy gas. Can we agree that there's heavy gas?
Yeah, we can. I can.
And it just hangs out at the bottom.
No, that's not what I said.
Right
I said that this gas is heavy.
Right here.
I said it will eventually homogenize and equalize with the system, for the most part.
Yeah,
and it would get into fluid dynamics.
Brown, if you get a heavy gas, right? You put it in a vacuum chamber. Does it concentrate at the bottom?
It bounces around everywhere because it doesn't fall down and go boom boom.
Don't tell them.
I'd have to see it. I don't know any examples of heavy gas in a vacuum chamber.
That's the nature of gases. They expand in all directions. But when constricted, right? If you have space occupied by another gas, right? Then you put some other gas in it, right? It's going to happen over time. It's going to homogenize.
Even your heavy gases, even the ones that are really, really heavy.
They go in every direction.
And you would think, right, that in such a vast volume that we occupy, right, with the line of thinking that you're kind of expressing here, is we would have distinct layers of different gases as you go up in altitude.
And
like they would stratify.
It's a dynamic system, so no, I would not posit that. Again, there are higher concentrations of certain heavier isotopes at lower levels of the atmosphere. So again, that is what you would expect to see. But in a dynamic system, again, like I said, it will either reach equilibrium or homogenize. So again, I already agreed to that.
But even then,
that's not what it does.
But check this out, dude. Right? If you take various fluids, right, oil, vinegar, water, soap, all this shit, pour it in a glass, they'll stratify when left at rest, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you create a slight little whirlwind, right, what happens? Do they all mix?
It depends on the level of force.
It depends on the level of force, right? So what level of force would be necessary? What would the threshold be whereby gases would stratify or not?
A greater force than is being exuded on them, right? So, but again, like I said, heavier isotopes will sink because again they are more massive and therefore have a higher gravitational attraction.
Yeah, and then they're going to homogenize.
I don't need the explanation. Okay, so do you have a static environment demonstrating gases actually stratify?
I don't have a static environment, but again, I don't think that's emblematic of the.
Has there ever been one? Has there ever been a test for this?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so how can you assert all this stuff if you don't have the backing?
What am I asserting other than the fact that gas is comprised of atoms and atoms are objects and objects / atoms / massive objects?
Okay, the thing
have,
is,
gravity exerted upon them.
Yeah, you're doing this object thing. Okay, so even if we wanted to just go with you and let you be silly calling gases and stuff objects, the reason you're actually doing that is because you're trying to equivocate gas with stuff like solids and rocks and whatever, balls and apples and
atoms
bananas
have mass.
and things you can drop that are going to fall down, right? So you're trying to equivocate gas with solid materials because you can't actually demonstrate phenomena with gas, right? So you're going to just lump them all under this umbrella of object and act like you can get away with it, but your sleight of hand is obvious and dumb, and it's not working.
It's not a sleight of hand. I think it's a true.
It's what you're trying to do.
You don't like the fact that atom falls into the category of material thing,
so you don't want to define it as that. Encompass all states of matter because you will not actually be able to demonstrate the thing that you're claiming with every state of matter. You're not going to be able to do it with gas. So you're just trying to act like, gases, it's all the same. Solids, liquid, gases, they're all going to do the same thing.
They're all made of matter. We can agree to that. They're all made of matter.
No, they're not all going to go down and go boom. See, you're equivocating.
Gas is made of matter. Can gas condense or can gas...
The reason you're doing that is because you cannot demonstrate the phenomena with gas. You can only demonstrate it with those other states of matter, so you're trying to pull off this sleight of hand where you lump them all together under the umbrella of object. That's what you're doing.
If you have a heavy gas, it will sink. Again, especially in a dynamic system when surrounded by other less...
No, it's going to homogenize. Okay, so when I drop a rock to the floor of a pool or wherever, it doesn't matter, is it going to over time disperse and homogenize with the surrounding materials?
You give it enough time, yeah.
It will.
Oh. Yeah,
it's not going to just stay on the floor. It's going to disperse, and it's going to go.
Yeah, erosion after a certain amount of time will eat that rock away. Absolutely. Is that the question?
Okay. So it's going to behave the same way that gases do with kinetic energy. It's going to bounce around in all directions, and then it's going to change directions when it collides with something physical.
Never said that. No, that's not what I said.
Okay, then it's not equivalent to gas.
I never said it was equivalent to gas. You brought up a bad analogy.
Okay, thanks for playing. It's not equivalent to... No, I'm pointing out that your example of heavy gas sinking to the floor, as you put it, is not right.
Do we agree that they're both made out of atoms? Right? Can we agree to that?
It's not equivalent to what happens to those other states of matter, and what you just admitted to me now proves it.
No, again, I'm not saying it's the exact same thing. That was never my claim. My claim is that if you listen to me, is that they're all comprised of atoms, and these atoms have mass, and this mass has properties that we would call gravity.
You're trying to equivocate things again, dude.
No, they're an atom and an atom are the same thing. They're
not equivalent. The behavior isn't equivalent. It's not the same as dropping a rock on the floor or pouring out some liquid on the ground. It's not the same because the behavior of gas is not the same as those things.
No, I never said it was the same thing. I'm saying the atoms.
So stop bringing up the heavy gas.
Are the same. The hydrogen in the air is the same as the hydrogen in the water is the same as the hydrogen in the solid. No, you're not understanding a very simple point, dude.
We've just agreed. We've come to a meeting of the minds.
We did not agree to
pools of heavy gas that you're trying to use as a demonstration here are not equivalent to what you're actually claiming they are.
Right. I never said it was the same as a rock in a pool.
Okay, then you don't need to bring it up again because it's not the same as a rock falling down at all. It's not the same behavior.
you just want to run away from it because you don't agree that an atom
is
comprised of atoms. Can we see?
We don't need to worry about that. You're trying to.
You don't want to worry about it, dude. You don't want to worry about it at all.
Okay, you're trying to equivocate. Oh, it's composed of atoms, so it's going to do the same thing that the rock does when it falls down. No, dummy.
Atoms have certain properties. Atoms have certain properties.
Cannot
means that we can show that if they have certain properties, these properties will lead to certain side effects. One of which being the fact that massive objects have an attractive force that we define as gravity, right?
Why do you say that?
You're equivocating. See, he's doing it again. I'm just going to turn his mic
off. Gas has certain properties. Gas has certain properties that it does.
Yeah.
It doesn't fall down and stay at my feet. I'm not kicking around your heavy gas down here.
That was not my claim.
Okay. Well, that is what you're saying it's going to do. I'm turning his microphone off because he's straight lying. That is what he's saying it's going to do. That's the only reason to bring up pools of gas on the ground. He's saying it falls down, goes boom, boom, due to gravity, the same way a rock, an apple, a pine cone, anything else does. That's what he's trying to say. And then when we get to this point where we point out that's what he's actually doing is making that equivocation, he runs away from it and says, I never said they're equal. That's exactly what you're trying to say, Goofy. You're trying to say that gravity's doing the same thing to all states of matter.
Which heavy gases I'm picking up at my feet, you know? I mean, they're doing what gases do. Which gases right now am I kicking up at my feet? And they're going... and they're falling right back down to the ground and staying down there. No, gases have a specific thing that they do. They hit off of every other gas and go in every direction. And this guy thinks that they're so heavy that...
They just fall down and they pool up on the ground.
Man,
you got oceans of gas out there on the face of the earth, according to this guy.
Can I get just a bit of clarification on something? Brown did ask earlier, forgive me if, or too far down, but did you or did you not say that an atom is a solid object earlier?
I suppose I don't know if an atom is a solid object. It is an object. It is a material object is what I meant to say.
Okay, so you didn't mean
it's a material thing is what, because I was trying to go off the definition of object, which I think it's a material thing, which I think is easily demonstratable.
Okay, so how do you define material?
How do I define material? That's a great question.
Yeah, good question.
Because allegedly there would be some substance or substrate, right? Like the ground being thing of all things, right?
Well, matter.
The one,
right? So matter, like again, so
yeah, like is it a little? Is it like a little marble, a miniaturized marble that you can poke with a really fine tipped, pogo stick or something, like a miniaturized cue poking a miniaturized 8-ball.
I don't know.
Is that how you see it?
I would not say it's perfectly. That's obviously the demonstration, the representation in classical media. I mean, obviously they think electrons are more of a cloud and yada yada. But like obviously it has mass, right? So there's a mass. There's
saying that.
It does. It has resistance to change, right? So that's the resistance to inertial change, which is a definition of physics, mass in physics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how does resistance to acceleration attract resistance to acceleration?
again, it's a property, right? In which, again, a side effect of the property, right, is the attractive force we define as gravity, right? So again, this matter has a property.
Take a moment to remember that we're in Einstein heresy.
This has a property.
So a side effect of resistance to acceleration is the attraction to other resistance to acceleration.
Again, that's the definition of mass in physics, right? But again, we're talking about matter.
Do you not hear the absurdity?
Right, we're talking about matter.
Do you not hear the absurdity?
Can I define the foundation of all being?
Do you not hear the absurdity coming out of your mouth?
Again, I understand.
The abstract notion of resistance to acceleration has the effect on the other abstract notion of resistance to acceleration.
Bingo.
Like I said, that's the definition of physics.
I know it's
what we're referring to is matter.
I know it's the shit that you're reading.
What we're referring to is
if you put it through some thought, you'd realize that there's some incoherency laid in this that is going right over your head.
It's absurdity.
So the more two things resist acceleration, the more they cause one another to accelerate?
Yeah, it's not necessarily that simple, no. No, again, mass.
What's mass?
No, buddy, no.
What's mass, though?
Mass.
That's the resistance to acceleration, right?
Again, that's the physics definition of it, yes. But again,
okay. And you said that mass attracts
also atomic mass. Right? Again, atomic
you said that mass attracts mass.
Hey, physics definition of mass.
Hey, Goofy, I'm already done asking you that question. Now I'm on to the next one.
Of course you are.
Said
you
mass attracts mass, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the resistance to acceleration attracts the resistance to acceleration.
You said exactly what he said, buddy. You want to get a clap? Like again,
okay,
like I said, it's the physics definition. We can use we can use the atoms mass. We can use atomic.
I gotta shut your mic off because right, we got to this point, like you said. That's exactly what he just said, and the reason why I repeated the whole thing is because when we got there, you said, "Well, it's not exactly like that." So we parsed it all out again. And it turns out, according to you, it is exactly like that. So you're going to double speak again?
Open his mic.
Yeah, I have to shut your mic off because you're freaking out and panicking and trying to talk over people. Because you're in double speak, right?
I don't matter.
You're contradicting yourself and you're double speaking and you're trying to get out of it by drowning the other voices in this panel out, which is really rude. So we have to actually turn your mic off. If you could behave yourself and compose yourself a little, show a little tact and dignity and be like, you know what? I said something stupid there. You're right. Thanks for pointing that out. Instead of trying to panic and over talk your way out of it. Yeah, that'd be appreciated because I don't actually want to be bothered muting you, okay? Thanks.
Because it's a religion.
Again, what would you like me to say? Because I gave you the physics definition of mass, right? And I can go into the atomic definition of mass, right? But what we're referring to is matter, right? Matter has mass, right? So again, these are physics definitions. Like I said, gravity isn't fully understood, and I never claimed it was. Right?
Yeah.
It's a demonstratable
But you're holding on to it anyway. You're holding on to it still.
Yes, absolutely. Because it's a demonstratable force, a demonstratable phenomena, if you prefer, right? Between two massive objects.
Yeah, the more they resist acceleration, the more they accelerate one another. Yeah, that's cool. Really, really cool story.
Again, you can boil it down into that, but that's not.
That's exactly what your claim amounts to. Yes, it is.
Mass is a property of matter.
Yeah, it's the resistance to acceleration. Are we going to do it again?
Right. So again, that's one definition of mass. Like I said, right, the matter, right, has the phenomena acted upon it, right, or is the subject.
There's no way you're going to reword this that it's going to make any
Again,
sense.
I don't think it's going to make sense to you. Again, I'm simply trying to articulate it.
You're in a paradox. You're saying the more two things resist acceleration, the more they're going to accelerate each other. That's stupid. Shut up.
We've already been here. We've already been there.
All right, guys. If you don't want to chat, we don't have to chat. Again,
we are chatting. I actually like you.
He said, "Shut up." That's not chatting.
McLovin, I love you.
I love you, buddy.
McLovin, come on, dude. Listen, If it's heavier than air, it drops to the floor. If it's lighter than air, it floats away. There's your gravity. That's it.
Again, yeah, weight does take the gravitational constant into effect. I agree with that.
Man, you're reading from a book.
That's what. But again, our issue again. The reason I had an issue with Heretic is that we can't agree on definitions, right? Again, if we can't agree that an atom exists, right?
You just don't like what your definitions amount to when you parse it all out.
I can't.
Right, it's very easy. It's not hard. It's very easy. You're making it something that it's not. Why do you have to have an explanation why things fall to the ground? Why? Because you have a freaking presupposed notion that the Earth is a globe. Things that fall to the ground are heavier than air. And things that float away like a helium balloon or gas, let's say gas.
Till they bounce off the container, right?
I'm not saying that. I didn't make a claim. I'd say that there is a container. There has to be a container.
Well, that's a claim. That's a claim.
That's the second law of thermodynamics. I didn't make that claim. There is a second law of thermodynamics. And that says that you can't have gas pressure without a container. So where's this gas pressure that you're breathing right now? You're breathing it like I am. And
I'm in my house. I'm in my house. That's a demonstratable container. There's no demonstratable container in the outside world.
Yeah, go outside then. I'm outside.
You're still breathing pressurized.
But there's no demonstratable container. You're positing that because the pressure on Earth, you can only find a container. You can't posit that it must follow. Therefore, that the next example has to also then follow a container. You're assuming that it's very likely.
The law of thermodynamics is wrong. Is the law of thermodynamics wrong? You can't have air pressure without a container. Can you?
That's not the second law of thermodynamics.
Can you have air pressure without a container?
Can't have gas pressure without a container definitionally, right? But you can have atmospheric pressure because again, gas contains consists of atoms, which are massive objects, which has gravity enacted upon them, which gives us the pressure gradient extended onto the carbon.
He goes again with his equivocations. You see that? He's doing it again.
These are not equivocations. This is a disagreeable on definition.
So if something has atoms, we just grant him that, I guess. See, what he's going to try to do now is equivocate all states of matter with one another and claim that they have the same behaviors. Gas goes down, falls to the ground, goes boom, boom. Same way a rubber does a brick.
If it actually did that, then I'd be picking it up.
Right, I think we can agree that balloons are made out of atoms and they don't fall to the ground and go boom boom. So how are you claiming that I'm saying that gas falls to the ground and go boom boom? Right? That's illogical. That's not what I'm claiming. You're misinterpreting me because you don't know what I'm saying.
You're saying that gravity. Yeah. All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I want to draw a parallel to something. Okay, I'm going to ask a question, but I'll bring it back to this. Okay, but Brown. Just as a quick little tangent, okay? What are some of the planets made of? Don't worry, I'll bring it back.
Gas. Is that what you're saying?
Okay.
Some of them are gas.
Whatever, right? Whatever. Pick one.
Matter. They're comprised of matter. If you want to get as broad as possible.
Well, okay. Well, let's narrow it down. What element? Pick one. And
carbon. Carbon is the most common element, and
Okay, let's run with that. Let's run with that. How do we know that?
Spectral analyzation based on the shit that we fire into
spectroscopy. Okay. Right.
Yeah, spectroscopy.
Right. So in a nutshell, the statement is, okay, we point this device up in the sky, we get a particular wavelength reading, and then from that we infer that it must be this particular element because in a lab, we've burnt element X, it emitted said wavelength. We look up there, we get a similar wavelength, and we infer that thing is made up of the same thing because we get the same wavelength, right?
Yeah, I have no problems with that.
Okay, so why do you accept that?
It seems like a very reasonable explanation, and I have no reason not to believe it. Again, hang
on, got it. Take it. Right. So you're drawing an inference.
Yeah.
Right. Did you go up there and touch this planet and to verify that it's actually made of this, or get a sample of it?
No, absolutely not.
No, but the statement is basically right. In order to get this wavelength, right, an antecedent would be said element being present with light bouncing off of it.
Yep.
but you accept that without actually going to verify it.
Yeah, again, absolutely. Okay. I think
now, here's the funny part, right?
Yeah.
Are all things that emit color X, right, made up of the same element? No, but you're going to be able to hone in on one thing because whatever reasons, right?
Well, it's the specific spectrum of light that is reflected back off of it. Yeah. So again, does that guarantee that that's the composition makeup? All right, sorry. Go ahead.
Hang on. Right. So no, it's not. Right. So here's a wavelength. Not all things that make up or that emit this wavelength are this one element, but for whatever reason, you're going to choose one. Right. Because it fits a particular other parameters, like it's probably gas and there's this one gas, so it's probably that, right? So you're drawing a sort of like antecedent relationship. It must be gas. It's emitting this wavelength. So therefore this, that, the other thing. But you didn't go up and check that. Here we are talking about this gas pressure thing where there is only one known reason why we have gas pressure. Okay? And you're contesting it.
Yep.
I think you're saying there's only you're positing there's only one known reason why we have gas pressure, right? Again, we disagree on the definition of gas pressure, right? But whether or not it applies to
What do you mean by disagreeing on the definition of gas pressure?
Gas pressure, by definition, requires a container, right? I've brought that up several times.
And you disagree with that.
Right.
Why?
So again, because you're positing that gas pressure is equivalent to atmospheric pressure, right? Because it's gas and it's pressure, right?
Well, what is that? What is the atmosphere made of?
Gas. No, again, like I said, it's gas and there's pressure, right?
Okay.
So, but you're positing that gas pressure.
He's using this weasel term of atmospheric pressure to try to smuggle his gravity and his atmoball in space into the conversation. He just dropped that before he can
unless you can demonstrate a container that's holding in the atmosphere. I don't think you can posit that it's gas pressure.
That's how you achieve gas pressure. That's obviously how you achieve.
Demonstrate a container.
But here's the thing, Brown,
that's a burden reversal. You're the one making a special pleading claim of gravity containing gas. You demonstrate that.
And not only that, Brown, you're not allowing for the same flexibility for someone to come in and say, "Hey, go get that sample of said gas or said material on Mars, Jupiter, or whatever to prove it's made of this element." But you accept it without questioning it like the same way you're questioning us, even though it follows the same line of reasoning.
Right, but I have far less evidence to support the claim that, whatever it is, Uranus is made out of a certain percentage of carbon, right? So if I received better evidence, right, that would supersede me, or supersede that claim, and I would no longer believe it. I would believe whatever I have better evidence for, right? What you just said, the spectrometry, or the spectral analyzation of these exoplanets. 1 second.
What's the spectra of Uranus? I don't even want to.
1 second. Let me finish. The spectral analyzation of these exoplanets is currently the best evidence I have for what they're comprised of, right? If I receive better evidence, I would believe further.
Okay, so check this out, right? The evidence that you have, right, is a reading. You look up, there's a light in the sky, this reading, and you correlate that with X element, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Right? And therefore that thing must be made up of this thing.
I think it's the best explanation. Do you have a better explanation?
No.
Yeah.
Then I believe it.
I'm not making
I believe it because it's the best explanation, right? Again, if there's
so it boils down to subjectivity, right? It's your belief, right? Because you think it's the best explanation, when you haven't even heard any other one, right? As opposed to scrutinize the one claim.
No, I've heard other ones. Right? Again, that's a light in the sky balancing on the firmament. That again, it's a solid.
I'm not claiming that either. My point.
I've heard other claims.
My point is instead of adopting it wholeheartedly, right? Because you think it's the best one. How about scrutinize all the explanations that are given to you and pull back until one of them actually shows itself to be proven?
Absolutely. Again, we have to rely on a certain set of presuppositions, right? So again, if everyone has to, you have to rely on the presupposition. Because again,
what do you mean? Like what? Like what?
Like the fact that your senses are reliable, right? You have to work on the presupposition. You have to assume that your senses are reliable.
I'm not necessarily just going by my senses, though. I'm not just going by my senses.
I'm not saying. One second. I'm not saying that's the only. 1 second, dude. 1 second. I'm not saying that's the only thing you're going off of. I'm saying that's a presupposition you have to rely upon to move forward, right?
Not when we're doing objective analysis of certain things.
Yes, you have to. Yes, in every scenario, you have to rely. You have to presume that your senses are reliable. I have to assume.
Hang on. What sense am I relying on?
Your sense of reason, your sense of sight, your sense of sound,
How about you let me finish my fucking sentence, right? What sense am I relying on when I analyze the situation at hand, whereby gas requires a container?
Your sense of sight, your sense of sound, your sense of reason, your sense of balance.
So you mean all these senses when actually doing the analysis, or are you talking about a sense to actually pick something up to be processed in the analysis?
Again, all of these, multiple senses you have to rely on. All of them.
Like what, dude? You hadn't even said one.
4. I just gave you 4.
But dude, those are senses that are used to actually perform the analysis, not in the data perception to put something into the analysis.
Performing the analysis is the data perception. You're perceiving the data by analyzing it.
What the fuck?
That's what
that is. Dude, hang on a second. Hang on, dude. Okay, hang on, bro. Hang on.
The only contention you have is that you don't rely on presuppositions. Everyone always does. But go ahead.
Whoa. Hang on, bro. Watch this. I've got a barometer. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It measures pressure.
You have to presume that it's accurate, but go ahead.
Okay, but that's another story.
Right? I agree, but you're working off a presupposition.
Whether it's accurate or not, okay, it's a manufactured barometer. Let's say it's reading 14.7 instead of 14.9 or 14.6 psi. All right? It's off by a small, plus or minus 5%. Okay? That number is recorded. The only sensory input, quote unquote, or sense perception in there is reading the value and putting it on the piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
My sensory input was not the intermediary between the real world and the actual thing in question. I'm just recording the thing in question via the barometer. I am not a gatekeeper of the data being picked up on or not. It's not like I'm the vessel through which the information comes through. Coming through the barometer.
Can I ask?
Hang on, dude. Right? The fact that there is that number at all, right, is the key thing here. No sensory input required in there except in translating the value from one medium to another. My sensory perception is not part of the experiment.
It absolutely is. It's required.
No.
Why? Because I'm recording data?
Yeah,
fine,
fuck it. The experiment needs to be executed by an experimenter, and the experimenter needs to rely on their definition. My whole point. Let me talk.
Relax, dude. Hang on. What I'm talking about here, there's a big difference here, right? Versus recording a wavelength, right?
Yeah.
And then doing a comparison between one thing and another through my mind and through my interpretation, and then spitting out a fact, drawing a correlation point 1 and point 2.
You're making an analysis based off presuppositions on how we understand the world to exist. It's the exact same scenario.
No, wait. Yeah. You're not. No, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
You boil it down.
I'm getting a reading. Watch this.
Yeah,
I'm getting a reading. Hang on.
Dude, shut
You're getting a reading. Up, man. Dude, can I get mod perms in here, by the way? I don't think I have them because fuck, man.
Again,
you're on fucking fire tonight. You gotta put yourself out, man.
I'm just trying. You're going off, and all I'm trying to demonstrate is that we all operate off presuppositions.
Like what though? What's the presupposition here?
That your senses are reliable. Yes, that your barometer is accurate. That the world, that the pressure can be measured by a barometer. There's so many presuppositions that you're operating off of. Everybody has to. Everybody has to operate.
Hang on. Is the barometer made for this purpose?
And that's what barometers are for. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. So whether it's accurate or not, it's performing its function, correct?
Sure. You're presuming that's
right.
Yeah.
So take me out of the equation, right? You rig this thing up to a computer, right? It'll do the data recording for me. How about that?
Sure.
Right. Now, whether it's inaccurate or not, it's getting a reading.
Sure. You've removed all observers. So who's reading that observation?
The sheer fact that reading happens is because of some prerequisites.
Yeah.
The one prerequisite that we know of, right, for gas pressure is that that there's a container involved. Okay. What now? If you mean to tell me that there are other reasons why we can have that, right? I'm not part of the experiment here. The computer just did the whole thing.
You had to make the computer and put up the barometer and
all that stuff. Yeah, right. It did the recording. I didn't make a mistake. I didn't make a typo. The thing might be inaccurate, plus or minus 5%, 2%, depending on the accuracy and the quality. Fine. But that's a univariable reading. No correlation between anything yet, or drawing any conclusions yet. We ask ourselves, how did this pressure arise here? Well, in all other situations, we need containment. We increase the volume, we decrease the volume, keep the temperature constant. We notice a difference or a change in pressure. Do you have any other experiment that demonstrates a change in pressure by varying something else other than temperature, pressure, humidity, volume, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, height.
By height. What's in height?
Pressure goes down with height.
Okay, all right. So check this out, right? So here I have a fixed volume. I have a candle underneath the bottom of this volume. Okay, it's a really tall vessel, right?
Sure.
Okay, right. So at the bottom, I can register a different temperature than at the top, and also I notice if I probe the bottom, there's a different pressure at the bottom than at the top. Big deal. Great. What happens if I let go of the container? If I puncture a hole in the container?
It would probably homogenize with the surrounding air.
Thank you very much. I rest my case.
Sure. Does that apply when you go up into near the Kármán line? Does the air near the surface homogenize with the air at the Kármán line? It doesn't. Yeah. I'll tell you that it doesn't.
Well, I didn't say homogenize. I didn't say it would homogenize.
But then what would it do? Would it equalize? Because it doesn't. It doesn't do that either.
I didn't say it would equalize. I didn't say it would. The whole point here is to demonstrate that we need containment, restricted volume, and vary all the other things like temperature, humidity, whatnot, right? Inside. That's it. And if you take away the container, you don't have it. So what now? If this is not sufficient for you, do you have something else?
Yes.
For us?
Gravity. Again, we can go back in a circle.
Okay. Very good. Okay. So how do you demonstrate in a scientific experiment manipulating gravity to demonstrate a change in pressure? Right? In this experiment, we manipulated various things. We varied the temperature. We varied the size of the volume, height of the volume, and the gradient manifests by putting different temperatures at different ends of the container. All right? Put more gas in there. Restrict the volume. Pressure goes up. All right. So these are all things that we can vary and manipulate. What else?
Sure. Again, you can, go up high enough where there isn't enough air to be considered gas pressure.
Okay. So check this out. Watch this. I'm going to take this container, right? This cylinder, right?
Sure.
I'm gonna make it super, super, super long. It's going to stand on my table.
Sure.
Somehow I'm going to stabilize it, and it's going to rocket up thousands of feet.
Sure.
Thousands.
It'll hit the container, but
they're funny. Okay. Now what? Does anything change except for the volume?
It might explode given the pressure difference between the pressure at sea level and the pressure near the Kármán line, which is like again a million times different.
Right. So there would be a gradient, right?
No, there wouldn't be a gradient. No, there would be one homogeneous pressure inside your long container, and then you would push it up to this where there's no pressure up at the Kármán line, and then the pressure difference between the container that you brought up there and the lack of pressure up at the Kármán line would probably create such a difference that your glass, I'm imagining it's a glass container, would explode. That's what I'm imagining.
What the fuck? Hang on, I didn't say anything about there being such a high pressure differential that the thing would explode. The thing in this example is that the container remains the container intact.
Yep.
Now
so there's a magical container that's long as hell.
Hang on a second.
Can you demonstrate this super long container at the Kármán line?
The temperature at the bottom is higher than the temperature at the top, right? Just like before. And like a small contraption is 6 feet long, for example, you put a lighter on one side, the other side's not going to have the same temperature. There will be a gradient.
Sure.
Right? So if I extend this higher, what changes other than the size of the container and the pressure and the temperature?
Well, not that you would still have a certain amount of psi at the top of the container. You would not have next to zero.
Okay, but there's a gradient.
That's a bad analogy to the real world.
No, you don't know. Hang on, you don't know that. You don't know these raw values. I'm not making a claim.
Yeah, it's 0.0003 m bar at the Kármán
okay,
line.
So there were. Okay, well you said that. Okay, yeah. But inside the container, right?
Do you think inside the container there'd be 0.003 m bar at the very top?
I'm not making a claim to the number. Right, but in principle, right, we know the temperature is different.
How cold would it have to get for traditional air pressure to get down to 0.003 m bar? Do you know?
Doesn't matter. I don't know.
It does matter because again, you're claiming all these things are analogous to our atmosphere. But again, you're using random.
Not for this example.
Talk over me.
Hang on. The principles are what I'm trying to highlight here. You haven't said jack shit about anything other than temperature, volume, right? The very same things that I put forth in the beginning. You haven't said anything about gravity playing a role into this, except for an ad hoc answer you posted 5 minutes ago. But you didn't say anything in this example, right? And you haven't proven that to be necessary in the first place. You're just saying it. I'm giving you all these examples to show you that where is it in the equation?
Again, what size is your fucking container? I have this hypothetical container. It does matter. These things matter.
Okay. Let's say 1,000 feet tall. No.
All right.
1,000 feet tall. Right. 1,000 feet tall. Hang on. Watch this. 1,000 feet tall. Right. PV equals nRT. If it's 6 feet tall, PV equals nRT. If it's 1,000 feet tall.
Absolutely.
Where's G?
Again, it's not analogous. It's not analogous. This random magical container that you have.
You're right. It's not analogous because
exactly.
Well,
so this container, I agree. This container that you've posited is not analogous to the real world. We agree there. You're the one who's assuming there's a container in the real world, though.
Throwing G in here. Okay, you didn't show where it's necessary.
Because it's negligible at that point. In a true container, because it's negligible. Because the force, because gravity is a weak force. Gravity is a very weak force in a container, and again, it's proportionally weak to the amount of mass in an object. So gas is inherently very non-massive object.
Hang on, bro. How can you even prove it's necessary if it's so weak?
What?
You're throwing G in here on philosophical grounds, dude, and you fucking know it. You're throwing it in there on philosophical grounds.
That's all you've got. Demonstrable by the gradient they receive.
Acknowledge that you don't have a scientific experiment to back up this claim that you need G in any sort of situation.
Is what you just gave me a scientific experiment? Is that what you think?
Of course it.
If you then show me this magical container that's 1,000 feet tall. Show me the gradient that will consist of it, and if it matches our atmosphere.
Wait.
You
it is
can't do it.
Hang on.
It's a fake. Yeah, it's not a real experiment. If I told you to do that for me, you would be a ridiculous claim.
Wait. It is hypothetical. It is hypothetical, but I am varying and manipulating different variables to observe a potential outcome of another variable.
And we agreed it wasn't analogous to the atmosphere. So
why not?
You agreed to that it wasn't analogous.
No, I misspoke. I retract that. Okay. Well, no, it is analogous because it is analogous. So, it is analogous. It's just a restricted environment, and we're trying to extend that restricted environment to make it more similar to the environment in question.
How about this? If you perform that experiment and then show me the data, I'll become a flat earther tomorrow.
I told you, dude. This is hypothetical.
Exactly. Okay. So, but if I use inference in hypothetical scenarios, I'm bloviating and I'm using scientism.
No, that's okay.
This experiment.
Here's the thing. I acknowledge. I'll be upfront with you. This is a hypothetical, but there are real world examples where you have tall containers, right, for whatever industrial purpose. I think APOC can speak on this, right? Whereby at one point there's a higher temperature, different pressure at the bottom than at the top. So we know that this is a phenomenon that occurs. Now, what I'm speaking to is obviously just theoretical. Okay, I make no claim to have done this or whatnot. But my point is, dude, in these examples, for any container or gas pressure test that you would do, you would have to have it contained.
All right, but
you're making the claim that there's this other variable at play. Yes. You're making the claim, but how do you know that?
Again, I think the Cavendish experiment is one example of gravity at play. Again, we can list off several others.
No, but I'm talking. No, you're making leaps of logic. Going back to what you were saying,
I'm using logic. I agree. I don't think they're leaps.
Right. So yeah, you are making leaps.
That's your classification. I think you're doing the same thing with your giant magical container.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
I'm not either. Then
dude,
okay.
In your Cavendish thing, he's dealing with little rocks or marbles or some shit.
Sure, atoms.
Okay?
I agree.
You're drawing an equivocation between these rocks and gases being the same because they're like miniature rocks. Even though you have no proof they're actually solid objects.
You're lying. You're equivocating.
You have no proof that they're actually solid objects, so you're making a leap of faith there. Okay? Yep. A leap of logic.
Yep. An atom is a massive object.
Stop. You're going to stop doing that.
You guys are getting really upset. Atoms are very clearly massive objects.
No, we got to stop him. That's enough because he's told this lie like 16 times. And I really dislike how when it gets exposed, he goes, I'm not saying that. I've never said that. Yes, he is. We all see exactly what you're doing. You're equivocating between these different states of matter. That's why you bring up the Cavendish, and then you try to apply it to gas, and you go, I never said it's all the same. That's exactly what you're doing, or else you wouldn't be bringing up Cavendish, which obviously doesn't have anything to do with gas or gas behavior.
Now, if you had an actual experiment that sort of mimicked Cavendish to try and replicate it in some form with respect to gas, that would be a whole different story, dude, but you don't. So if you can go find one, maybe we can talk about it. And until then, it's just mental masturbation, and you can take that elsewhere.
All right. We'll agree to disagree for now, then.
We're right back where we were.
Agree to disagree.
Yeah, we'll agree to disagree.
But you have nothing to agree with your own self with.
Well, then to that I disagree. So we'll agree to disagree.
You haven't even proven it to yourself.
Well, I think I have proven it to myself, so we'll agree to disagree.
By making a leap of logic and
I don't think it's a leap of logic. I think it's a regular logic, so we'll agree to disagree there as well.
Why?
I've clearly explained that atoms are definitionally massive objects. They have atomic mass, right?
What did you do to validate the veracity of that claim?
What did I do to validate? Did you pull out this magical instrument? There's plenty of, again, if gravity is true, right? There's plenty of things that we would expect
now you're
to see.
supposing it, not hypothetical.
In the hypothesis of gravity being true, there's several things we would expect to see, like a gradient on the massive objects that consists of the gas.
Circular reasoning. Circular reasoning, dude.
Right.
Yeah, so you're trying to say if gravity is true, then we see gradient.
No, I'm saying there's certain predictions we would be able to make, and one of them would be...
so that's not one of them. So gravity doesn't predict the gradient. Okay, never mind. Sorry, my bad.
Right.
Yeah, dude, I can use the same logic and say there are invisible leprechauns and unicorns flying around that want everything to be on the ground as much as possible.
Sure. And
I throw an apple up in the air, and it falls down. Therefore, there are invisible leprechauns and unicorns. And they prefer to accelerate things down at approximately 9.8 meters per second squared.
Sure. Okay. Then what else would we expect to see if there were magical leprechauns pushing things down?
Everything that we see, everything that we witness is what we would expect.
Well, leprechauns have certain properties, right? So leprechauns have certain properties. How can we determine that there are leprechauns performing this and not unicorns?
Thank you very much. Yeah. No,
how do we make that?
They're invisible, dude. They're invisible, right?
So visibility is the only way that we can attest to the certain things' existence.
Yeah, they're just invisible.
What about spectrum analysis?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah,
we offered that as a possibility earlier.
They're just invisible, right? They're just invisible, and they like things downwards, and they accelerate shit down 9.8 meters per second squared, and things.
That's an unfalsifiable claim. That's unfalsifiable.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Again, 100%.
Right. So now swap in. Thank you very much. Now watch this, right? Here's the magic, right? Swap out invisible leprechauns and unicorns and replace it with gravity.
Yeah.
And absolutely. Would you say that that's not a falsifiable claim?
No, because I can test to see if massive objects attract, like in the Cavendish experiment, and it would show that they do.
But the thing
I can't test for leprechauns. I can test for gravity.
Here's the problem, right? In the Cavendish experiment, right? He misunderstood what was going on, you see? Because there were invisible leprechauns and unicorns in there also that wanted to push these things together.
So, but we agree that they're being pushed together. Okay, so if we agree that they're being pushed together, then we don't have a problem. You might be a little confused on what gravity is, but you're getting there. You'll be a global
according to him, right? If that indeed happened, right, then that was why. Because of course, invisible leprechauns and unicorns. I mean, why not, right? I drop my apple, falls to the ground. It has to be invisible leprechaun.
Right. So, but we agree that there's an attractive force being observed, and we agree that the observation is the same, and we're just positing different reasons for it.
Here's the thing: I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what Cavendish said. So, if it did happen, put aside the fact that the whole torsion wire bullshit. If it did actually happen, it was because of invisible leprechauns.
They account for noise, but continue.
Yeah, right. So if it did happen, it must have been invisible leprechauns and unicorns, right? Prove me wrong.
You can posit that, but again, if leprechauns cause this attractive force that we see between two massive objects, I can't tell you you're wrong, but I'm just saying, thank God that you finally agree that there's attractive force between these two massive objects.
Roll back, bro. You're gonna have to roll. Whoa, the fuck.
I'm just glad that you agree that this force exists.
No. I'm asking you.
That's what you're claiming.
No, here's the thing. I recognize the phenomena of things falling down.
So the phenomena is what we're talking about.
Whoa, there's Sally. I recognize whoa, there's Sally. I recognize the phenomena.
That time.
Okay, somebody else. Whoa, them too. Right. I dropped my apple. I recognize that happened.
Sure.
Why it's happening? I think it's because it's invisible leprechauns and unicorns. You think it's this magical force emanating from the center of the earth, which you have no proof of either.
Right. How do we test these things?
So now, how do we test the reason why this is happening? We can test the phenomena and measure it and all that. We recognize, we can measure and approximate 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration. But why is that happening?
Again, I can't. Like I said a billion times, I can't define gravity or the reasons for gravity. That's not well understood.
You think. Oh, thank you very much. So
I've said that from the beginning, dude.
But why do you even think it's there in the first place?
Because, like you said, we have an observed phenomena, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
So we have observed phenomena.
So you think that there's a standalone force or entity, if you want, conceptual entity.
Never said
right?
Sit alone. Never said sit alone.
No, but you said that gravity is a property of mass.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
So the standalone property, right?
What you said standalone? Why is it standalone? You're adding that in for no reason.
By standalone, okay. What I mean by that is, it's this thing in and of itself, sort of like magnetism, right? Magnetism or electricity.
It's similar to magnetism.
They're their own conceptual thing to study.
Yes, we don't understand magnetism either fully. So
I know we don't, but we recognize
the phenomena. Yeah, we recognize the phenomena of magnetism. We recognize the phenomena of gravity. We're on the same page,
bro. Relax.
You're halfway to being a Glober, dude.
Nah, bro. Dude, calm the fuck down, man. The thing is, we can vary and manipulate things to cause it to turn it off or on, quote unquote. Right? So we can easily recognize that it has, like it emanates from certain things happening or for some causes.
I agree.
Right? That's what I mean by standalone. So you need to now prove that there's this standalone thing called gravity caused by X, Y, or Z. You're making the claim it's mass.
What is magnetism caused by?
Well, for example, if you take a ferrous metal, right, iron, some shit like that, and you zap it with a shit ton of fucking voltage,
sure,
right, under certain conditions, you can align, the structure within, and from that somehow fucking magnetism happens. So we know that there's
you don't know how it happens. You have no clue how it happens.
How it happens, no, but we know how we can manifest it in some way, shape, or form. So we know that there's a relationship between some of the things that we do to certain things and the manifestation of magnetism, right? So we got an idea with that, and we have whole fucking industries built on each other.
Sure, absolutely.
Right? So we know
phenomena.
Right. So exactly, but we also know how to cause it, and how to not to uncause it. Right? You heat something up, for example, to a certain temperature, depending on the fucking element, and all of a sudden, you cool it down, and it no longer possesses these properties. Right, so we got better kind of hands-on understanding of this thing, as opposed to just measuring some phenomena and assuming it's caused by X, Y, or Z, without being able to manipulate X, Y, or Z to demonstrate that this phenomena is caused by X, Y, or Z. This is where you lie. This is where you fall under. This is your quandary.
No, I disagree entirely. Because again,
you're a fucking idiot.
All right, you can make ad hom attacks. Feel free to. But
you're a fucking idiot, dude. Like, how do you not see that you have yet to manipulate any variable to cause this phenomena?
Because I never claimed to cause this phenomena, right? I'm simply claiming, like as you said earlier, that we are observing a phenomena, right? I never claimed to cause it. That's why you think I'm an idiot. You have no clue what you're talking about. I never claimed to cause it.
You're saying that gravity attracts mass. You're saying that gravity attracts. You're saying gravity attracts gases to create pressure.
Yeah, of course I muted him because he's lying.
Yeah, this guy's so full of shit, man.
He's absolutely claiming a cause. Pressure would be the phenomenon in the case of gas. Gas pressure gradient. That's another phenomenon that he pointed out. Gas pressure gradient. And his cause assertion was gravity. He absolutely has been declaring a cause this entire time. Brown Recluse, why are you lying?
Yeah, you're such a piece of shit, dude.
Yeah, that's really slimy.
Have I claimed that I understood gravity fully? Have I claimed
that? Nobody said that. Now, why are you changing it around, dude? Why are you lying and obfuscating and trying to reframe things? Like, do you think you're slick? That's not working. Why are you even trying that here?
Fuck, man. You fucking rat.
I've been entirely consistent. Gravity?
No, that's a lie, too. You just said that you're not claiming a cause. That's a lie. Well, we can go with that then. Okay, fine. Gravity's not the cause of gas pressure gradients, things falling, anything else, because you're not claiming causes, right?
Gravity's a property of mass.
So that's another obfuscation. Is it a cause of these things that I just mentioned? No, it's not.
Guys, I've been saying this
No, it's not. No, it's not, because you just said you're not claiming causes. Okay, so we'll just take you there then and just throw out all the other crap that you said about gravity being the cause of a gas pressure gradient, etc., and so on, because you're not claiming causes, actually. That's good.
Here's
Works
the
for me.
thing: say it quieter. It might actually make it true.
Now he's going to try to obfuscate and he's going to reframe it and think that I'm actually going to get tricked by that because he's so stupid. He actually thinks those tactics will work after they fail 900 times in a row.
Fuck, man. Painted yourself to a corner, man.
I really don't respect the lying and double speaking. You're a piece of shit, dude. What's wrong with you? Hang your head in shame. Yeah, you should be ashamed of yourself. You're just ashamed. Yeah, I mean, you should be ashamed. What's wrong with you? Answer that.
What
the fuck's your malfunction?
I'm a heretic, which is ironic because
No, you're just a disgusting piece of shit. You've been lying for an hour. You've just been lying, though. Just listening to you lie through your teeth and just try to deny that you said things that we have you recorded by 2 YouTube bots saying why? What's the matter with you? That's just disgusting, dude. Your behavior sucks.
Oh man.
Yeah, you're sick.
Let me explain.
You're gonna the liar's gonna explain himself.
I said I never claimed gravity caused anything. That I was mistaken. I was mistaken. Gravity is responsible for the pressure gradient. But again, gravity, as I've been stating this entire time, is not fully understood by anybody, including me. Right. So again,
Nobody
what I'm
cares
simply saying
about
is that
nobody. That doesn't matter. We don't. Why are you adding that in? It's not fully understood. What is this rhetoric? Nobody asked for anything to be fully understood. Why are you even adding that rhetoric in? What's your problem, dude? Can you validate your claim of cause or not? We know you can't. Is that why you're waffling on to? I never knew. Don't never claim it was fully understood. Are you waffling on to that because you can't actually get to the substantiation part that we're asking about? So you think if you just talk long enough, we'll just follow every rabbit trail you want to lead us down, and we'll just forget what the point was? Well, that's not working either. That's also slimy.
I'm slimy. I'm disgusting. Yeah. Please forgive me, heretic. Please, the arbiter of all that is good and true, please forgive me.
Yeah, that's just gross. Your behavior just sucks, dude.
All right, guys. If you guys don't like it, you guys can move on. I'm done for the night.
Oh well, whatever. I mean, I guess this is the only entertainment we have.
No, I'm done for the night. You guys don't want to talk to me. I'll happily give up. I'll give up the floor.
I mean, what else are we going to do, I guess?
I know. You want me to shut up and go away until I actually want to go away. Again,
I never told you to shut up and go away. I just asked
you absolutely did. Play back the tapes.
Please, McLovin, stay.
I never told you to go away.
No,
I told you to shut up. I know I told you to shut up. I don't think I told you to go away.
I'll give the floor.
Didn't ask you to.
Oh, I'm doing it on my own.
Actually, asked you to take the floor.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna hang my head in shame. No, heretic. I'm gonna listen to you. I'm gonna hang my head in shame, and I'm gonna let one of you guys take the floor and just really school me on how there's a bunch of proofs for the flat Earth and the supposed container, and how NASA's a bunch of liars and it means lie in Hebrew, even though it doesn't mean lie in Hebrew.
He's just lying again.
We didn't say nothing like that, man.
They definitely posited a container. So again,
you're a liar. I never said NASA is anything.
No, again, I didn't claim that you said that. Again, I said that that's something that you can go ahead and do, which again,
I don't know why you're poisoning the well like that.
Because I'm finished with the conversation. I'm seceding my floor time. It's up to the next guy.
I wanted you to use floor time to explain why you're
so much floor time. I mean, there you go. How am I not engaged in good faith when you're like, yeah, just go ahead and be a fucking douchebag then. Go ahead and tell me how you're a scum and whatnot.
No, why? I said why. You're also reframing that. Why do you twist everything everybody says?
What did I say? What did I say that wasn't why? Because I said, tell me why you're the scumbag. Is that not what I said?
No, you said how.
or something.
Okay, again, that feels semantically different in my opinion, and like an unnecessary jab at me. Like I'm not misinterpreting your words. You want me to describe how and why I'm a scumbag.
I think you just have to twist anything anybody says. I think it's innate for you to do that. I think
I just tried to admit where I was wrong. So again, that's just a faulty premise that you're sitting on. I want to be correct, right? And I think I'm correct. I think you're wrong. So I'm going to stand on business. Right. So again, when you think that's me obfuscating, I disagree. I'm not as fully informed on every single thing as I could be. But again, I don't think you've brought up any, conclusive points that truly refute what I'm saying. Again, you can say that it's not good enough evidence for you. Again, that's your claim.
You actually have no arguments, dude.
That's your claim, dude.
What you're saying is just a bunch of baseless assertions, and they're actually all nonsensical when you take them apart.
Again, okay, whatever you say.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing coherent that you brought forward at all.
See, that feels like a hyperbole at the very least.
Well, we've dismantled all of it. Just play it back. Play back the tape, like you said. We dismantled every bit of it. You don't have a single coherent claim or anything that you can evidence empirically at all. Nothing.
Punch himself in the face every morning. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, you just don't have anything. I mean, you couldn't even tell us what gravity was. Then you defined it heretically within your own paradigm world. I hate that word, but we'll use that.
I don't know how I can both not know what it is and define it heretically, but go ahead.
Well, first of all, you didn't know what it was, and then you got caught up to hundreds of years ago.
Asked for a definition.
An archaic definition of gravity that's obsolete and out of date. You got caught up that far. Then you couldn't evidence it in any way empirically. You couldn't demonstrate. You couldn't demonstrate it actually being a causal mechanism for anything in the natural world. Then you claimed you weren't claiming causes at all. You got so confused while you were trying to obfuscate.
I admitted I was wrong. What I meant was I wasn't claiming causes in that moment, but I did claim causes in the previous argument. So again, I'll clarify and admit when I'm wrong, which I don't believe you've done at any point.
Because
I haven't been wrong yet.
Exactly. We completely disagree there.
What was I wrong about?
I'm not going to rehash everything. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
Baseless claim.
You're right. I was wrong on that point.
I don't know what am I supposed to concede here? Gas is an object. Oh, fine. Let's call it an object. But the only reason you're doing that is so that you can conflate it with like solid matter and all these other things, so that you can use the demonstration of an apple falling to the ground to then say, oh, gas will do that too, because it's all matter and all has atoms and they're all objects.
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't use gas in the demonstration because it actually doesn't do what you want to claim it does. That's why you had to appeal to some other state of matter.
Like I said, heavy gas falls, dude.
Oh, okay. So,
sticks? Does it stick?
So it pools up on the ground and you've got gas pools all over the face of the earth.
No.
Falls down like a rock or a brick or something, and it's just going to sit there until something moves it, right? Again, or does it have kinetic energy and does it go in all directions? And does the so-called heavy gas disperse and homogenize more or less with the surrounding air?
It does disperse and homogenize.
Okay, so that's completely unlike the behavior of solid matter, which doesn't do that.
Again, I think I could pull up a video of a heavy gas being released from a container.
Oh, now he's going to reset. Okay, we just got to where again you're agreeing it doesn't do what these other states of matter do, and now you want to pull up a video and show it not doing the thing you're trying to argue it does, after you just said it doesn't do that.
And you're misconstruing my point again, but feel free.
No, I'm not. It doesn't behave the same way. It doesn't behave the same way, and that's why you're pointing to a different phase of matter. And then when you try to make it about gas, it's not going to be the same behavior. Because a gas is going to go everywhere. It's got kinetic energy. It's going to bounce around in all directions. And it's not going to pool up in a vacuum chamber either, which is another way that we can demonstrate that these things you're once again trying to equivocate are not equal, because if I drop a brick in a vacuum chamber, it'll definitely fall. If I drop gas, doesn't matter if it's so-called heavy gas in a vacuum chamber, it's just going to go everywhere. It's not the same.
No, again, listen. I did not dispute that it wouldn't fall in a vacuum chamber. But again,
it doesn't fall at all.
It does. I can show you. I got a video here of gas being heavier than the air surrounding it, and not.
So it's going to fall down, and then it's going to fall down, and it'll sort of just hang around for a bit, and then it's going to disperse and fuck off.
Right, so, but we agree it'll fall down for a bit, right?
No.
He just said it. He just said it. He just said it right now.
Clarification on what you're saying. I'm not claiming that.
Okay.
I'm clarifying what you're saying.
All right. Well, it will fall down for a bit and then homogenize, which is what my claim is.
Yeah, that's not what solid matter does. It's not the same shit.
I didn't say that's what solid matter does. I'm saying that's what gas does, right?
That's
which is a demonstration that it has weight. That weight is proportional to mass, and mass has its effect on gravity to show that it does have.
Oh, really? So if I pour what you call heavy gas into a vacuum chamber,
that's not what I said.
It's just
not what I said.
I'm getting clarification. I'm trying to ask you a question. If I pour what you call heavy gas in a vacuum chamber, it's going to fall down and just pool up at the ground?
No, likely will not.
No. Okay, well, your gas was supposed to be in a vacuum chamber. You just told us that it won't do what you're demonstrating it doing within the vacuum chamber. That would be the vacuum of outer space. So you've just completely undermined everything you were attempting to establish here.
Yep.
Because remember, the whole system is in a vacuum. Yeah, remember that?
It is.
You just said that this very phenomenon you've been using to claim that gas will go down in a vacuum. You've actually
the same way he was trying to use a magic cup is the same way you're trying to use a vacuum chamber. They're not analogous.
Occur in the exact conditions you were trying to use it to prove or to argue.
If you pour it out in atmospheric conditions, right, and then you pour out a heavy gas that's more dense than the air around it, right, again, it will fall. It is heavier.
Atmospheric, so that will not be in a vacuum then. So if I pour out the gas in a vacuum, it's not going to pull.
It will it will disperse relatively evenly.
Okay. So then the vacuum of outer space, you're not going to have gases falling through it, pooling up on a ball. Okay, thanks.
That's an equivocation fallacy.
What? Where? What did I equivocate?
It's not. They're not analogous. The same way K-Ups up there, right, did the same thing with a giant magical container that's 1,000 feet tall. It's not analogous to real world scenarios. Your vacuum container is not analogous to Earth, right? Your vacuum container exists on Earth.
A vacuum container is not a real world scenario. What?
It's not analogous to the atmosphere. It's not analogous to how heavy gases and gases are observed.
It's not analogous. You just told me that gas will not fall down and pool up inside a vacuum chamber, which is basically what you're saying. It happens at the grand scale.
Again, a vacuum, right?
So special pleading. Special pleading. So at this grand scale, this thing that you just said doesn't happen now suddenly. So yeah, you're not going to talk through me. I've had it with that. So at the grand scale, this thing that you just said doesn't happen will happen. Yeah. Don't answer.
I was typing. What were you saying?
So this thing that you just said doesn't happen will happen at a grand scale.
Right. Again, the entirety of Earth, right, isn't surrounded by a vacuum.
Huh. Why couldn't you just say yes or no? Why are you being slimy again?
Why can't you go 3 seconds?
All right. So I'll just say it one more time. So at the grand scale, this thing that you just said a minute ago doesn't happen, does happen. Right? Yes or no?
Enjoy your mute button, dude.
Well, I mean, you're not answering the question, so
I'm done.
I'm not.
No, enjoy. I secede the floor.
Okay, you're going to concede the point then that you were not.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. He was not able to use gravity or any real-world demonstration of any phenomena to establish space.
Right, I was hoping for the best from him, but
about fucking time, man.
2 hours later, I'm just like, what?
That's funny because the whole point was to say that this is happening in a vacuum, and then we ask him about that. No, it doesn't happen in a vacuum.
Hey, 20 K-ups, though. You dominated, though. You did a great job.
You think so? Thank you. I mean, I've spoken to this guy before. Today he's very different than in the past. Very slimy nonetheless, but worse tonight. I couldn't do it, dude.
And then I just wanted to say, what's it like to be a heretic, bro? You did great, too.
It's really entertaining.
I think there's a song. It might be by Pantera or somebody. What's it like to be a heretic? Anyway, that's what I think every time I see you. But you're doing a great job. Everybody, this McLovin, good luck to you, bro. I hope that you come around, but whatever.
All right, sorry for insulting you, McLovin, but come on.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too.
Right.
Me too.
McLovin, you'll get there.
It's funny though. Like, his name is perfect, man. Brown Recluse. I mean, of course, it's misspelled, but it's a spider, right? This guy's fucking weaving webs of fucking word salad bullshit.
Well, I mean, I got triggered by some of his doublespeak, but I mean, it is kind of fun, like going through it and taking it apart. I mean, that's why I'm sitting here talking to him. So, I mean,
just take a lighter to that web, fucking burns it all down.
Yeah. What's it like to be a heretic? Yeah. Good job, boys. Another win for the Flat Earth.
So who's next? We got Coco Renos. We got Calouste. Got KVLT. Welcome to the room, guys. If you have any questions, feel free.
I don't know. After that ass whooping that Brown Recluse just received, if there's any Globers in here, they might be afraid to speak up.
Well, you guys are new around here, I would think, so probably won't get the same treatment. But I will reiterate, Brown, I don't like yelling, getting all upset and shit like that. Apologize again for any name calling and shit like that. But bro, man, come on, dude.
Yeah, come on, man. Knock that shit off. I mean, it could be that his goal was actually just to piss me off, in which case I guess he wins. I got played, if that's the case. Good game, Brown Recluse. Recluse, whatever.
Yeah, good job. 20K ups. Hey, what's the opposite of a truther? It's a liar.
A bullshitter?
A falser.
Yeah, I mean that's why Heretic was like every time he tried to. It was like that game. What's the whack-a-mole? You try to bang him down and he pops up somewhere else. It's very Weasley.
Yeah, he won't stick to any he won't stick to any claim. Like, and as soon as you break down the absurdity of his claim, he's going to be like, "Oh, I never said that."
Yeah, that's that Weasley like liar, slimy behavior. I think it's like water and oil for flat earthers. Like the truth and lies, they just don't go well together. So I mean, to be a Glober, you have to do this slimy, Weasley, lying type stuff. It's not enjoyable to listen to. They are called lie and deniers. Says in the chat.
Good to hear you, CB. It's been a while.
I've been listening.
Yeah, I saw you down there, but I don't think we've spoken in a bit. So good to hear
I
you.
kind of have a guilty pleasure of arguing with this sort of idiocy, and for that at least, I thank Brown Recluse for coming out.
Yeah, it was good content. I mean, honestly, if Heretic is getting like if he's in that mode, you really fucked up. Well, Brown Recluse was doing something. He was being bad.
Well, just keeps double speaking. Says something. I didn't say that.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, it gets under my skin.
It's like, bro, we're live, right? Like, I can just pull it out. We can just pull up the VOD. Successful day. Solid.
Well, you got Mr. Hazard. Mr. Hazard, you can open your mic and ask the panel any questions you want. Mr. Hazard. I see we got Jen CBR1 in here. How you doing, Jen?
Oh, thanks, Jenna. Thanks for the warm welcome. Yeah, I'm okay. Just relaxing now. Listening. I see I missed something. Missed a little bit of a content there, did I?
Oh, yeah, you missed like over an hour of Heretic cooking Brown Recluse McLovin there in the chat.
Okay. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm getting over a little bit of a head cold. You could probably kind of hear it.
Yeah, I can hear it. Yeah, didn't want to say anything. That's it. But yeah, okay. And your mum's all right?
Oh, my mother's great. She's awesome.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Good. I noticed we're here today. I was looking in the English hub. It's quiet there, and in politics, quiet there as well. So I thought, let me check home base, and everybody's here. What happened?
Yeah. It was very impromptu. I know that Discord was acting kind of funky and glitching out on everybody. So we were like, well, let's go head over to the home server and see what's up. But it piled in. There was nearly 50 people in here earlier.
Wow. I did miss it. Yeah, it's been glitching up the past few days for everybody. Yeah, I noticed that as well.
I'm sitting here drinking me some lemon, ginger, and fennel tea.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah,
sounds good. That fennel is really good, isn't it? Fennel, potent.
Excellent. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and turmeric. Yeah, it's got some turmeric, too.
Yeah, sounds good. Nothing like natural remedies, man.
Oh yeah. Anytime I feel sick, I don't take cold medicine. I just double up my vitamins and drink a lot of really good tea, turmeric, elderberry, lemon, ginger, fennel, um, marshmallow root, and all that. Like I'll load up.
Yeah, when I was a kid growing up, we used to have advertised on TV. One was called Lemsip, which is basically a decongestant. You open that sachet, you pour it in a glass, hot water, and you stir it and you drink that. Yeah, it never worked. Never worked. Okay. The other one was called Contact 400 capsule with these tiny little they look like sweet capsules. Okay. Okay, so you pop one of those in your mouth, you drink it. They never worked. Still had the blocked nose, still had 2 weeks it went. So it wasn't due to the these things they advertise on TV. Yeah, so I stopped using them. There was one called Benylin, but that used to make you sleepy. You know what I mean? It was potent. You drink that, and it just made you sleepy. And because you're feeling sleepy, you don't think about the cold. You go to sleep. Okay, but the cold was still there when you woke up, so that didn't work. And then the other one that was really good, and this was the homeopathic one. It was called Liquifruta. Main ingredients: garlic and various other herbs. That one worked. After 1 week, I felt great. Liquifruta, it's called. And I had one for a headache, special, one for cough, and then one for runny nose, blocked nose. Okay, there was four types. Yeah, my dad used to get it for me. Yeah.
That's a good
sore
stuff,
throat. That was it. Sore throat. Yeah, go ahead.
No, the last time I was really sick, it's probably I was in Louisiana and it was December, and I'm traveling around and stuff like that. You get to a really humid climate like that, and then it gets cold, and I mean, I couldn't move. My whole body was just achy and stiff. I felt like I was dying, and so I got up and I made myself some tea that has like marshmallow root and fennel, mullein, and all this other stuff. And I beat that. I was feeling right as rain after 2 days. And usually when I feel like that, it's gonna be on me for a week. But I was able to kick its ass in 2 days, and then after about 4 days, I was good, clear.
Yeah, we don't take anything. Usually they last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then that's it. Then you've gone through the course of it, and it's gone out your body. But yeah, that Liquifruta used to work in a week. I used to ask my dad to get it for me.
I also noticed that taking over-the-counter cold medicine doesn't do anything. It actually ends up prolonging your cold.
Well, you're waiting for the cure, aren't you? You're counting the days it's not working. That's what I was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It only makes it worse. It's not helping your immune system at all. It's just to deal with symptoms, and it's not doing anything for the immune system. So.
No, and the thing is, you have to see the course through. Do you know what I mean? You have to see it because you spent your money. So and it never worked. It never worked once, except for the herbal ones. That was called Liquifruta. That was the best one. Yeah, one for the sore throat, one for the headache, one for blocked nose, one for a temperature. There was 4 of them like that.
Nature is beautiful.
Yeah, it was all natural ingredients in there, nothing chemical. And it's called Liquifruta. And like I said, back in the day, it used to come in a olive green box. That would be for like your cold. Then there'd be one for the headache, which was like a blue box. All the same herbs. The main thing is you got all the herbs on the box, but then there's this half of it's coloured in either olive green or blue or yellow or red. Now that was back in the 1970s. Yeah, 1970s. 69, 70, yeah.
That's definitely pre-Jenna era.
Yeah. Now then I looked it up. I've looked it up online because you can't buy it here in Japan. But I thought, I wonder if they still sell it. When I say recently, about 10 years ago, I was looking it up, talking about it with other people online and with my Japanese students here. So, and I said, this is what I used to use as a kid. But I was surprised because the boxes have changed, of course, over the years, right? But it's still on the market. Because if you got that, if you can get that in Japan, that would work instantly. It's garlic. It doesn't taste good, but it works. Yeah.
Oh, I'll put garlic in my tea too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The super concoction. It's all of it. A little bit of like natural quinine when you boil orange peels in with your tea. Yeah.
You see, that's good stuff. That.
Yep. Turmeric, fennel, marshmallow root, mullein. I mean, a super tea. Cayenne pepper, even.
Yeah, that's a super drink right there. So yeah. In Japan here, they consume a lot of garlic. I did in Japan, in London before I came. I love garlic anyway. It's one of my favourites. So I drink that in a tea, like you said, honey. Yeah, I love it, man. And then here you get them in the cloves, and then you deep fry them, and just pop them in your mouth, and they're just super delicious.
Yeah, make some dandelion tea. Yeah, been doing that too. Pine needles, white pine. Like there's so much excellent medicinal value to pine needles, to white pine needles.
Yeah. That's why I like watching on YouTube some of these survival experts and see what they get up to. Living in the bush tucker, one was called. And you're eating, you can find the food that's right in front of you. You don't even recognize it. And there it is, your lifesaver. So, yeah, it's good to watch those, actually. I do like watching those.
Well, very good. Very good.
Yeah. I think dandelion has medicinal qualities, doesn't it? Dandelion?
Absolutely. That's why they were, very high medicinal qualities. But, it got branded as a weed and you got to kill it. And if you see a dandelion, you got to kill it. And it's just
it's stupid, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
I like rhubarb. Rhubarb is nice. Love rhubarb. You know what rhubarb is? Remember rhubarb?
I don't. I know. I've heard like rhubarb pies. It's like a berry or something like that. Like elderberry.
Yeah, that's really nice. Yeah. But it looks like it's a long root, isn't it? It's long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to eat a lot of that stuff back in the day when I was a kid growing up. Consumed a lot of rhubarb.
I used to have orange bushes and lemon bushes in my yard as a kid. There were just so many that there was never ever a shortage of vitamin C in my diet.
That's good. Yeah. I was lucky anyway.
Good morning.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, always munching on oranges and making lemonade and orange juice and up a little stand out front of the house and selling that stuff. Ice cold orange juice and lemonade, man.
It's a bit like Peppermint Paddy, eh? In the, what was it? Snoopy. They made the lemonades and sold them, didn't they?
Yeah. Me and my brother were out there.
Yeah, I think someone else was trying to get in there. Go ahead, sir.
No, I'm just saying good morning.
Oh, good morning to you as well. Yeah. It's actually afternoon here. So good morning to you. And good afternoon here in Japan. Tuesday afternoon. Yeah, I was lucky growing up. I love vegetables, so I ate everything. Everything but beetroot. That was the one that used to stumble me up a bit, slow me down, having to eat beetroot. And at school, if you had to eat everything on your plate before you could have your dessert. Everything had to go. And I always used to say, don't put any beetroot. And before I could get my words out, it's already on the. I'm like, what am I going to do with this now? Look, it take me ages to eat my beetroots. But yeah, that was the only thing I didn't like, beetroot. Don't mind it now, but as a kid, I hated it.
I can't say I'm a fan. And, I'm the type of person that I will try something. I will try it multiple times to see maybe if I like it now. And beets are not really one of those things that I like, and neither is okra. Like, I keep trying okra, and the only time I've ever been able to eat it is when it was pickled. Other than that, I can't.
Yeah, you're like me, or I'm like you. I'm the same, you see, with the beet and the okra, because okra features high in Nigerian food. So although I eat it, I'm not keen on it. I mean, I don't buy it now. Do you know what I mean? It's only because my mum and dad used to buy it. That's why I used to eat it. So, and in Japan, they do. It comes with certain dishes. That's it. But I don't go out of my way to buy it. So I'm like you there. I can tolerate it, but at the end of the day, I don't buy it. And the same with beetroot. Yeah, I've tried it and tried it and tried it. It's not something that I say I'm going to go and buy tomorrow. I don't run to the shops for
it. Exactly.
But everything else, no problem.
Like I'll eat artichokes, right? Like some nice steamed and seasoned artichokes. I like artichokes. I used to not like or Brussels sprouts. As I've gotten older, I like Brussels sprouts. They have to be prepared a certain way. The best way that you can do Brussels sprouts is to cut them in half and then sear them, like basically saute them.
Oh yeah.
Plenty of butter and garlic, duh.
Yeah, I usually just steam them, and then a little bit crunchy, but they're lovely.
Yeah.
I love my Brussels sprouts. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, love my carrots. I love my parsnips, swede, turnips.
Yeah,
love all that. I love all those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not shy. I love my spinach. I love all the greens. I ate everything. I used to eat all my friends' greens at school when they didn't like it. I said, just bung it. I used to say to the dinner ladies, put it straight on my plate. He doesn't want his. And he's neither does he. Just pile it on my plate. Sometimes I had a second plate with all the greens on it. Yeah.
Well, there you go. There you go. I
ate them all.
I can get down on the greens. I'm pretty good with just about all the greens. Yep.
Yeah. When I used to go home from school sometimes with my brothers, and we're walking home, elementary school days, we're walking home, the old ladies used to come out of the house and say, do you want some orange juice? Do you want some lemonade? And I looked at my brothers, shall we? I said, yes, and they give us a biscuit. Okay, and then whilst they used to say to us, make sure you eat all your greens. Now, these are old ladies. Okay, we're talking 1970, early 1970. Okay, so these ladies were already old, so they knew the stuff already. They knew it. They knew what was good, and I said I eat all my greens and my friends' greens because they don't like them. That's what I used to say to the old ladies. Yeah, I never forgot that. The old ladies telling us to eat our greens, eat all your greens. Yeah.
Yep, I remember my grandparents telling me, better eat your greens. They're good for your heart and they're make you strong and help your eyesight and all this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, eat all your greens. The old ladies, man. They used to watch us go home, go home from school. Yeah.
Yep.
Occasionally they would offer us a drink or a biscuit,
Yeah.
Nice people, because usually you're told don't talk to strangers. You know what I mean? Right? Don't talk to strangers. But you can see that these people, they're outside their own house. They're outside their house. That's a safe place, man. Right by you about 5-10 minutes walk from the school, you're on your way home. The walk is about 25 minutes. We used to stretch it to about an hour, gallivanting along the way. But yeah, these people were living on the Regent's Park estate. I'm walking home. I looked to my brothers and said, shall we? And yeah, okay. Yeah, and they'd ask you a few questions about school and all that and this and that outside their doorstep. Yeah, those were good times, safe. Wasn't worried at all.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those was the good old days. Not no mo. Really, back in the day. Back in the day when kids could actually like go trick or treating around the neighborhood.
That's right. Trick or treating. I was just going to say that. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, people in their cars, they're like, okay, sweetie, I'm going to be right here in the car watching you the whole time. And then we'll drive to the next house. Like, yeah. It's crazy.
No, back in the day, you just let the kids go off. They would go off with it. You see, we used to have this Guy Fawkes Day on November 5th. So, like November 4th, we're out with our little guy in a pram. Penny for the guy, penny for the guy. We want a penny, and we collect all the pennies, and we go and buy fireworks the next day, you see, right? Yeah, and that was good stuff, man. They used to give us cakes, biscuits, and a penny for the guy. The guy that would be in the pram that's going to get burnt tomorrow on the bonfire at the play centre. See, those are the things we used to do. Guy Fawkes.
I think I'm
he was the guy. Sorry to cut you off there. Guy Fawkes was the guy that tried to bring down Parliament, right, and burn them up. Okay, but he was their group was infiltrated, and then he was exposed to the authorities. Unfortunately, right. So he died on the Friday. They killed him, didn't they? You know, he was trying to bring down the government because the government back then was tyrannical. So, you know, they have this Guy Fawkes Day. So people are asking, what are we celebrating? His death or the fact that he tried to bring down the government? You know? What are we actually celebrating here?
Celebrating. Well, great. You know, I mean, the government's still tyrannical.
Absolutely. Absolutely,
you know?
Yeah. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to DM you this book. I haven't read it yet, but what it is, it's an introduction to the book. I'm sure you've heard of the guy called the Corbett Report. Have you heard of him? Corbett Report?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah. Well, he's a really good reporter on that, okay? Well, I've got his podcast, and on a podcast, he was talking about a book called The Most Dangerous Superstition. Okay, The Most Dangerous Superstition. So this Corbett, he read it, and then he's advising us all to read it. Okay, and then he gives us a little bit of excerpts from the book in the in his podcast. Okay, so I'll post that because it's a really good one. Really good one. I think everyone should look it up. The book is by Larken Rose. Larken, Larken, Larken Rose, as in the lady's flower, Rose. And the book is called The Most Dangerous Superstition. I don't want to spoil it for you because I want you to get into it. And so I won't say much more than that.
Yeah, no spoilers. Okay. Send it on over.
Yeah. It's a book you got to read. Right? I tell you, man, it's a good one. The thing is, I'll say this much. Most of you are already aware. You're already aware of what's going on already. That's all I'll say. Right? I'll post it later on. I've got to find it first.
Right on.
But yes, it's called the Most Dangerous Superstition by Larken Rose. I'll get it for you on the podcast and send it. That way you can listen to the Corbett Report and his introduction, and then if you want to actually get the book, you can get it on PDF and etc. etc.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. I was listening to it yesterday, and I thought it was quite interesting, you know. And I said, you can't talk about it much on the 24/7 because it's flat Earth related. So that's why. But as we're having a quiet moment, I just want to quickly slip that one in there. He's got a great podcast. He covers everything to do with 9/11, everything, this guy. Man, he's out here in Japan.
This sounds like it's going to be good. Real good.
Oh, yeah. I won't be wasting your time. That's the one thing I don't do is when I'm talking about stuff, it's not going to be a waste of your time. Otherwise, I won't open my mouth. No point. I don't want anyone saying, Jin, that was a load of crap. Do you know what I mean?
Cheers.
Very, very selective. very selective about what I watch and what I offer. Very selective.
I'm only going to open my mouth if I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's it. Otherwise, I mean, I'm going to be in trouble.
Boy, the Globers could learn a lesson, huh?
Yeah, Globers.
They open their mouths and they spew stuff out like they think they know what they're talking about. Oh, I could make a rap and a rhyme out of that.
Yeah. Here it is. I found it. Good. I've got it. Then let's see. Can I share this thing? So the whole podcast is only 35 minutes long, so it's not a long one because it's just an introduction to the book, and he goes through some poignant points. I just don't want to say anything. I want you to experience it, and then like I did.
You can DM it to me if you'd like.
Yeah. I wasn't going to put it in the side chat because flat up, isn't it?
Yeah. Loggy.
What's up, Logie?
What's up, everyone?
How you doing?
Good, man. Good. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going great guns. Great guns.
Had a mini quiet moment now, but the same old man.
Any globe heads turn up?
Oh man, we had like nearly 50 people in here earlier.
Oh, that's awesome.
Has anybody spoken to Calouste? Or Calused? I'll take that as a no. Sir?
No, I haven't.
Sir or madame, care to say hello, at least? Maybe introduce yourself or something. I guess not.
Who were you trying to squeeze for info?
I was trying to get Calouste on the mic. Haven't seen them around before, so.
Calouste?
Calouste.
He was talking... Oh, it's Paradigm, yeah. He was having a chat in politics this morning before it did its thing. Or yesterday, I can't remember now. All the days seem to blend into one.
Yesterday for me. Okay.
So what was the story this morning? Just before I went to work, the English hub went down, politics went down, and we all piled into here and went, oh my God, what's going on? And it was,
Oh, yeah.
Speculation Sunday.
I have no idea, man. I think Discord just blew up. I don't think it was anything targeted. I doubt it. You know, haven't got confirmation on that because I only came back when it was available. Like there was this event or something like that. Like we're back. Oh yay! I just jumped in, you know, and everyone was already, you know, down the line. So didn't hear any updates on that.
Yeah, I just thought someone might have heard that the server crashed or something like that. I'd say it would be hardware that's gone down somewhere.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. CB, did you catch any of that? You were here, I think, a bit earlier. Before I was. Or Berserker or Jenna? Do you guys know anything about what happened earlier?
I don't know. I guess there was a bit of a crash because everybody was hanging out in English Hub and suddenly nothing was working. Like you could hear people pinging in and out of the chat, but like nobody could use their audio. You could type in the side chat, but like it was really weird because everybody was kind of blurred out. Not like blurred out, but like everybody looked their profiles like did you see it?
Yeah. And it was worse than that because even earlier than that, the servers themselves were inaccessible.
Yeah,
like you jump on Discord, those the little icons. It says, sorry, this server is temporarily unavailable. You know, with the little red exclamation mark or something.
Oh wow, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Oh, so you came in after it crashed?
It was like a whole ass Discord crash.
Okay, so for me, I was actually on politics this morning, and I unmuted myself to talk, and my microphone didn't unmute. But when I spoke, my name still flashed up, and my microphone stayed on there. And I'm thinking to myself, that's odd. And anyways, I just kept going, and then I thought, you know what, I'll just jump out and do a bit of a restart. So I jumped out, jumped back in, and it wouldn't let me back in. And then the next thing, the screen just goes blank, and all that was left was the room title. So it had the politics image in the top left-hand corner of the screen. That was it. Nothing else. And I'm like, okay then. That's odd. So I restarted Discord and not back. And then there's this little thing that 2 servers are temporarily unavailable. And it's like, okay. And then I saw Berserker pop up in here. And I thought, yep, let's jump in here and see what's going on. And next thing, quite a few other people popped in here. And I think at about lunchtime for me, just before, there was like 40 people in here. It was like crazy.
It got up to nearly 50. There was like 47 people in here.
Wow, that's cool.
That's awesome. It's pretty amazing because like this room's max capacity is 60. So it's like, man, we were just about there.
Not. This room's max capacity is 99.
Is it 99?
Yep.
I don't know. CB was taking pictures. It said 47 out of 60.
Oh, I don't know about that. Should have said 47 over 99.
Should have been 99.
Like, because I think their record's something like 84 people or something like that. I came in one day, I was at work, I come home, and it had trickled down to 47. And that's when I jumped in, and I was like, holy crap, 47's awesome. And that's when it had come down.
Yeah, it says 16 out of 99 for me right now.
Yep. Oh, wow, okay.
But yeah, Matrix, I was getting some little intermittent moments like that, like what you were saying, where politics, it would show the banner, but not anything else. Like a clean slate. Yeah. But then I would try again a few minutes later after refreshing or reloading. It would go away. Like the whole thing would be unavailable. So I was like flipping in and out, you know?
Well, I got it just once, and it stayed off. And then when I did the Discord restart, I jumped back in. Well, I couldn't get back into politics. It just come up where the icons, like on my PC, how you've got all the servers down the left-hand side, there was 2 gaps where they were blanked out. And then I scrolled down further, and there was a little message thing that just said 2 of your servers are temporarily unavailable.
Right. You know, I have my suspicion that, remember earlier this morning with the whole Musox or Muzox or whatever thing kind of glitching out?
Yes.
I'm wondering if that was somewhat related.
Don't know.
You know, Discord
There's a
just
long time
having
span between.
Yeah, Discord just having like bugs popping up. Maybe they were rolling out like an update and it went wrong or something. Happens all the time.
Don't know, but for the last couple of days, there's been a lot of people complaining about lag and all sorts of other things. So whether they have shut down a server or they've upgraded a server and something's gone wrong, or who knows, but I normally sit, like in this channel, I normally sit at about 190 to maybe hitting 200. It's normally really stable, but I'm at 229 right now. So yeah, and it's been like that in all the other servers for the last probably week. And others have been complaining about weird lag stuff too, so...
Yeah, okay. By the way, we have Tony Gannigan. Welcome, jumping in. Welcome to the room. But yeah, Discord's weird.
As long as it lets us talk, all good. Hey, Tony.
Haven't seen you around before. Got any questions for the panel, sir? Tony?
I'm a flat earther.
Oh, cool. Okay. I haven't seen you around. Welcome.
You're a flat earther?
I think his word for it.
What's your bestest flat earth proof?
Shh, you gotta scare him.
I can't be scaring him.
Deers and moose.
I just want to know what his bestest flat earth proof is. Because if it's better than mine, I'm going to steal it.
She's fair. But loud voices scare deer and moose, you know? So you gotta be very quiet.
He's not a deer or what's his profile picture?
Whatever the fuck that is.
Antlers, some kind of deer or something, yeah. I'll tell you what's always amazed me about animals like that. You go driving along a road, they will stand in the middle of the road, headlights and all sorts of shit, and they will stand perfectly still.
Yeah.
Walking through the forest, step on one twig and it snaps, and they will be running, and they're already 600 yards away. Like, amazing.
Yeah, they're all over the place up here. I mean, not in the cities, but drive an hour or two up north and boom. You gotta go hunting, but
They're there. Fuck,
I
we
was
got
hoping
roads.
I was hoping to see a moose when I was over there, but I think I was there for. It was still too hot, wrong time of the year, and I don't think I went far enough north. So
yeah, I mean, you know they're rampant when you got road signs saying "watch out for them."
Well, that's like over here. Kangaroos, watch out for kangaroos. I'm
Really?
amazed that the police still use speed cameras. Why not just sit back and go, "Yep, there's plenty of roos there. We'll call the tow truck later."
Yeah, save on electricity, right? Just put a bunch of posts everywhere. People will slow down, you know.
I'll tell you what is cool to slow people down. I've seen it in a couple of places, just images of it, where they put 3D crosswalk images and stuff on the ground. So when you're at the correct angle, they look like they're jumping off the ground at you. That slows a lot of people down. That'd mess with my head too, if I was minding my own business driving along.
That's trippy. Trippy. Never seen that.
So did we have any good contenders today, or was it just the
Yeah, it was pretty solid earlier. I only jumped in about halfway and was half listening there, but Indio was going at somebody.
I popped on at lunchtime. So what do we got now? So you're probably looking at 4 hours ago.
Yeah,
about that. And Indio was having a crack at who was it? Brown Recluse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heretic picked up on that afterwards. I jumped in a little bit as well. Yeah, Brown is something, dude. I don't know what's up with him.
He's a menace. That's what he is. I heard him talking on about the neutrino thing. All he's done is he thinks the neutrino argument's a great argument, and he's just jumped straight on that going, oh, wow, that one got Indio, so I'm going to do as much research as I can. Except he hasn't done any research. He's just sort of looked up a few key points, and he thinks that they're just gotcha moments, when he hasn't actually looked into the finer details. Indio was all over him like white on rice. So, yeah. He chose the wrong person to play with.
Did you see the new meme associated with that now?
The breakfast cereals? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a couple of them now. There's different ones, neutrinos. Oh, it's great.
That's stupid.
I think it's funny myself, but
I know.
Great source of imagination.
Yeah, it's true.
There's a box there. I'll copy that. Save image. And I'll make sure that goes into my flat out folder.
I'm going through the media and like saving memes right now.
I know. What's that one? No. That's the best way to get them. Is just when people post them up, just snag them.
And are you at all familiar with the whole neutrino business? Did you hear that one?
Who was that aimed at? Sorry, you dropped out.
I was trying to ask Jin if has he heard all that whole neutrino thing.
Can you enlighten me, please? What are you talking about?
I don't even know if I could re-articulate the argument, but I just know after hearing it that it's pretty interesting. Matrix, could you word it? I don't think I could. I just remember it.
In its simplest form, they claim that these neutrinos, sender and receiver buildings, devices, whatever you want to class them as, they're supposed to be pretty massive. So buildings, the thing is, they shoot neutrinos into the ground at 3-point-something degrees. Where they got that angle from, we'll leave that question for later on. And apparently they come out at another particular spot, and the only reason they can come out at this other particular spot is because it's a globe.
Yeah, it's an absurd, isn't it?
So
it's an absurd.
There's a lot of other stuff into it, and you'd have to have a talk to Indio, but apparently you don't directly detect neutrinos. They are assumed to be that, but the thing that does the detection also picks up other things. So there's a whole heap of things that the radiation side of it picks up at the receiving end. And there's a whole heap of wild assumptions that are put in there. But the baseline of it is shoots a beam of neutrinos, receives a beam of neutrinos at a particular spot, and the only reason it can receive at that particular spot is because it's a globe. That's the simplest version of it. But have they moved the building somewhere else to test it? No. So, there's really weird stuff. I actually jumped on a CAD program and modelled it out based between, I used 3 degrees as their standard, and I pumped it up to 5 and I dropped it down to 2, and I modelled it out, and it doesn't work on their globe even at 5 degrees, so I don't know where they get their 3 degrees it works from. But anyways.
Yeah, I would like to see the equipment itself first, and let's open up the equipment. Let's open it up. Why is it not able to isolate itself from the interference of other radiations? Right, and let's have a look at this neutrino. Let's have a look at this neutrino. Okay.
That's one of the issues, Jen. They can't tell with 100% certainty that it's not an effect of something else.
Right. This is it. This is why it's good to open up the equipment itself. Let's have a look at all the componentry, because that's going to tell us a lot. Do you know what I mean? When you open up the actual device itself and analyze all the components.
This device is a multi-story building, so it's a pretty hefty piece of equipment, allegedly. So outside of that,
where is this building? Where is it? Where is it?
Don't know. If you watch the Blitz versus Indio and AV debate, the first first hour, I think it is all about the whole neutrino thing. So if you want to jump onto that, have a listen to it.
Yeah, thank you. No, I've never heard of a neutrino. It sounds like something coming out of a toilet. Latrines, you know latrine? God, but they have all these goofy and, convoluted stories that they tell us. We're not measuring the curvature, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if you're on board with Peter and Pete, right, like with oxygen and water and all that, there's no convincing you of neutrinos.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, exactly. Because like me, I want to see this thing. I want to open up the equipment. Let me see what you're sending. Let's look at this thing. What you are sending. Surely you're sending something. Let's see what you're sending.
I'd love to see those guys do an episode on that, actually, on neutron. They might have already. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll have a look. Well, yeah, I'll look in their collection and see. I used to go to their live streams a lot, you see. Yeah, because they were really good. Love those two guys. I'd like to see the neutrino. Let's have a look at this thing. Touch it. Come on, let's see it. Silly, isn't it? Desperate. And look at how outrageous the size of this equipment is. Sending it at, like you said, 3 degrees. But when they say they're sending it, sending it where? Into the ground? Into the earth? Does anybody know how they're sending it? I've got the number 3 degrees.
I think so, yeah. I think because it's supposed to be almost massless and can pass through most materials.
Still, isn't it? This is like seismonic technology, seismometers that supposedly can detect earthquakes, etc., etc. And then other technologies that can penetrate the earth and tell us that there's molten core at the center. This is just crap, isn't it? Yeah, I'm all for looking at the equipment properly and opening it up. Show me the beam you're sending down.
Just to give you an idea, when I modelled it out, what I did was 2 different models. And you're going to probably shake your head at one of them. One of them, I assumed a flat plane. I also assumed that at the same distance that the Kohler borehole stops things, that surface is reflective. So I've made an assumption, and I'm not going to hide it. I've made an assumption that at that level or that distance down, that object or subject matter is reflective. So I've allowed for that. The other thing model I made was a ball of 3,959 mile radius. So on the flat plane, I set up the angles of 3 degrees, and then I went 2 degrees either side of that, just to make sure. So it gives us a plus or minus 2 degree spread off this beam, because I didn't know what the beam spread was. I've just gone, you know what, I'll throw a number at it. So it was 2 degrees plus minus. So on the flat plane, the range is between 174.17 miles to 872.98 miles. That's on my modelled out flat plane with a reflective basin at the distance of the Kohler borehole. So I looked that up, found out what that distance is, drew another line parallel to our plane of existence, and things reflect off of that. Just all assumptions. And when you put ball tard into it, the distances and differences are from 138.18 miles up to 680.09 miles. So that's the two differences. So 174 to 872 versus 138 to 680.
Yeah, 680 on the globe.
Well, the funny part is, on the globe, they told us the machines are 790 apart.
So they're lying already. They're lying anyway, because the Earth is not a globe anyway. So they just...
Might have been an honest mistake. I don't know, but... the silly part is, if the beam spread is 2 degrees, it might be less than that, might be more. I don't know. I've just based it on plus minus 2 degrees. Yeah. If that is true, have a go at this. That means that anywhere between 138 and 680, the device will work. So they're claiming that it has to be a globe doesn't mean anything. So they could have set the thing at 140 miles, and shawing, it would have worked. But
but
without knowing what the beam spread or any of that shit is. But that's the outside. That's the outside, Jen. You've got to remember that picking up and detecting these neutrinos, are they actually picking them up? Yes, no. Who knows? Yeah. Are they picking up other things? Yes, no. Who knows? So there's all these other unknown factors. I'm just assuming all the other stuff is true and correct, that they are shooting neutrinos, that they are picking them up directly, and I'm assuming that all that is true and correct. And Indio's already ripped that to shreds. So I've just given them the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to say, right, all this stuff is true and correct. I'm going to model these patterns on both just to see what happens. And so interesting stuff.
Yeah, it is interesting the way you broke it down, unpacked it. What I want to know is when you aim this beam, you're aiming it in. They're aiming it into the Earth, are they? Much
correct.
Like a seismonic sensor, if you will. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're aiming
allegedly
it into
it's
the Earth.
3 degrees or 3.3 degrees or 3.5 degrees, something like that. It's three something degrees. But
right. So it's going in at a 3 degrees angle. Is that right?
What did they get the 3 degrees off?
Yeah. Okay, so it's going in at a 3 degree angle. Is that what you're telling me? It's going in at a 3 degrees angle, right? And then it's penetrating the Earth, and then whatever it's bouncing off of, it's coming out somewhere else. Is that right? And you're assuming.
Apparently, this beam, when it comes out at approximately 790 miles. And the reason they know it's a globe is because it comes out at the 790 miles.
Yeah, that is. And like you said, you've assumed with the Kohler super borehole, 7.6 miles, 12 kilometers. So you're going with that, right? And where did it come out with your numbers? One more time.
Let's grab me a little page again. So with my numbers, but like I said, I assumed that that level is reflective.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I got between 174 and 872.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, 174 to 872.
So the 174 is the 5 degrees, and the 872 is the 1 degree.
Okay. All right.
Because that'll give you a longer shot, bounces further out. So I've just used the laws of reflection. Whatever angle it comes in, that's what it comes out. So, for example, if we've got a 2 degree spread, plus or minus, if we shoot at 3 degrees, when it hits the bottom, it will also reflect plus minus. So I allowed for that on all my shots. So I did a 1, 3, and a 5. And off of those, I did 1, 3, and 5. So it's a shot down and then bounce back.
Yeah.
And so the maximum distance between them, it's between 174 and 872. That's the extremes at either side.
That's the range, yeah. That's the range you got right now. I'm going to ask you one more question now. Yeah, and they're aiming this into the ground. That's the thing. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, that's it. I want to see the neutrons. I'd like to see what they look like. What do the neutrons look like? Do you know what I mean? Neutrons. Definitely coming from the moon.
NEU.
Oh, neutrons. Okay.
Yes.
Neutrons. Okay.
Or neutrinos.
Yeah, neutrinos, yeah. All right. Yeah, I want to see what a neutron looks like. Let's have a look at this neutron.
Well, when you find one, you come and give me a call, and I'll be in the kitchen cooking dinner, and give me a yell, and I'll come and have a look with you. How's that sound?
So you got your photons, right, that they said they sent to the moon, and now you got your neutrons that they're sending into the Earth's surface. What a lot of rubbish.
Here you go. I'll post one for there. I posted one for you. There you go. I don't know what the that is. I know it's a cartoon or
Thank you. What is this I'm looking at?
I don't know.
Yeah. It's clearly a neutrino. What else do you think it would be, T-Dub?
Oh, obviously, like squiggly lines and dots and things. Yep, I got it. It's very scientific.
Modern art, bro.
Don't you love it though? Look at this. All right. Invisible neutrino collides with proton. What the heck, bro?
Dude, that's freaking comedy gold. That's kind of like it's along the lines of this is why he doesn't even know if he has hands, this guy that presented this argument.
No, admittedly.
Right. So that was the guy, was it? Okay. It's making more sense.
Observation. World's first observation of a neutrino, right? And it's invisible.
And you don't see it, yeah. Now, admittedly, though, it is pretty interesting that you'll have a proton kind of just change trajectory like that, like on a dime. But to say that they know what is causing that, I mean, fuck. You know, what I actually find interesting, like, here they are, like, they're observing what it says, a hydrogen bubble, right? So they're taking, like, a photo or something zoomed in of some bubble or something, right? Right.
The key word then, Mick, was or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But let's just run with it, right? So if they're taking a photo of this bubble, right? Here's a photon that is, going off on a certain trajectory, but it's represented as a line, right? But isn't photon light? Like, so we're looking at this photo, photons, blast it up into the camera lens to see it, but then we're supposed to be able to see a photon with photons? Like, what the? You follow what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, why isn't the whole thing just all vertical lines? Like, right? Or did I miss something?
No, that's right. That's a good point. Yeah, it's all gobbledygook. Like,
what the fuck?
Yeah.
Now, we do see that line, emanating from that vertex. But to say that's a photon specifically, like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, photons are supposed to be bouncing off that photon to give us the impression of where that other photon is going. And it's just a black line for that one. Like, I wouldn't. The interpretation of this is what's kind of weird, man. Now, we're witnessing this, take it for granted that it's legit. But to say that, we got this down pat, we know exactly why.
Yeah. That's a bit of a stretch. Man.
Pretty sus.
Yes, very suspect indeed. Especially as I don't buy into the photons that they're sending to the moon, right? They're sending millions of photons, and only 1 or 2 of them come back. Crap. Absolute bullshit. They're not sending anything bouncing off the moon. And fuckers.
Slippery little suckers.
Yeah, just lying. But well done. I think that was Matrix. He was very quick on the ball there, actually get it, taking it on and experimenting with it a little bit. That was good work. Good work.
Missed that, Matrix. You'll have to fill me in on that later.
Yeah, it's just me doing CAD stuff, checking out what their claims are.
Yep.
So, if you ever want to do that, and I'm being loud and obnoxious, which is nothing out of the ordinary, and you actually want to see it done live, if someone comes in making claims of, Onosphere, it should do this, and like with measurement type stuff that we should be able to model out, hit me up.
Yeah.
Because most of the time I'm bored shitless, and unless I'm playing squash or at squash, which is cool, I'll actually do it live. So you can go, okay, let's put down a ball of, or a circle of, 3959. Allegedly there's supposed to be a tangent or whatever of certain size, and we can actually model it out, and you can see it done live. But I'll tell you something now, before you ask me to do it, don't ask me to get an angle measurement off a curve. The program will not do it. So I'm going to say the not nice and loud. It doesn't shut down. It just sort of has an ill command. It just says, no, I don't know what to do. It sort of goes, I don't know what to do. I don't understand. So, yeah, that's a big knot. I'm happy to model shit out for you, but as entertaining as it is to try to get angle measurements off of curves, it won't do it. So you have to, if you're going to assume a ball, you have to put the radius line in there, and you base everything off a radial or radius.
Yeah. There's a problem already. See, already there's a problem.
Well, you're assuming a ball, so if you want to check out their measurements to do things, then yes, it's so just to show how drop over distance gets shown on a ball, so you can actually see it in CAD. Some people you can just look at numbers and they can see shit. That's awesome. Some people actually need to see some kind of graphical interpretation. So yeah, for some people who do it as CAD, they look at it and go, "Holy shit, that's what it means." Like, I understand now. So
I love CAD.
If you ever want me to do that, hit me up.
Yeah, CAD brings it all to life, you see. Yeah, I've always liked CAD.
Because I think when they say I can use tangent, they're already begging the question that they're assuming that they're on the globe. That's why I come back to them and I ask them, okay, how did you know that it's a globe that you are using a tangent?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said yesterday to Doofus in the Gem Pandas, because that's exactly what he was doing, talking about a tangent line. I said, no, there is no tangent line. You've got a point, and then you're assuming the Earth is a globe. How can you assume the Earth is a globe already?
Actually,
you haven't proven
Jim.
anything.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
No, let them have it and tell them that the tangent line that you're going to use is a laser. And then go out and measure the difference between the different ends of the laser and see what the drop is. If they want a tangent, give them one. A physical one out in the real world. They can have it. Go and check the drop over distance. Oh, there is none. So it's not a tangent then. It's a line that's been shot parallel to the ground. Well, you've got a problem now.
Well, yeah. That's practically what I was saying, because I said to him, you're assuming a globe, and your tangent line is just a point, and a point is not a line. Everybody cracked up on the flat Earth side. We were laughing a lot. Yeah, Doofus was just getting battered yesterday, hammered into the ground.
So, guys, I was proposing earlier today that. Okay, so maybe this neutrino thing could backfire on them, right? Because if we could say that we could shoot neutrinos, right, and have our own device which detects them, well, they're not susceptible to refraction. They pass through most materials unimpeded. So let's shoot some neutrinos across a large body of water, guys. What do you reckon?
That's fucking gold.
Do it.
How do we get one of these machines?
I don't know. What one of those massive buildings? Shit, I don't know.
We need a neutrino laser.
Okay, so we're good. We just need a neutrino emitter and a neutrino detector, because apparently the Earth's gravity affects the path, but it's negligible, and it doesn't refract through air. So, yeah, let's.
I mean, with the global standard, you can just create a graphic on the computer. Maybe it might work.
Hey, yeah, let's do a simulation.
So I'll meet you at Lucas Heights then, T-Dub.
Okay.
We'll do some shopping. DJ, come on, we need a hand. Oh, yes.
I find that funny that they say, gravity would affect it, but it's negligible. The fact that they would even say that would suggest that the thing actually has mass, but don't they say that it has no mass? Or that it's massless?
It's almost massless.
Almost.
They're essentially massless, yeah. They have extremely small masses and interact very weakly with other forces. So the effect of gravity is negligible in most practical scenarios, and they pass through the Earth with almost no deviation.
So how does the detector catch them then? If they pass through nearly all matter?
Because I think it has like a
special material.
The path that it would take leaves a wake in it, in its path, right? So that wake, that little ripple effect or whatever, the energy that's kind of like, embedded into that, these things are sensitive to or something.
Exceptional technology. That's what you call it.
I like your picture you put up there, T-Dub. Neutrino event. World's first observation of a neutrino in hydrogen bubble chamber. That looks like to me that someone hasn't cleaned their lens properly.
Right.
Jeez, I'm mean. Or someone's actually tried to draw. Sometimes when you get those squiggly lines, you see them in your vision. Artifacts.
Yeah, little floaters. Yeah, Stewie on Family Guy did a great poem about that. That was funny.
Someone's tried to describe floaters, and they've gone, you know what? No one's going to believe us. Let's just call them neutrinos.
It's like just somebody go out and take a high-powered zoom camera and just zoom in on anything. And, crop it and give it like a black and white filter and just put some scientific name labels all over it. And just throw it out there, see who bites. Fuck. The lens or fuck. Dirty window.
So actually, all you wouldn't even. Okay, so you've got the sun as a neutrino emitter. So all you need is a neutrino detector, and you just wait for sunrise.
Well, you wouldn't have to wait till sunrise. How far do these neutrino things go?
Well, I guess at least 93 million miles.
Yeah. Touche. He fucking got me there. I'm not even thinking about globe law. So, okay. Cough, cough. 93 million miles. So, that means all we've got to do is go, right, we think the sun is in that direction, and just point our receiver there. That's it.
Well, the tough part about that is they can claim that, the sun is just peeking over the horizon, the geometric horizon, at a certain angle.
Let's do it at midnight. Let's do it at midnight. That means the sun should be on its complete other side of the pond. So what I'll do, I'll get on Discord, hit CB up. CB, is it lunchtime at your house, yes or no? And he'll go, yep, it's 5 minutes to 12. And I'll go, thank you very much. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning here. So which direction are you? You're roughly that way. Let's aim our detector that way, see if we pick that shit up. Because if it's a ball, not possible.
I don't know about that. I think having a sender and a receiver would be the best. Kind of mock up or mimicry of the laser experiment. The sun thing, I'm sure they would probably find something to pick at it with,
do it over a larger body of water, something that they can say, oh, but your laser had refracted. It's no. No lasers in this one, sunshine. We got full high tech. You can't even see this shit. And here's a pack for you. Breakfast neutrinos. Helps you through your cogdis day.
Matrix, did you see what I posted in the text chat?
Which bit? The lunch or the breakfast things. I already stole one pack. There was a couple of boxes I saw earlier, and I was on my phone, and I'm like, rah! I'm on my phone! This is shit! I just want to copy them!
Hey, you guys know what the opposite of a neutrino is?
No.
The opposite of a neutrino? It's an old tree, yes.
I get it.
I was just wondering which way he was going to go with it. Yeah.
New tree, no. Old tree, yes.
So stupid.
Oh, that's great.
That's going to cost you -1 credit at the merch store.
Like up there with like bad dad jokes.
Yes. Definitely yes.
Yeah. But I was like you, Matrix. I was waiting for something like to do with starving Ethiopian kids or something.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be something right out there, but yeah, it's bad dad jokes.
What? Ethiopian kids? What the fuck? How do you get Ethiopian out of that?
No, I just expected it to go another angle altogether, not just like he did. Yeah.
Or anti-neutrino. No, because it just the word just reminds me of like food, nutrition. Neutrino.
Oh, okay. Okay. Like they're malnourished or some shit. Fuck, that'd be bad.
Malneutrinos.
Have you guys seen the movie Don't Look Up?
No.
Yeah. No. I've seen reviews of it.
Malneutrinos. Funny. Hey guys, how many Ethiopians can you fit in a phone booth? All of them.
Hey, I represent that remote.
I'm going to hell.
Wait, I missed it. It cut out for me. What was it?
How many Ethiopians can you fit in a phone booth?
Oh,
all of them.
All of them. Oh, for Jesus Christ.
Pretty bad. What's faster than an Ethiopian? The chicken it's chasing.
Oh, God.
I've got a bunch of these. Like, it's so terrible. I've got a bunch of these.
God. Maybe when we're not being live streamed.
That's why I stopped.
You guys know what a pirate does at a Jewish funeral?
I feel like this is kind of...
Oh, be careful. I'm curious, but be careful.
He's sitting Shiva me timbers.
Oh my God.
You know, some of the best anti-Semitic jokes I have literally heard from Israeli folks.
I resent that remark.
No kidding.
Yeah.
No, I represent that remark.
I resemble that.
I resemble that remark.
It resembles that remark.
The self-roasting comedy is the best. I love it.
Could you imagine someone with a real thick Australian accent doing one of the self-roasting things? You'd get up on stage. Do you bastards honestly think I talk like this for practice?
Right.
Probably wouldn't even understand him.
You guys aren't in the server that much, huh?
Nah.
Who's
I was surprised
Gen
to see
1?
that the server
Gen
was up and
1?
running.
Well, the other ones are kind of dead or died earlier, so.
Sometimes I go on Jim Panda server.
I mean, it's kind of died down here too, like, so maybe
Jin's always on that motherfucker.
Got DJ with us. You might be able to
Jin's
start
on that.
in the hub or
Jin
something.
goes to Jim Panda server a lot.
That's right, yeah. I'm there giving them hell. That's why.
I know, it's so funny.
Yeah. I can't believe they made me a moderator there now.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's so cool, bro. Like, that's awesome, man.
I actually turned it down once 2 years ago. Hemo was there then. I turned it down. I said, you know what? Because I didn't want to be that close to them. I wanted to be their enemy all the time. But then I realized that if flat earthers get muted, there's no one covering their backs. So that's when I decided to take it this time round. If any flat earther gets muted, they're getting unmuted immediately.
That's right.
Are you the only flat Earth mod there?
No, there's another one called Pete Shea. He's a mod there as well.
Oh, Pete Shea, really? Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey guys.
And you know what it's like? We go in there, we destroy them.
Hey, Jen.
Oh.
Gen 1. Welcome
They have
back.
to reboot the server every time, mate. Yeah.
I've never seen you before, Gen 1. Nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you, yeah. Sorry, didn't know you were talking about someone else there. How you doing? I'm shy now.
Good, thanks. No, I'm not shy. Just I don't know, on the peripherals.
All right.
Are you once bitten?
No, not necessarily. Just not in the thick of. Yeah.
Oh, cool. All right.
I take it you are a flat earther, yes?
Yes.
Okay, good. A proud flat earther. Well, that's good enough then, yeah. All right. Good.
Yeah, no, very much so. More.
How did you get into it? How did you actually get into that? Take us down your story. Go ahead.
Yeah. If anyone's interested, I've actually got a video on YouTube, which goes through my story of me coming to what I call my journey to biblical cosmology. I titled it "Firmer Foundations." But
you're welcome to post that. You're welcome to post that in here, sir. Yeah, of course. And then tell us your story anyway, because people are listening. Okay. Wicked. Just tell us your story from the beginning. Yeah. We're always interested.
Okay. Well,
genuine interest.
I'm a Bible believing Christian, and I used to be a progressive creationist, if anyone knows what that is. But believing in millions of years. But then I became a young Earth creationist based on, well, the evidence of a young Earth from as far as I understood it, from, I guess, the model, that model sort of fit the evidence better for me. But I had a friend come and shared with me that he believed the Earth was flat based on his study of the Scripture, because I'd been leading him through a method of studying the Scripture, which was basically letting the Bible interpret itself, and he came to an understanding that if you come to Genesis 1, then the heaven and the earth of verse 1 has to be the firmament and the dry land within the narrative. And cutting long story short, after a few weeks of sort of wrestling with that idea, because I knew there was many different ways that Genesis 1 can be interpreted, but ultimately, the more I sort of considered it and studied it, and really was opened myself up to that perspective, it kind of turned my world upside down, so to speak. And not only that, at that time I was like, right, I got to get an understanding of what this flat Earth idea is. So I went exploring for other people who held that perspective, and I actually came across the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord podcast excerpts, and just after listening to a few of those, I was blown away that that's well, for one, all the arguments for the globe there was none. They were just pathetic, and the flat earthers were running circles around the globers and just destroying their arguments, showing just how just how weak it was. And from there I was pretty well convinced, recognized the earth is measured flat and it's observably, measurably, axiomatically flat, and then all of the other empirical stuff that goes along with it. But once I was settled on the empiricism, then that gave me confidence to recognize that actually, this is established in God's word right from the very beginning as well. And I've sort of followed that trail for the last couple of years, and really studying that to a great depth. Yeah, that's the short of it. Thanks for letting me share.
Well, well done anyway. Yeah, nice story. Well done. I like it. I like it when you put it together, when a flat earther puts it together properly with the empirical evidence. Empirical evidence there that is just a slam dunk. And you're watching it from the 24/7 podcast. I mean, that's just singing us praises right there.
Yeah, well, so I think I ended up, signing up onto the Discord, a few years ago now, just to listen into the conversations. I was a bit livelier back then.
Oh yeah,
It was more recently, at the start of this year, that I started interacting with the server, coming onto the server and interacting with it a bit more. Just had a change in circumstance.
Well done for doing that. Well done for doing that. Actually coming onto the server and hearing your voice and your views and your knowledge, because that's what you've got to do. You see.
Yeah, I mostly hang out in the biblical channels on the thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, that makes sense. Since you've come through the biblical angle, makes sense.
Yeah, well, there's certainly when it comes to empiricism, like that's very convincing. Absolutely, you can establish an understanding of flat Earth from that. Just the evidence is overwhelming. But I think it doesn't just end there in a sense. Like what I often see is people make empiricism their religion, so to speak, or that's what they're content with, and they only go that far. While just for me, knowing that just from the very first verse of the Bible that I now know, when that's rightly understood, that the globe, Earth, and space is an impossibility. To me, that gives a lot of confidence in God's word and true religion as well. So
I will say this though, but it's more for me. It's also just as important, or even more so, to actually know the Earth physically not being a globe, and it is actually physically flat and level. That is what we want first and foremost. It's okay having it in the Bible. You've got to bring those words from the Bible into life. Got to bring it to life, breathe some life into it, and that's when you actually go out and do the observations, and that's when you actually know that what the Bible is saying is true, if you will. You understand? You can't go by the Bible alone. That's what I'm saying. You've got to have Earth, and it's physical, the physicality of it, because we are physical beings. You see? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I'm sort of, I take the approach that if you recall, when William Tyndale, he spoke to a religious clergyman of his day that he'd have a ploughboy know more of the Bible than he does, and hence he went about translating the Bible into the English language. But, I sort of see that the ploughboy having the Bible in hand, that Bible in hand, when it's rightly understood, just with what the ploughboy has in his hand from the Bible alone, that should be sufficient for that ploughboy, and that ploughboy is representative of all of us, any individual, without all of the learnings or philosophies or traditions of man. And as I said, just opening that book from the very first verse, it confirms what we already know axiomatically.
Okay, but my question to you is this then: have you actually gone out to do the measurements for yourself? Because that's going to be crucial. That's what we flat earthers do. We don't rely on the Bible alone. Because some of us are not Christians, some of us are Muslims, some of us are non-religion at all, but we understand there's a creator, and we've gone out to check the numbers that they've given us for this globe ball Earth that we're supposed to be living on, and we're not able to find it anywhere. Now that's the gold standard here we're talking about now. Have you done that?
I understand. I'll just quickly qualify though. What I'm saying is the ploughboy who has his Bible in hand, before you even pull out a tape measure, he already knows that the globe, Earth, and space is an impossibility. And as you say, now I worded it, globe, Earth, and space is an impossibility, because that when you understand that the heaven and earth is the name of the firmament in the dry land, and that the globe and space cannot fit that narrative.
That's right.
As far as the narrative, when it's rightly understood. So any claim beyond what the Bible has already clearly communicated to us, the burden is on them making that claim, and they have no evidence to substantiate that claim. So, as I said, before you even pull out a tape measure, the Earth is observably and axiomatically flat. Pulling out the tape measure is only going to confirm the fact. As far as have I done any measurements? Where I am in New Zealand, there's a particular. I live close to the coast, and there's a particular mountain. Further up.
Are you in the North Island or the South Island? Te Kuiti, are you up that end?
North
New Zealand?
Island. Yeah.
North Island. So that's where Te Kuiti is, yeah?
Te Kuiti? I can't place Te Kuiti, and I'm not the greatest when it comes to geography where I should be. I can't even think where Te Kuiti is, sorry. Yeah. I should know. But anyway, I'm closer towards Wellington.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Wellington.
then from Wellington, you can see this mountain, Mount Taranaki, far further up the coast, and obviously taking it. So I've personally physically observed this mountain at a certain distance that would be, according to the Earth curve calculator, an impossibility. It'd be completely physically obstructed by so-called Earth curvature. And
I like your language now.
Yeah. So I'm familiar with the language, and I still enjoy listening to a lot of the likes of those 24/7 excerpts, and since then I sort of keep up to date with the old Flat Earth debate crew, and old Quantum Eraser and the like.
Yeah. Okay.
So I do enjoy and understand just how strong this empirical position is. I know what the gold standard for flat Earth is. It's just not my gold standard.
Yeah. You're coming from the biblical point, and you realise that what the globe is totally possible via the Bible. Yeah, I just I think it's good to have that knowledge, though. The physical aspect of it as well.
Yeah. Okay. I accept the gold standard.
In your hat.
Sorry, I accept the gold standard. I just see there's a platinum standard for myself.
Okay, I love it. Yeah, I can accept that. Yeah, I can accept that. That's cool. Looks like they're going to have their hands full when the debates come along. When the Globers come along, it's going to be really tough for them.
I was just looking in the chat. I don't have permissions, or what do you call it? I'm unable to post anything I was going to share.
Okay. Well, I think that will be dependent on time a little bit. Spending your time with us for a while, and then you can speak to one of the mods. They can help you along with that.
You should have. Hang on a sec. Let's see. What's your roles? If you got VC verified, you've got link image embed role. You should be able to. Yeah. What's going on?
Yeah, should be right.
Okay. I've gone into chat and it says done reading. Check out lobby. #lobby. Oh yeah.
Wait.
No, sorry.
Oh, live stream voice text. You got to go to the # live stream voice text channel. Go that one and then post it in there.
Yeah, post it in there. Okay. So, what do you think, T-Dub? This young man now. What do you think? Like his story?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Everyone's got their own personal standards too, don't they? But it's good that he keeps up to date and he understands things like the Black Swan and everything too, because it's good to have up your sleeve as well if you're talking to people about it.
Yeah.
But everyone's got their own level to it, because essentially, ultimately, this is what we do. We encourage people to make their own mind up, right? Like we're not asking people to join us in some sort of club or religion or something, right? It's like, it's like make your own mind up, do your own thing, You know, that's the beauty of flat Earth, because it gives you regain sovereignty over your experience of reality, right?
Yeah, until you get muted.
Until you get muted. So, sorry about that, man.
Hey guys, where can I? It says show chat in the top corner. Is that? But it says you do not have permission to send messages in this chat.
Yeah, no. So you got to go out of that. Go to the normal channel list.
Yeah.
Right, and you should see right above the live stream panel, the list of names. There should be something. There should be a channel hashtag live stream voice text with a keyboard symbol next to it. That's the channel that we use.
Oh yeah, I see.
For posting. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Got it. So, yeah, cool. Yeah, in the video that I'm about to share, it was created by a ministry called Urban Vessels. They created a documentary called Heliosorcery. So I don't know if anyone has heard of that, but yeah, they once had this particular video up on their YouTube channel, but I'm not hanging out with them anymore. So yeah.
Were you involved in Heliosorcery? The production of it?
I was closely involved with the ministry that created it, but I met them after they had created it. So, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yep.
But this particular video, I also feature the Black Swan example as well as part of my journey, as being sort of I guess like a key part of my journey when it came to me accepting the flat Earth. Yeah.
Were you born in New Zealand?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, and always lived in New Zealand until recently, and then I went over to Australia for a couple of years visiting this Urban Vessels ministry as well. And there was I actually gave a presentation on the subject. They held a biblical cosmology conference, so that was a bit of fun. And this is that second presentation that I created.
How did it go over?
Well, it was a bit interesting actually, because I've got a certain understanding of Genesis 1, where I understand verse 1 to be an introductory summary to the chapter 1 creation narrative, as in where it says, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. That heaven and the earth is representative of the whole 6 days of creation, because of course the heaven and the earth is the firmament and the dry land, created on day 2 and day 3. So this ministry didn't like that line of interpretation, and they hold to what's called the traditional view where they understood that there was a first event of day one. So actually, firmamentumism, I had to sort of approach it quite carefully, because I was basically preaching what I understood of the Genesis 1 creation without even quoting Genesis 1, verse 1, So I guess it was the beginning of the end of my time with that ministry. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. It was a mixed bag, put it that way. But I stand behind what I've got with those two presentations.
Yeah, you're standing by your ground anyway, so well done. It's their loss, not yours. So you needn't worry. Use the background noise there. I'm just doing the dishes. Sorry about that.
Anyway, I hope you guys were just chilling out, because I actually just came on. I saw that I'm with another server with a guy called AC. He runs the Dremora server, and I saw this was advertised, and I just thought, I'll just rock on and see what's happening. But
I wanted to ask you a question, if you know a little bit about it. So the word that they use for heaven in that first verse, right? Is that also just sky? Is that the word that they use for sky?
Waters, teed up.
But it depends on the context. It depends on the context.
Is it Shamayim, isn't it? Shamayim?
Yeah, in the Hebrew it is, yeah.
Right, so if they were just going to say, look at the sky, right, would they say Shamayim?
Well, it depends on the context as well. Like, because in the Genesis 1 narrative, there's of course the firmament, which in the narrative divides the waters above from the waters beneath. So, and that firmament, which is called the Rakia, is called or named the Shamayim in the Genesis 1 context. So Shamayim can have a broader meaning or different applications depending on the context, but in the Genesis 1 context, it is specifically the name of the Rakia. It's the same as the word earth that can have sort of a broad ranging meaning.
Like involving the entirety of the system, rather than just the land that pops up out of the water, right? Yeah.
Or it could include the people, or it could include, as Flat Earth often does, that they'll incorporate the water. They'll make reference or even measurement of water level as being part of the earth being measured, but technically in relation in the context of Genesis 1, the earth is specifically the name of the dry land, because the water, the sea, well, the water is named sea. The divided gathered waters under the firmament called heaven is called seas. And that technically is not earth in that context, you see. But I've got no problem with the earth being measured flat and you incorporate the water, but it's just in a different context. So
in the first line, you think you're saying that the word earth refers to the land?
Well, the word earth in Genesis 1:1, if you were just to read Genesis 1:1, you'd have a word and you wouldn't know the context of its meaning until you read the rest of the narrative. And then in reading the rest of the narrative gives a description and definition to how that word is to be understood.
All right, fair enough. Yeah. Okay.
So no one takes Genesis 1:1 as an introductory summary seriously, because it's a non-option from a heliocentric point of view. From a heliocentric point of view, it's impossible that it's an introductory summary, for the very fact that the next verse, verse 2, states that the earth is without form and void. Because all other Bible interpretations, especially from a heliocentric point of view, necessitate that the earth is in existence in verse 2, in like a chaotic, primordial sort of condition. But
it's not too accurate, though. Tohu Vabohu more accurately is translated as a wasteland and desolation.
Yeah, well, I would disagree with that. Because I would ask, where did you get that definition for desolation and wasteland?
It's only used twice throughout the entirety of the Bible, and they just use that as a more accurate interpretation when you look into it.
In addition to that, it says that it came to be that way, right?
So what do you mean came to be? I know Young's literal translation might use that sort of language. It came to be in the condition of waste.
It's talking about how that it eventually was like that wasn't created like that, or something like that. I don't know.
In my study, it's been an exhaustive study, and because when I came to understand, I came to Flat Earth through this understanding with what the heaven and the earth were, but I had a lot of pushback from a lot of people as far as that no, the earth had to be in existence from before verse 2. Well, I came to an understanding that actually verse 2 is talking about the earth being in a condition of non-existence. So when it talks about it being without form and void, that means to say that it was as yet uncreated, nothingness, vacant, non-existent. And as far as tohu vabohu, when you study that, I've looked at every single example of tohu vabohu in the Bible, and if you lay aside your lexicons that will tell you it's waste and desolate and all of that, that's the definitions that it has to be based on basically the traditional interpretation and heliocentric type paradigm thinking. But tohu vabohu, every single time in the Bible, it has its parallelisms with nothingness. So every single circumstance, every single one.
Fucking locked. Yes. Oh, sorry, me over on mic in there. Sorry about that.
And I could challenge you. You find one instance where tohu doesn't parallel with nothingness, and I tell you, it doesn't exist. So if you know anything about Hebrew parallelisms, basically in Hebrew language, they'll use words and they'll use language and they'll state something, but then they'll state it again using different words in a sort of a different phrase, and what you end up having is lines upon lines, so to speak, where one line is qualifying or defining the other line that it's in parallelism with. So every time tohu comes, even the portion, the translation, the verses that talk about waste or desolate or wilderness, every single time it parallels with nothingness or vacancy or emptiness.
Is that the word used in Job, where it says he hangs the earth on nothing, the world on nothing?
Yeah, there is that one. Yep.
So it can't be interpreted like Rob Skiba interpreted it, like where he hangs the earth on no thing, so it's not hanging. right? In other words, like you can't interpret it as in the earth is not hanging. So what is the earth literally like just suspended in emptiness?
What you have to remember as well is that the Genesis 1 creation account is in the context of our world, the world which has a physical firmament and the dry land and the gathered divided waters. So that's the heaven and the earth and the seas. It's the context of that which was created in the 6 days. Outside of that context, we have God's heavenly abode and all of the heavenly host and any other worlds that may have been created prior to the creation of our world, before the fall. And also the deep, dark, watery abyss. I would put, because the deep, dark, watery abyss does not necessarily fall within the context of the creation of our world, but it does from the heliocentric paradigm. So everyone has always imagined that when God created the heaven and the earth, that he created a water ball in space. But if that concept is taken out of the picture, then it says, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void. What we're doing is we're laying the scene. We're going right back to the beginning of the creation. If the heaven and the earth, God created the heaven and the earth is the introductory summary of the whole narrative, then the next line saying, and the earth was without form and void, is actually going to the evening of day one, the evening being the beginning of darkness, where the clock starts. And the very first creative event is God speaking into this deep, dark, watery abyss, which pre-exists the creation of our world. And he says, let there be light. And then the next day he says, let there be a firmament to divide the water above from the water beneath. So where we are is in the midst of the deep, dark, watery abyss.
An area.
An area.
So he
an
made
environment.
an area.
No. He moved into this area. That's where it says, and God moved upon the face of the waters. That word face does not mean surface, but it more denotes like an environment. Just like there's actually, it talks about the fowl of the air would fly within the open firmament of heaven. There's actually a marginal reading which communicates the original Hebrew. The marginal reading says the face of the firmament. And then, of course, there's the face of the earth. So this word face appears 4 times in the Genesis 1 account. There's the face of the deep, the face of the waters, the face of the firmament, and the face of the earth. It doesn't necessarily talk about surface. So we're talking about within the deep, dark, watery abyss, God says, let there be light. And then there's the firmament, and then there's the dry land, and then the waters are gathered together into one place. And he calls the waters seas, calls the dry land earth, calls the firmament heaven. And this is all within that. Sorry, I was just reading this Tohu. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a different word entirely, T-dubs. The Job word is Belima, not Tohu Verbohu.
Oh, what passage in Job are we talking about? Because
where he hangs the world on nothing.
Do you know the verse?
26:7.
Job 26:7.
He stretcheth out the north over the empty place, and hangeth the earth upon nothing.
Yeah. Okay.
Different word. Cool.
No. Well, you go to that word empty place. The word empty place is tohu. Okay? So the north, he stretcheth out the north, and the north is sort of symbolic for
he was referencing the word nothing.
Yeah, no, but this is the example of the parallelism, because he stretcheth out the north, which is like a synonym for heaven, just like how God's heavenly abode is in the sides of the north. So he stretcheth out the north over the empty place. That is to say, he stretcheth out the firmament called heaven over the empty place, which is over the tohu, and he hangeth the earth upon nothing. So now we've got this empty place being paralleled with nothing, and that empty place is the word tohu. So that's one example of tohu being synonymous with nothingness.
That's in keeping with the actual tofu as well. Because when you taste it, there's nothing there. Tofu.
I'll share a
tofu. Yeah.
I'll share a verse that
it needs a stack of soy sauce, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
I call it the Widowmaker because this is the nail in the coffin. There's so many verses, but this one nails it home.
Yeah, the third meaning says wasteland for tohu.
Well, you say meaning, but where do you get that?
From Blue Letter Bible.
Yeah, but where did they get that?
It's one of the uses for it. Wasteland, wilderness of solitary places.
Yeah.
There's one time where it's used as waste.
I mean, these so-called
Deuteronomy 32:10. It's used to mean waste.
It's sometimes translated as waste, but that waste has a context.
Yeah, they used it in Deuteronomy that way.
And where in Deuteronomy, where it's used and described as waste, it has a parallelism with nothing as well in that specific example. What verse are you talking about specifically?
Deuteronomy 32:10. He found him in a desert land and in the waste, howling wilderness. There is their strong definition, tohu, from an unused root meaning to lie waste, a desolation.
So blima or whatever it is, it's used when he says hangs on nothing.
Yes.
Right. What does that mean?
What, belima?
Yeah, like it means like literally nothing, like no thing, like. Oh.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware.
So it's been suspended then. That's what it is, isn't it? Suspended there, floating.
Let me check.
Because if it's hung on nothing, then it's just there. It's there. There it is. Boom. Nothing to hang off of. It's just suspended there by God's will.
Hangeth the earth upon nothing. Yeah, nothingness. Strong's definition, Belima. As indefinitely, nothing, whatever, nothing. It's only used once.
Can you see that photo that I just posted real quick?
Well,
can you see that all right? Is that the passage you were talking about, Deuteronomy 32:10?
Yeah, you see where it says, and in the waste.
Yeah, so the waste, that's tohu and wilderness. And just as an example, you've got Young's literal. It gives a different sort of rendering, but basically it communicates the same idea. A void. So the void has the connotation of emptiness and nothingness. But when you start comparing this waste or wilderness idea, like with Job, you've got the wilderness. And then in Psalms 107, this is a great one, where it talks about the wilderness of Tohu. The marginal reading specifically says a void place.
Yeah, it's so now use. That's the point.
Yeah, but the point that I'm making is every single circumstance, it has its parallelism with nothingness. And when you hold to nothingness or vacancy and emptiness as being a key or primary attribute to tohu, when it comes to the Genesis 1 context, when we talk about the earth being without form and void, that without form and void, or that tohu and bohu, we're to understand the nothingness, vacancy, and emptiness of tohu and bohu to mean uncreated, non-existent.
Yeah, from root meaning to lie waste, the desolation of surface, desert, figuratively a worthless thing, adverbially of in vain, confusion, empty place, without form, nothing, thing of, naught, vain, vanity, waste, wilderness. So they've used tohu to mean naught twice, nothing once, empty place once, waste once, confusion 3 times, vanity 4 times, and vain 4 times.
Yeah, that's
different context.
But every single one of those translations has its parallelism with nothingness. Every single one. I'll demonstrate.
Well, it's more emptiness or an empty place, because nothingness is belima. Vacant, vanished.
But I have a question. How can be nothingness when God is omnipresent?
He decided to have a vacation that day. That's why he was vacant, vanished.
What do you mean that he's? What do you mean by omnipresent?
He's just having a little play on words.
He's always there.
Everywhere.
There. He's everywhere and always there.
Yeah. So, are you saying that nothingness is impossible, or that?
Well, that's that it's hard to accept nothingness. I mean,
It's a big
don't get me wrong here.
theological question.
Yeah, because what you've described can apply to tofu itself, the food. There it is on your tongue, sitting there. No taste at all, nothingness in the way of taste. Nothingness. I thought that was really good. You know.
I don't know if it does much for you either. For your body, I don't know.
Tofu.
Well, I like tofu. Actually, I do like tofu, and I do eat it with chives, chopped herbs and spices. A little bit. I don't use the soy sauce too strong. I use the noodle sauce instead, thinner, and basmati vinegar, and I enjoy it. But without all that stuff, it's nothingness. Sitting there.
That would be more bulima. Nothing.
There you are then.
Bulima.
Yes. As long as I don't get that illness, as long as I don't become bulimic, I'll be okay.
Water you can eat.
Well, if tohu vabohu is to be understood as nothingness, as an uncreated nothingness, then it would not only the earth would be tohu vabohu, or without form and void, but also the firmament called heaven, and also the divided gathered waters called seas, and also all that in them is, as in all of the sea life, plant life, birds and land animals, and then humans. All of that is without form and void.
Is spirit tohu?
No, the Spirit of God was present, wasn't he? He was moving upon the face of
Does spirit take up space? And I don't mean like outer space. I mean, does it take up volume? I mean, because like, well, God's spirit, right? Apparently, and there's spirit. He has spirits, and he's made spirits, and all that. So, do they occupy space?
They have,
because there's an abode. God has an abode, right?
I think it can be present in space.
He's omnipresent. Exactly, he's omnipresent.
Yeah, it's not nothing.
He's adjective, right? He's omnipresent.
Well, then how can God have a distinct abode, right? But be everywhere at the same time?
But
that's why my question was: how can be nothingness when God is omnipresent?
Yeah, that's what I thought you were saying, as in, how can you have nothingness? That's like saying, though, when God said, let there be light, and there was light. Well, hang on, light must have already been present prior to him calling light into existence then, because God would have had to
which type of light? Visible light?
No, maybe not. Because if he created light, probably there was no light before that. But
is there another type of light?
Anyway, he was before the light, and he was everywhere anyway.
Yeah,
but the Bible says that God is light. Also says He's love, and He's spirit, and
in the context of the creation of our world, there was no light. There was only darkness. It doesn't mean to say that there wasn't light prior to the creation of our world, or in a different context, as in heaven or in God's immediate presence, as opposed to where He inserted Himself on by sending forth His Spirit into this deep, dark, watery abyss to begin to create our world. Yeah.
So, is there a place above us where God is?
Well, according to the Genesis 1 narrative, yes.
And He sits on a throne?
I personally believe that God has a personal presence in a place called heaven, but that doesn't restrict Him in His omnipresence, because of course He's omnipresent by His Spirit. But His Spirit, His Holy Spirit,
and He's omnipotent as well, right? So He can be anything, and he can do anything as well.
So when it's talking about a void, Gen 1, that's bohu. And
when He's saying light, He can be light as well. When He's saying firmament, He can be firmament as well, because He's omnipotent.
Yeah, He can do anything.
Okay, so touching on this word bohu, it occurs 3 times in the Bible, and always
2 times as void and 1 time as emptiness, but not nothingness.
Oh no! Every time it's paralleled with nothingness. Every time. So even when it talks of emptiness, void, and waste for bohu. Anyway, bohu. Every time it's always synthetically connected with tohu. So bohu
doesn't mean nothingness.
Sorry?
Tohu doesn't mean nothingness. Belima means nothingness.
No, I'm saying that the meaning of tohu has its parallelism with nothingness, as in it holds to that. It has that qualification, and it has that synonymous aspect to it.
Well, why didn't they just use Belima and made it a lot simpler?
Maybe that the word tofu means nothingness in the physical meaning, maybe. Because, if you're talking about this spiritual and God, it's completely different level of things we are talking.
Formlessness of primeval.
Because, can be nothingness in the physical way before he created it.
It says nothingness, empty space, as in there's a void. There's something there, but it's empty. That's the nothingness that they're using there, but not nothingness as in no thing. That's Belima. It's interesting. Now I'll keep digging into it. I'll see if I find anything more.
I've got a resource that I could share with you at the end of, well, not at the end of our conversation, but if you're interested, my own personal study on the subject, I'd be happy to share with you if yeah. But this
my way, I'll have a look.
This is another screenshot of the resource that I've created on the subject. But here's a great example. This is the one that I was calling the Widowmaker, where as we have this word in vain, often translated as tohu, but here we have in Isaiah 45 verse 18, for thus saith the Lord that created the heavens, which is the name of the firmament, so that's the Shemayim, and God himself that formed the earth and made it. Now, notice this word formed. That word formed is synonymous with created. Okay? And it's even got that parallelism within this very verse. Created the heavens is synonymous with formed. Created, formed. And he established it. He created it, the earth, not in vain. And that word vain is tohu. So he created it not in tohu. And yet the heliocentric, the globe belief and the traditional understanding of the that God created, saying with the first event in day one, with the Genesis 1:1 interpretation, they all imagined that God did create the earth in tohu, as chaos and confusion and desolate wilderness. But here this verse is saying that God did not create the earth in tohu. And if the earth was not created in tohu, then that's what we can understand it to mean, where it says the earth was not formed, as in it was without form, as in it was as yet uncreated. Because if formed is synonymous with created, then without formed is synonymous with uncreated.
Yeah, formless.
No, not formless, as in formed less.
Without form and void.
Without form. As in unformed.
Later, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, it had to come.
Are they using Isaiah to correct Genesis?
What was that?
Are they using Isaiah to correct Genesis?
No, there's no correction of Genesis. We're rightly understanding Genesis, even with the language that we have with it. Basically, we're understanding the words in their correct context.
So it was formless, or it wasn't?
Well, I don't know where you're getting the word formless, because that can have different connotations, like less formed.
One would assume it would formless if it was without form, right?
Not necessarily, because formless can hold the connotation of less formed, or like a chaotic, confused, primordial type of form. So having a form of form, so to speak, like or like as an example, if someone has a deformity, then they're less formed.
Yeah, I'll read this one. That means it's flat. It doesn't have a shape, not a ball. That's why it's formless.
Well, if it means uncreated and unmade, then it means that all there was a deep, dark, watery abyss, and that kills your globe in space straight away. Because the very next thing God is creating is He's introducing light into the environment by His word, and then He creates a physical firmament dividing the water above from the water beneath, and then beneath this firmament He gathers the waters together into one place and has the dry land appear. And when I say the dry land appears, that's the opposite, or it's the what do you call it? The antithesis, the antithetical application to without form and void, as in for the earth to appear is for it to come into existence from its previous non-existence. That word appear, to be seen and to be to exist, so to speak, is now the opposite to being without form and void, being in a condition of uncreated non-existence.
I'll try to find an early source. I'll have a look, see what I can find. It's interesting, though.
Yeah, I have a little bit of a background when it comes to some of the original languages as well. Like not so much Hebrew. I've dabbled a little bit in Hebrew, but I'm a lot more proficient in the Greek. But in my experience, I've come to learn or realize that actually, even if you didn't know Hebrew or Greek, with being able to unlock the parallelisms within Scripture, the Bible becomes somewhat like it becomes an internal dictionary in a sense, where it defines its own words. And anyway, the words themselves, their only meaning is carried within the context of their use. Anyway, so you're not going to find the meaning of a word by looking to a Greek or Hebrew study resource or a lexicon, because they're only going to most of the time,
don't they?
Yeah, most of the time they're just drawing from, just communicating to you what the translated words were.
The words of that time, yeah. I mean, how else do you know what they're saying? You have to have some kind of basis to go by.
So it has to be context. And what better context do we have than in the Hebrew itself, with all of these internal parallelisms where the language is qualifying the language? So we've got context upon qualifying context, so that there's other words that are more explicit, like this other word for nothing. But when tohu and bohu parallel with this word, it now becomes it becomes synonymous in meaning, which gives further qualification.
Who's tofu and boho? Who's that?
What was that?
Who's tofu and boho?
Tohu,
that's that white food. That white food that's kind of like pasta.
No, it's Hebrew words.
Oh shit!
Empty and void.
Who are boho and tohu?
They're Hebrew words. It's Hebrew language. It's a baby language. This is why Greek is superior, because Hebrew, unfortunately, they have to multi-use words.
Speaking of the Greek, now the Greek, when it comes to tohu vabohu, it denotes the uncreated nothingness that I'm talking about. And this is where I first stumbled along to this understanding. I was getting that the heaven and the earth was the firmament and the dry land, but when it came to tohu vabohu, it was in the Greek that I saw, it's talking about uncreated nothingness. And then I began to see it in the Hebrew parallelisms. And then it's clearly in the English, in context as well, when the English was understood in context.
Well, you'll have to tell them that.
I'll give you an example.
Look at this weird one. What do you think of that one? It's an unusual one.
Oh yeah, I love that one. Yeah, because what's the next line? Because the next line is where the parallelism exists.
I didn't go into it.
Okay.
Jesus.
So here's an example. This is what I was talking about with the Greek having communicating. Okay, so we've got tohu and bohu, or without form and void, in Jeremiah 4:23. And a lot of people look to Jeremiah 4:23 and go, "Oh, there, the earth can't be nothing." But look at the context. We've got no light, no man. The birds have fled. It's a wilderness. The cities are broken down. This is a type of nothing, a type of vacancy and emptiness. And in fact, we have to remember that it's qualified with, "Yet I will not make a full end." So this is after the earth has been created, and it's been reduced to a condition of a type of tohu and bohu, a type of nothingness.
And later, the whole earth would be both devastated, thus non-functional tohu, and in many places empty of people, bohu.
And look at comparing to the Greek Orthodox Study Bible, which communicates the Greek, into English anyway. It's reduced. Tohu and bohu, without form and void, is brought to one word in the Greek, and it is literally nothing. So Jeremiah, he looked at the earth, and behold, it was nothing. And again, comparing the Apostolic Bible,
Directionless.
Directionless?
Yeah, the paths of their way are turned aside. They go to nothing and perish. More like directionless. Or their choices lead to nothing, right?
I mean, every time it's going to have its own individual context as well. I'm just making the point that every example of tohu has its parallelism, and hence holds within its definition an idea of nothingness. So in the Genesis 1 context, what is this nothingness in reference to? And I would put it to you that it's in reference to the existence of the earth that has been created, because it appears, the earth, the dry land, which is called earth, only appears on day 3 after the firmament is created and after the waters are gathered together, well, at the same time as the waters being gathered together into one place. And that, of course, is when the seas come into existence. We had waters before the existence of the seas, but the waters were not called seas. It was only after the waters were divided and then gathered together into one place, and God called that seas. And that's when he calls the dry land earth. So prior to the dry land appearing, the dry land called earth didn't exist. It was non-existent, uncreated, without form and void. So that is the context of the nothingness in Genesis. So Genesis 1, verse 1, and God created the heaven and the earth. That is the firmament and the dry land, also implying the seas, and also implying all that in them is. For you get to the end of the narrative, and it talks about, thus the heavens and the earth, the heavens and the earth were finished, and all that in them is. Okay, so now it's used the same words, the same language as what we had from the beginning. It's summarizing.
Talking about creating a place like Eden to put humans in somewhere safely.
I mean, he does do that. That's what we have in the second chapter when it elaborates on the first.
So yeah, it could work both ways almost.
There's so much typology as well that exists in the Genesis 1, but it doesn't take away from it being a literal account either.
Mimetism and all these things go hand in hand. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. You've got to go back before you go forward.
Tofu and boho.
Tohu vabohu.
Lohu. Labubu.
Tohu vabohu. Gleamer. Gleamer heads.
So this is the only other time that tohu and bohu occur together, and you made reference to it before.
Right?
Yeah. This is the one that you shared before. But the cormorant and the bittern shall possess it. Talking about this destroyed earth and kingdom at the end, in the end of times. And the owl also and the raven shall dwell in it. So it's interesting, we're talking about unclean birds, and that has its parallel with like unclean spirits. So we're talking
Greek. They like
the Greek is interesting.
Owls of wisdom and stuff.
Yeah. But here's where the parallelism occurs. And he shall stretch out upon it the line of confusion, which is tohu, and the stones of emptiness, bohu, and that's paralleled with the following verse.
Yeah, but
and there shall
nothingness.
Yeah. There shall be
emptiness isn't nothingness. I can have an empty glass, but there's still a glass that's empty, right?
Well, if you've got a glass and there's nothing inside your glass, then what do you have inside your glass? You've got an empty void of nothingness.
But I've still got a glass, so there's something.
Yeah. So if you think of the glass as being that deep, dark, watery abyss, as in the environment where the nothingness, emptiness, and void exist, then we have a parallel in your analogy with the glass of emptiness, nothingness, and a void to what we have in the beginning.
The same as Belima. He's saying there's something there, but that something is without form and void.
I'm saying if you had a glass of let's say coffee. You had a glass of coffee. No, I won't do that actually. No, forget that.
It's not nothingness as in there's nothing, like Belima. That's not what they're talking about. Belima is when nothingness is no thing. There's no glass, there's no water, there's bugger all. Belima. That's Belima. So you're not meaning it in that context, are you?
I'm meaning it in the context of basically uncreated nothingness, non-existent nothingness.
I think that Belima would be your better choice for that word.
Well, tohu does parallel with Belima, doesn't it?
No? When?
Didn't you give an example of it?
No.
I thought when it came to the word with the earth hanging on nothing.
Yeah, that was Belima.
Yeah. And it paralleled with tohu in that verse. With the sides of the north, he stretches out the sides of the north upon the empty place. That's tohu.
No, that's
and hang. No, empty place is tohu.
Yeah, empty place is tohu, but nothingness is Belima.
Yeah, so the nothingness of the earth hangs upon nothing, Blema, paralleled with the sides of the north being stretched out upon the empty place, which is Tohu.
So Tohu Vabohu, a wasteland and desolation. So it is something, it's just has to be shaped. It's like having clay and then you form the clay to the brick and then you build with the brick. The clay is formless until you shape it. Maybe it was one city and then it was destroyed, and that's why it's become a wasteland and desolation, formless and without void.
Sort of like a gap theory.
Because remember what the priest of Sais told us. You Greeks are but babes, you only remember one flood, you've forgotten the other three. Right?
Say that again?
Got to do your homework on this stuff. The priest of Sais, do you know about the priest of Sais?
Is this, does this have a biblical connection, or is this...
No, this is way before them, not.
Right, okay. No, I'm not familiar.
Back to the Egyptians. Solon was down there, and he managed to become friendly with this group called the priest of Sais, S-A-I-S. And he got... This is where we get the story of Atlantis. That was the Grekified name. We don't know the name of the... It's probably in Portugal. It's where most of the clues lead. But when he was talking to the priest of Sais, who had an oral history, they didn't write things down. So he said, you Greeks are but babes, you only remember one flood, you've forgotten the other three. So it looks like there might have been other destructions in the past. And Michael Cremo's work goes to that as well, where they found metal cups and metal bells within coal. Have you seen those?
Yeah, I've seen stuff along those lines. But so would you be of the opinion that there was more than one flood based upon the authority of that account?
Well, I'm open to the idea. I mean, they talk about it. They wouldn't say that for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
I think this. If you look at the ancient building works, right? Why are they built higgledy-piggledy? Do you know why?
Yeah, well, I certainly have more questions than answers when it comes to, ancient architecture.
Well, think about it, right? A lot of them were built quite high up to avoid floods, but they were also built to survive earthquakes, which is why they were built non-uniformly, right? Higgledy-piggledy. They didn't do that by accident. And there's in India there are temples where they have these voids underneath, and again that's to help protect against earthquakes. So some of these ancient building works looks like there's been some sort of cataclysm and they're trying to protect against it in some way.
Okay, interesting.
That's also why they built with such big lumps of stone, to make sure it can withstand and handle certain things. It would make a bit of sense. Also explains why they went into the earth as well. They found whole cities underground. Have you seen those? They found them all over the place.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, like Cappadocia as an example. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, there's a few of them. They've got them in Asia, in China. They found them around Europe. I think Greece or Malta, places like that. And I mean, these are vast places. It's not just like a little bit of a cave. It's got doors with rocks that roll to open and close them. It's got, water for them. It's got, what could be classed as a prayer space. It's got rooms, and it's layers and layers deep. 10, 20 layers, 10, 20 floors deep, So again, I mean, the amount of work that would have gone into that and everything else is something serious was at play. You don't do that for no reason. Structures like that. So yeah, they're absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, the mainstream historical narrative of these things is just, it's insufficient to give a proper explanation of it, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the mainstream narrative is just basically to lock people into an oversimplification. But when evidence goes against it, they ignore the evidence. That's the problem. And a lot of people can't understand that because they don't understand that they're just defending the narrative. Like those is it SAR data they found underneath the pyramids recently, and they've also found a labyrinth underneath the pyramids, and it stretches out for 20,000 feet or something, and it's in the ancient records, but it was just ignored. Have you seen that? They've found this labyrinth under there.
I've seen something more recently where they've had some kind of instrument to recognize there's more structure beneath the pyramids themselves, like quite substantial sub-level foundations, and they have the usual speculation as to what its purpose could be, or what it, whether there was a greater function to those buildings.
That was the SAR data, but they're finding stuff all the time like this. They just don't have the people. They also don't really want to, because they built all their reputations on this nonsense, and now it's all wrong. They're like, so it's all about ego and stuff, and people not wanting to just look at the evidence and accept it. They had people arrested that tried to excavate some of it as well. It was pretty mad. Where is it? I sent it to yeah, let's have a look. Send it to him, didn't I? I'm sure I did. Yeah, synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography. That's what it's called. So if anybody wants to look it up to learn more, I'll post that in the chat for you. Synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography. That's what they used. And that matched up with the ground penetrating radar scans. This guy, so independently, this guy had been going around doing GPR data, and it lined up. He had both the data sets and the models, and it lined up perfectly with this SAR-DT. Very interesting stuff.
Well, for those that are interested, I just dropped my personal study on the Genesis 1 question. Some of the screenshots that I shared in the chat earlier, I was taking from this resource.
I'll have a look at that too. See what they got to say. There's the bell that was found in coal. For anyone that's interested. There was a pot as well. So yeah, all seems like it's on the up and up. We found it in coal. Very, very old. Lots of these out of place artifacts.
Oh, it's nice chatting with you, Loggy. Is that how I pronounce your name?
Yeah.
Loggy. It's nice to put a voice to the name since I've seen your thing around a bit.
Yeah, man. It's not greenweed, right?
Did you find it, Greenweaver?
happened on the Nat Geo boat then?
It disappeared from the bottom up with the horizon behind it.
What caused that, do you think?
Not the horizon.
Okay, well, you said what's not. What is it?
Well, I don't have to say what it is if I don't know, but I can, through the process of elimination, prove what it's not. Do you know about the process of elimination? Like, if your computer doesn't turn on and you replace the power supply and now it turns on, you've eliminated all the other causes.
But you used to use the car. You should go back to the car.
Well, I can change my arguments. But yeah, if your computer doesn't turn on, it's still the same argument. If your computer doesn't turn on, you replace the power supply and then it turns on. That's the process of elimination. You've eliminated all other causes because you replaced one thing at a time, and now you've identified the cause. So you claiming that disappearing from the bottom up is only caused by the curvature, that's a false cause fallacy.
There's a false cause fallacy? Wow.
Yeah, you can't just say unicorn nipples makes, the Earth go around. It's like, oh, okay, well, how'd you determine that was the cause? Oh, I just said it. No, that's not how that shit works, bro.
Okay. So I guess you will be having this conversation in 10 years.
Well, I mean, it depends on, how much TV the children watch, really. Because if you ask a child before 5 years old and they start, watching TV or whatever, they'll tell you. Right? But as soon as you put them in front of that TV, I guess you can get them to tell you whatever you want them to, right?
Really?
Here, I posted a couple of pictures there for you there, Scott, of a coffee can disappearing bottom up from 20 feet away on a flat ground. So, not Earth curve. So stop your nonsense.
How did you prove the ground was flat?
Well, it certainly isn't curving. It's a flat ground. Everybody, you make come on, it's somebody's floor. Okay, it's not curved. Like, this is just nonsense. It's done by the camera angle. You get too close to the ground, and you're going to get this kind of phenomena that's going to take place. Not Earth curve. Stop your nonsense.
But when we're watching the cruise ship, we're not too close to the ground.
I'm just saying there might be another reason why.
Okay, which one?
You are so stone-headed that you think there is no other option, and it's just stupid because it's wrong.
He's just asking simple questions that y'all can't answer, but okay.
Why is he asking any questions? Why doesn't he just make claims and arguments?
What basically you can ask questions to basically
reverse the burden. Yes, yeah. Basically reverse the burden.
No, not necessarily. But to clarify one's position or even challenge.
No, just to reverse the burden. He's not trying to clarify any positions. He's just trying to.
No, you can either challenge.
No. I've talked to this guy for 2 years. So what he does is he has a claim about something that he doesn't actually want to argue. So he'll just try to get you to make a counterclaim to whatever his claim was. That's what's happening there.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Scott.
From what I can see, that isn't what's happening here, but okay.
Yeah, that's because you're biased. Yeah, go ahead, T-Up.
No, I'm not necessarily. I'm not biased.
Yeah, you are. Go ahead.
How do you know I'm biased? Can you substantiate your claim?
I can hear you crying.
So, your argument is I'm biased because I'm crying.
Just let T-Dub get his question, all right?
Yeah, shut up.
All right.
That's what you got to do.
This is for Scott. How is an object obstructed from view by the curvature of the Earth before it reaches the horizon? And what's the math for that? Can you provide that for?
I don't understand the question. How is an object obstructed before it reaches the horizon?
Yeah, obstructed from view by the curvature of the Earth before it reaches the horizon. Yeah.
No, it's not.
What's the math for it?
No, it's not.
Okay, so things can appear obstructed bottom up from view before it reaches the horizon. You agree with that?
I don't think so. I'm not sure I understand the question, but I don't think
so. Well, someone presented the Nat Geo example of that to you. All right, have you seen it? Seen the red, black, and white stripes?
I've seen a very, very blurry picture.
Right, and they claimed in that, right, National Geographic claimed that you couldn't see from 8 inches above the water, you couldn't see the bottom line or partial part of it, right? You partially couldn't see the bottom row. And they claimed that was the curvature of the Earth, yet it has not reached the horizon yet. So you agree that things can appear obstructed bottom up from view before they've reached the horizon?
I don't agree that thing behind the boat's the horizon, but we're just not going to ever agree on that.
Well, it's water. It's water beyond. There's water beyond.
No, it's not.
So you deny that there's water beyond that point?
What I'm saying is that picture is very blurry, and neither of us can make sense of what's behind that boat.
Hey,
right. Okay.
Hey,
fair enough.
T-Dub, not only is there water behind the boat, you can in some frames you can see the shoreline behind the boat.
Yes.
This guy needs to go back. He needs to go back and watch the video.
Yeah, that's just some coat right there.
Something, an object the size of a cruise ship disappearing.
Hey, T-Dub, can I ask another question of you?
Yeah.
Do things get smaller in the distance, i.e. like perspective?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you aware of any perspective in Earth curve math?
No, I've never seen it factored in.
Perspective. And we know things get smaller in the distance, but we're not sure about Earth curve. And there is no perspective calculations in Earth curve math. So it either has to be one or the other. Do you agree?
Right, yeah.
What is Earth curve math? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, you have a value of the circumference of your so-called sphere. So it's quite easy to work out what the drop over distance would be.
Okay. And?
I mean, the circumference of your supposed globe at 1 foot observer height, the horizon should be at 1.225 away from the 1 foot observer height. So squared by the observer's height at 2, you can calculate that at 3 foot, at 4 foot. Anyway, that's your math. What I'm saying is that's all bullshit. What we have is perspective. We know things get smaller in a distance. You can stick by your orthographic Earth curve maths, which doesn't have any perspective in it. So you have to choose either perspective causes things to shrink in the distance, or Earth curve does. You can't have both.
But nobody says Earth curve causes something to shrink.
You're saying that
Holy
things
fuck,
bottom up.
Scott Mackey just debunked flat Earth. Good shit, Scott.
No,
You say that things bottom up disappear? That's due to perspective. We have perspective.
How does perspective make something disappear from the bottom up?
Because of the angular resolution of the optical device, such as your eye, or the camera, or your telescope. Your eye only has a 0.018 degree resolution limit. So when you draw a straight line along the ground, and then you take your observer height and you draw a line from your eyes to a particular object, such as a boat on the water, then when it goes past that 0.018 of a degree, you can no longer resolve it.
What does the ground have to do with your angular resolution of your eye? Or an optical
ground,
what you're seeing.
The ground is the flat baseline to work out your angle from your eye.
Oh, no, that's not how that works, man.
Okay. So where's your perspective in Earth curve method?
No,
So you think you should be able to see a house brick at 5 miles?
No, the angular perspective is this distance between any 2 points.
What if that house brick was part of a larger structure that extended up 100 foot high? Would you still not be able to see that brick?
See a brick from? No, you can't.
You think about that, Scott. You think about that, Scott. Think about that very carefully. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you've thought about it.
No, but nobody would claim you should be a single.
Don't let it keep you awake at night. Don't let it keep you awake at night.
Do you think you can find somebody who say you could see a singular brick from whatever 5 miles away?
Is that it? No copers? Okay, let's have Drew's Shia tell us something cope-worthy.
Sorry, I don't debate with dumbasses.
How long did you debate with yourself before you decided to say that?
Oh, wow, such a gotcha moment. So funny.
I have a question. Is the price of admission here like debate? Like, can anyone just be called up and because that's not the conversation that I had a few weeks ago with a few people here. They were like, "No, you don't have to debate. You can just listen in." So what if it's too quiet? Then we just all of a sudden have to pop up and argue with someone. Is that the case?
Well, I mean, Drew stepped forward earlier to say something stupid, so that's why he's getting picked on.
Okay. Well.
Otherwise, I mean, it just depends on the vibe at the time, you know.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to debate with anyone, just so you know, just for future reference. So if you call on me, I'm not going to respond.
That's all right. You can stay in your lane.
Why don't you want to debate? You sound like a smart guy.
Who, me?
He's smart enough to know he can't win this one.
No, I've talked to you guys enough.
Such a gotcha moment. Ha ha ha.
I've talked to you guys enough before. I know the pattern. It's pure rhetoric. It's not actually going to be constructive because I'm not going to change your guys' mind. So there's really no point in debating. Because the point of debate is to like come to a conclusion, and we're never going to come to a conclusion. So there's really no point. That's why I don't debate, at least in this channel.
Oh, you mean a mutual conclusion?
Yeah, like something that we can both agree on, and we're never going to both agree on. Like,
I bet we both agree that the Earth looks flat.
Yeah, we both agree that from a neutral angle, if you go to the beach, yeah, it looks flat. I can agree with
There you
that.
go. Mutual ground. There you go.
Hey, there we go. Good job. We can come to a conclusion after.
Why does it have to be about us coming to an agreement?
Well, I know that I'm not going to. I mean, look, if you
It could be for the benefit of the people listening in.
if you showed me like evidence that I don't know all of the people that NASA employs and all of them are just I don't know secretly in on some sort of mission where they have to keep it a secret that the Earth is flat and all of this.
All of them? The janitor has to be. Well, why don't you show me some solid evidence that the janitor has to be in on it?
Wait, why am I the one that has to be like the one that convinces you guys?
What was your claim just now?
No, I'm saying I will be convinced of this if you show me this. And it's like, well, no, you have to bring the evidence. And I'm just like, wait, why do I have to bring the evidence?
So, if I show you something non sequitur, then you'll be convinced. Well, that sounds like a giant waste of time.
Okay, and this is exactly why.
Well, you need convincing that the janitor at NASA and everybody else, they're all in on it. Well, it doesn't even follow that they would have to be. Well, you just said everybody. You said all of them, dude.
Using these fake math equations and these fake calculations and plugging in the radius of an equation for no reason, plugging in gravity for no reason.
Which ones?
All of those people.
Who?
Like,
which people?
show me
Which
that's
ones?
fake.
Name their titles. What do they do? Show me the project they worked on. I don't know who you're talking about.
Rocket engineers. Like,
yeah, which project?
Rockets.
Okay, well, I mean, we can post like 20 technical papers right now where they're treating the Earth practically as flat and stationary to model this stuff. So
Why they do that, right?
yeah, because it is.
No, what? Okay, what do you think? Okay, still man my position. Like, why do you think that they do that? Like, if it wasn't,
because there's no curvature or spin to actually account for in the real world, so you don't actually have to. You don't have to account for it.
No, actually, and engineers do use F equals ma and treat basically the Earth as flat for practical reasons. But when you get into complex stuff, right? For example, satellites or etc., then no, you don't use the F equals ma formula. You actually get into the theoretical complex stuff that Einstein.
Can we see an example? Can we see a practical example?
Yeah, I can give you the formula used.
No, like give us a citation. You know,
I mean,
point to
these
somebody
formulas
actually
wouldn't work if the theories were wrong.
or like somebody doing this, right? Like give us a practical example. Like they did something, they launched some rocket or some satellite or something, and here's how they
Using the
did
formulas?
it. Yeah, here's the method that was followed. Yes.
Yes, 100. I can give you 1,000 examples. I'll put them in the chat.
One would be
but
great.
Then when I put them in the chat, I just won't speak anymore because I must remind myself that I'm speaking with people.
Okay, now poison the well. Yeah, now just ad hom instead of just back up the claim you just made.
No, I'm going to use a fallacy, and I know I'm using it.
Okay, well, I'll just put you on mute.
Literally, I'm going to put the proof in the chat in hopes that it will change your minds.
Why?
Then I just won't speak anymore.
You're begging for people to believe. You're trying to like bring people into like a religion here.
No, I'm not. Honestly, I'm not.
Why do you care what anybody thinks, dude? I don't care what you think. I'm not begging you
to care what you think because you're a human being.
Dude, this is starting to sound like a cult.
I'll be honest with you.
Man.
Anyways, I'll just look. This is.
Religious.
I'll put the thing in chat, then I'll shut up. Okay, bye.
Viewers, I'm happy to see some of this formula. I'm happy to see some of them so I can pick them apart. So go ahead and post them in the chat. Let me have a look.
Yeah, because this always gets said. All these people at NASA doing this and that, using this globe for all this practical stuff that they do. You ask them to show it. show it what that actually looks like, practical demonstration, and I've never seen anything yet. All I see is the flat earthers post technical papers of the Earth being simulated as flat and stationary. That's all I ever see. So
Yeah,
I mean,
correct. And
yeah,
what he's going to do is he's going to post a whole heap of formula that have the R value in it. And then when we come back and ask him, "Oh, how did you acquire your R?" then he's going to run away like a big sook.
sometimes they also just assume that the evidence is there to begin with before they've even checked. Like they just take it on faith that this has to exist. Well, I mean, always, actually.
Yeah, always. Yeah.
I thought he was putting definitive globe proof into the side chat. I don't see anything there yet.
Well, the problem is he hadn't Googled it before he made the claim, so he might be running into a bit of a snag now.
Yeah. There's always that thing about the old Google.
No, I'm actually
Sometimes it don't
just
work very
reading
well.
just to make sure. Okay.
You better check those formula before you post it for that R value. Otherwise, it's going to get very difficult for you.
I can say to. Okay.
Nice post, Travis.
Oh, the list there.
No, I'm still reading the paper just to make sure everything is good. Look, I can post it right now. There we go.
Seems to be a lot of globers and anti-flat earthers these days. In the last couple of years, admitting that the Earth is measured flat. Wonder why that is.
Because for practical reasons, okay, sure. Look, I'm not even. I promise myself. Look, I'll just shut up.
Ooh, nearly admitted to yourself, didn't you?
I literally admitted to it, like, I believe 5 minutes ago.
I think it just matches reality. And if you want accuracy, and that's how you measure it. It's just measured flat. You want your rockets and all that stuff to work. That's it.
Great
Simon
critical substance.
Simon Dan did a test on the 31st of July with 1,023 people, and they all shoved a stick in the ground and measured an elevation angle to the sun. And each one of those people measured their local area flat. That's a whole lot of the world that's measured locally flat.
Yep, absolutely perfect that was.
I sent him a thank you email. Absolutely brilliant it was.
Yeah, guys, did you check my paper?
So you posted an elephant hurl. Just hoping to get a citation.
A citation explaining.
There's zero chance that you've read this.
Go on. You want me?
You said you were going to post the
a
formula.
citation explaining the relativity in the global positioning system. I don't think I can cite the entire fucking study, but okay.
You said you were going to give us formulas about putting satellites into so-called space. That's what you said.
No, that's not really what I said. What I said is that at some point you need not use the gravity theory of F equals ma, meaning that gravity is a force when considering satellites, because at that point, at that complexity, you need the theory of relativity developed by Einstein. I'm reiterating my position. This is clearly what I said. Okay. Now I'll promise myself to shut up.
Why do you keep shutting up before you get to the proof, dude? So pick some sort of project thing they did,
I literally
some
gave you
satellite
proof.
they designed, something.
Did you even read my paper?
For then at a practical level, when they were doing this, they actually had to reference Einstein and use this map.
It's literally in the paper.
And grab it and post it. You got to do a citation where you grab that part and then show us.
So you want me to cite the whole fucking experiment, how satellites work?
Just the relevant parts, obviously.
Yeah, I'm not gonna put that much effort into. Again, I'm not going to put
Plenty of
that much
effort into not proving your claim. You've only got one step further to go, and you're just going to crash
you're just lazy. You can't read a 48 paper study that may prove you wrong because you're just intellectually
lazy. Just give one practical example of Einstein being used. Einstein's equations. Why can't you do this?
First of all, which equations are you talking about? E equals mc?
Now you're asking me what you claimed, dude?
Are you wait? What? Let's go to the simple nuclear reactor.
Okay, you're the one who said they were using Einstein stuff, okay? So
Okay,
whatever
so-
you were talking about, that's what you're going to show us. Now you're asking me basically what your claim was. This is getting ridiculous.
No. Here's what we use Einstein for. First of all, Einstein predicted multiple stuff, notably in Brazil.
I don't care.
Okay, sure. You don't care. Okay, sure. Second of all, nuclear reactors, nuclear bombs, satellites, GPS, which the paper actually studied.
Almost had a specific example, and now
Literally
you're just
tells you how
speaking
to
in
reuse
broad
the theory of
generalizations. You were almost there to actually backing a claim. It's so sad.
So we don't use Einstein for nuclear weapons. He wasn't essential for that.
Oh, why don't you just go ahead and show this? Yeah, for nuclear weapons, the atom bomb, Manhattan Project. You're talking about that?
Yeah, that we used Einstein there. No,
okay.
We used Einstein. We built upon Einstein's theories.
Okay, so you're going to show us that they're going to put a satellite up, and they're going to need Einstein's maths to do it. You were almost there. You were so close. And you're crashing out now.
Wait.
Okay, I'll accept that. All right, game over.
No. Wait. His theory, which brought about multiple mathematical equations.
Okay, well now you're getting vague. So why don't you just show us exactly with citation what you mean?
Go into the fucking study. It goes into detail.
I won't, because that won't be a citation. So I'll just wait for you to cite the specific example of what you meant. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to give you a citation. Just
okay, so we will just conclude then that what you had was a nothing burger and a lie. Thank you.
Sure, be intellectually dishonest and
I'm
don't
being
read
perfectly
the 48
intellectually honest. I've asked you every step of the way for you to show me this, and you're not doing it.
Okay.
You're being evasive. You're being intellectually dishonest.
You're just being a bit whiny when you're confronting him.
How can I
maybe a little sugar man?
No, because the logic in the papers are organic, meaning that I can't.
What logic? Post the logic that you're talking about.
Do you know what organic
logic that you're referring to right now? Give me a specific example of organic logic that you read in that paper. Just quote it out to a copy paste. Control C, command if you're on a Mac, and then Command V in the chat, and we'll take a look at exactly what this specific example of organic logic you wanted us to look at is.
The fact that your dumbass said, quote me the organic logic when the organic logic cannot be quoted. That is the entire definition of what an organic logic is.
Okay, so you can't do
shows you don't understand what an organic logic is.
That's great. I don't know what organic logic is. That's your excuse for not giving us a citation. That's great. No, I want you to give me a practical demonstration of Einstein's work in some way being practically used to do anything, and we're still waiting.
Okay, sure. Sure. The study itself proves that Einstein's theories were practically used, yet I can't quote you anything from the study because it has
show us in the paper where they talk about like what part of Einstein's work they used and how. Yeah, just grab it.
I can't.
Okay, because it's not in there. Thus, we conclude it's not there.
No,
okay, thanks.
You can literally open the first page.
No, I can't, because it won't be there. It won't be there, because if it was there, you would have just been able to easily cite it by now.
Okay, so I have an example for you.
Okay, sure. I can do that. There.
Can I give him the example?
Please, for God's sake.
Einstein's general relativity is necessary with GPS because the satellites in orbit tick faster than the systems on the Earth because you have to account for them going faster.
Prove it.
Prove it now. Yeah, go ahead. You're another guy making a claim. See, the other guy did just
proves it, my nigga.
Yeah. So the other guy did just this.
Study.
Yeah.
Are you dumb?
You sound like an idiot, dude. Just be quiet for your own sake.
Literally. Do you know what an organic logic is?
The other guy did the same thing. Okay, he made the claim that he could never back it up.
I said it's an organic logic.
That's where he's at now, where he already made the claim. Then we were trying to get him to actually demonstrate it, and now you're just starting over. You're going to get to the same point where he couldn't demonstrate it.
I've just read the first 3 pages of this study. Do you realise that in the study they're using an Earth-centred, Earth-fixed reference frame, yeah? XYZ coordinates, Cartesian coordinates. My God, have you even read this? You absolute idiot.
No, I wasn't reading it for the past fucking 30 minutes, you dumbass.
Okay, so what is a Cartesian coordinate system?
Again, read the study. It literally tells you everything you need to know.
I fucking read all I need to read. I've already read this before.
Read all you need to.
Yeah.
Did you read everything? There's an organic. Do you know what an organic logic is?
Druzy, I don't think you know what a Cartesian coordinate system is. Maybe you're not qualified for this conversation.
No,
You're
here's
stupid to
the
be here.
thing is that I promised myself I wouldn't debate your asses. All I'm saying is fucking read the study.
Okay, this is just punching down at this point.
Yes, that's literally all I'm saying. Read the study. This is what I've been saying. I wasn't even debating you.
Now I see why I started
Did you
with this
realize
guy
I wasn't even
at
debating
10%
you?
volume.
Okay, hold on here. Druzy,
Did I ever even intellectually exchange ideas with you?
Get a hold of yourself, Druzy. We got some problems here. You're talking over a lot of people. We're trying to have a conversation here. I don't want to have to come in here and start muting people. It was a good conversation. Now look, somebody has read part of the paper that you posted, and they have brought up something about the paper that they have read, and they're questioning it. Have you read the paper that you posted? Because you're being asked questions about it. Can we continue from there?
I did read the papers I posted, yes.
Well, at this point, the only person citing the paper is one of our guys, not you. That's crazy.
Because it's an organic logic. Can you cite philosophical papers without nuance?
Here's his excuse again that he can't provide a citation. Why don't we just let Jado? Why don't we just let Jado use?
Do you know the difference between Do you know the difference between architectonic logic? I don't know if it translates from French, architectonique, and then fucking organic
Look at
language.
the mental contortions he's going through just to not provide a citation.
No.
Anyway,
well,
do you know what a Cartesian coordinate? Do you know what a Cartesian coordinate system is? How about that? Because that would be more relevant to the discussion at hand.
Oh, and by the way, if I may chime in quickly,
papers.
If I may,
We had to because you didn't.
You did read the papers. We
and
did.
It sounds like they went through and they found that you actually either didn't read it or didn't comprehend what you read.
It's called a drive-by citation, where someone just throws a citation they haven't read, and by the time you pick it up and read it, they're long gone.
What's the Sanak effect if you read the papers? Okay, thank you very much. You didn't read the papers.
Hey, Drews, may I? I just want to point out, Heretic, my apologies for interrupting. It sounded like for a second that Drews, there may have been it sounded as if there almost may have been an issue with language. So if you do have an issue with translating anything in French to English, feel free to either
How do you say une logique architectonique in English?
It sounds like they're saying architectonic, like architecture tectonic of sorts. It sounds like compound words of the two, no?
No, architectonique is like basically A leads to B, B leads to C, meaning it's not reciprocal.
You're all meta because you're no substance.
Not reciprocal.
You're all meta because you're no substance and no citation.
He is pure meta. You say fire hot, and he's like, well, hot doesn't really have a destination, so fire's fine to touch. Like I said, drive-by citation, he doesn't have anything he actually knows. He just has links that he claims supports him, and by the time you dig through all of it, he'll be like, well, why don't you waste all your time reading the link?
Yeah, and you know what's funny? He says that he doesn't want to waste his time going through and just providing a sentence or a paragraph or any little thing that would actually support him.
I mean, this is why we have ChatGPT now. You just feed it in and say, give me this.
Yeah.
He'll waste his time, though, not doing that. He'll waste his time.
At this point, he's killed the conversation and it's all about him, so I'm out.
Yeah,
Can we get back to the Cartesian coordinate system?
Yeah, let's go on that. Because he wouldn't cite his paper, so we'll...
coordinate system there, Druzy. Are you aware that the article that you posted uses the Cartesian coordinate system? Did you know that?
He doesn't know what that is. That's why he wants to change the topic to what kind of logic is being used. Blah blah blah. Philosophical shit.
Yeah, we might be done with him. Bricked is bricked.
And the guy didn't really what he was saying earlier about the term. It's not actually what he said, right? There's a definition here. I'll read it in French, but I'll translate. It says qui concerne l'architecture en tant que science et technique de la construction. So the word architectonique, it's what concerns architecture with regards to science and technique within construction. That's what it says here, dude.
No. Here, I'll read you the book. Here. I'll read you the book, okay? You ready?
Can we focus on
I have the book. I have the book with me, where I literally got the definition. Okay. This is a well-known. This is a well-known author. Okay, there you go.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying.
Okay.
This is cited from
Quand il s'agit d'un système de pensée, il doit nécessairement se présenter dans un ordre architectonique. En d'autres termes, chaque partie du système on doit supporter une autre, sans que la réciproque soit vraie. Meaning that each system must support each other without the réciproque. Elle ne doit pas être vraie. La pierre de base supporte tout le reste, sans que le reste la supporte, et le sommet est supporté par le reste, sans supporter rien à son tour. This is basically architectonic logic. Don't say I'm lying.
No, I'm not saying you're lying, dude. I was just saying I didn't understand it, right? Because I was just saying this definition here. It's from cnrtl.fr, so I guess it's a dictionary website of sorts. But in either case, what you're talking about, it's like a logical sort of architecture, right? So if it seems. So if someone were to tell you, give you I think it's the law of identity or whatever. So if A equals B and B equals C, logically A equals C, right? Because they're all connected via B, right? So you can draw like A and B as nodes or whatever, and they're all connected and they're all equal to each other as per the context. So there's like a logical architecture amongst connection amongst all those things, right?
Maybe yes.
It sounds like something we were talking. Okay, great. So these are logical interconnections between things. Great. Okay.
No.
Well, dude. So he's got a logical. So wait. So Mick, are you? I'm going to talk to Mick for a sec. So you're saying that he's got a logical syllogism? If A then B, if B then C, therefore A equals C.
No.
I don't. I'm not sure, man. But what he was saying, using this term, it sounds like he would have something that is kind of like logically connected or built up in some manner based on this term. I don't know why he would use it.
No. Here's how I would use it. I would use it like this. That, for example, you don't need to understand B to understand A because they're not connected. Now, in terms of the study I showed you, okay, you need to understand A to understand B. Forcing yourself, it's like physics, for example. When I took, for example, when you take la loi des gaz parfaits, right? You need to understand la loi des gaz parfaits to understand, for example, why when you reduce the volume, you actually need to know what happens when you reduce the volume and the molecules go basically have more bounce off each other faster, which leads to higher temperature. You need to know all of these to basically understand the. So what I'm saying is that an organic system is different from architectonique, because an organic system, what it does is that you need to understand everything to understand everything. Architectonique, you can understand B from understanding A.
Wow. Okay, that's enough of this guy, unless he's going to just provide his citation. Yeah, so we asked for a very specific thing then. You don't need to be saying any of these things that you just said, because you made the very specific claim that there are practical things on the Earth that we use Einstein's work for. His equations is what you said initially.
Yes.
Then you changed the goalposts from there to later on. His theory. It wasn't necessarily his equations, but now it's his theory, which is a mathematical theory, so it should be his equations anyway. So what you're going to do, or you're going to shut the fuck up, is you're going to just provide an example from this paper or any paper which actually bears out the conclusion that, yes, Einstein's stuff is practically utilized. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut up here.
Yeah, just do that. Because you haven't been able to do what you came here and claimed that you could.
Yes, nigga. Yeah, I'm so sick.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, you can't. That's why you're now wasting our time talking about this kind of logic, that kind of logic. You're not able to actually provide a citation to, support what you said. That's obvious.
Okay, nigga.
Yeah, it's all meta. Yeah, it's all complete meta with you. You're not going to be able to put up. You're just going to put up a smoke screen instead of the thing that you said you could.
No. I literally said from the beginning I'm not gonna debate with you.
Yeah, but then you tried. Tried, and then you tried, and I see why.
No,
you
I
were,
didn't. I literally told you.
I see why you were hesitant. Okay, because you have absolutely nothing. That's why.
Sure.
So you had to bullshit your whole way through. And I guess by past experience, you know this doesn't work. Yeah, but I didn't tell you to post a paper, did I? I didn't say I wanted a link.
I told you.
I didn't say I wanted a source.
Did. You actually did.
Yeah, that was only part of it, though. What I said was to post a citation, so that would be the paper.
No, you didn't. You said that
yes, I did. I always say citation, so I said citation.
My memory is very good.
Paper and what's in it that's going to support what you said, not a mere link.
No, you said that after I posted the paper.
No, that's what I always say every single time.
To go. Yeah, you moved the goalpost. That being said, I said I would post the paper, then I would not engage in debate with you. That being said, I did tell you, read the paper. This is all I've been saying.
No,
no substance in my argument. I didn't even argue.
You're going to need to rewind the live stream because that's not how that went. I asked for a citation. So, no, I just tell you again, I asked for a citation. That's going to be the link, and then whatever's in it.
You asked for a citation after I posted the paper.
No, I asked for it up front. A citation is what I said every single time.
Sure?
Yes, go on the live stream and find it. That's what I said.
Yes.
That's what I always say.
I will go on the live stream.
Listen, I know I would never just ask you for a link. Just give me a source.
No,
just give me just the bare source. Yeah, no, just give me the raw link. Just give me the link. I'll go digging through your dumpster for you and find what you say is in there.
That's not what you said.
I would never do that. Shut up, you gaslighting fool. What I would do is ask for a citation. That's what I do every time because I want not just the source, but I also want the information that's going to support what you said. So that's what I asked you for, guaranteed, and you haven't been able to provide it, and now you're so desperate, you're going to try to gaslight, everybody listening about what actually happened here because you got absolutely nothing, and like your first instinct told you, you should have just stayed, shut the fuck up.
A logical fallacy you did there. I asked you for the citation because I always do it. That's a logical fallacy.
Shut up, dude. I know that's what I did.
Yeah,
shut the fuck up. You're still continuing your gaslight. Just shut the fuck up. I know for a fact that that's what I did.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I know I asked you for a citation.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
That's what I do when people say these sorts of things.
100%.
I state it. I want to demonstrate. I want to not just a citation, but a demonstration, but the citation first, at least. And that's not going to just be a source. I would never just ask somebody for a source on its own with no information from it supporting what you said. That's worthless to me.
Go check
you can just take any link. You can take any link
is very good.
on the internet. It doesn't matter what it is, and just post it in the chat. That's what you're going to do.
Check it.
No, I'm not going to go doing your homework. Go get us a fucking citation. You know what? That's fine. That's fine because all this is for you is an exercise in arguing that you don't have a citation. So that's fine.
And if I may, Drew, just so you keep in mind, like, if there's any contention, you could always go back on the live stream and point out when somebody said something. So feel free to do that if you want.
Well, this isn't a contention. He knows he's been asked for a citation. He's just trying to get out of it because he's a slimy weasel.
How can I... Okay.
A quick question. That paper you linked, I took a screenshot where it mentions an CEF coordinate system. It's at the 814. I highlighted the ECEF frame. Do you know? Can you explain what that is, Drew?
Drew, didn't you read your paper? Oh, he promised himself he wouldn't speak. Because when he does, he puts his foot in his mouth.
Well, would anybody else with a good understanding of what an ECEF coordinate system is? Care to explain it?
You can Google it.
Yeah, just like you did. It's Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. So basically, it's a fixed plane with an XY base with a Cartesian coordinate system, XYZ, which is how they explain away the universe pretty much.
Doesn't sound like a globe.
Anywhere these people go to prove the globe, they always need a flat horizontal plane to start with. It's an absolute joke. What I'd also like to know is, what is Lagrange's planetary perturbation theory? Because that stuck out. I mean, I'm trying to drive and read this paper at the same time, and it's just full of absolute fucking nonsense. But if you could tell me what that theory is, I'd love to hear all about that.
Which theory? Sorry, can you repeat?
Lagrange's planetary perturbation theory.
Okay. Anyways, what's his name? Travis. Just you know this guy Jaro. It's a little bit more complicated than that when we speak about the ECEF, Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. That being said, just Google it. It's way more complicated than what he basically said.
Why did you need to Google it? If it was in your paper, why did you need to Google it?
Because he can Google it.
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed.
Yes,
I mean, I know your English is not your first language, but that's pretty simple explanation of the system that they're using.
No, it's not. It's not like you can't literally know the system from its name. It's even though it can be self-explanatory for someone who might not, for example, would you immediately assume that they use all three axes for this system? No, you wouldn't. Just Google it. It's easy to comprehend. Relatively easy
like
to
we've been around for a long time, son. Especially someone like me, been around for nearly 13 years. I've read absolutely everything that is need to be read, and I'm interested in this article that you posted. I'll read it. But what I do know is the Cartesian coordinate system, and like I said, it doesn't matter where you globers go to try and prove your globe. You need to start with a horizontal baseline and a vertical at 90 degrees to come from it to describe everything that we see and everything that you do in your globe system.
In other words, they measure it flat to create the globe.
I'll look up that perturbation theory. That's got me inquisitive mind running. I'll have a read of that when I get home tonight. Fall asleep with a couple of glasses of red wine.
It's pretty crazy when people just send a link with like 40 or 900 pages. There's this link on McToon's page about doing surveying across the U.S. in the late 1800s, and well, theorists like to link it all the time, and then when you actually open the link, it's 900 pages long, and you always ask, well, is there a specific page or paragraph that we can look at? Because I don't have the time to read all this. And then they just run away. There's nothing specific they want to share within these papers. They just link the whole paper and throw it at you. It's like, we need specificity here.
Yeah, I had someone post that a couple of times, and one time I asked, "Can you just show me on the pages where it says sea level? I want to look at those."
Yeah, I remember having Bacon source that for me. He was arguing about what's it called, geodetic surveying, where they take azimuth angles and shit or something. And apparently, in this document, they have an angle whose interior, or a triangle whose interior angles exceed 180 degrees. So therefore, it must be on a planar surface, expanding outwards. But when you look inside of it, you have all these tables with numbers, angles in degrees, seconds, arc seconds, whatever the fuck, right? And he's like, oh, well, you just got to do some math to figure out which one is greater. It's like, are you kidding me? Like, there's hundreds of tables and data points, and a reader is expected to do the math? Like, why are you citing this if there's nothing in there concrete saying, here's the math from this point and this da-da-da, what is 180 degrees? Why can't you cite that? It's ridiculous.
Who was it before that said a dump and run paper? Someone said that before. That's pretty much what this.
Pretty much, yeah.
I just shared a link in the side chat because people they have so much faith in these peer-reviewed papers. But then I found this link where they had to retract 11,000 peer-reviewed papers recently. It's like, well, how do you know? The paper you're linking isn't one of these or isn't going to become one of these. They put too much faith in these holy scriptures.
So speaking of, the published works, right? Do you know who Ghislaine Maxwell is?
I do. What did she publish something?
No, but her father owned Pergamon Press. Go down that little rabbit hole for about 5 minutes, I dare you.
I'm betting it's dark and horrible at the bottom of that rabbit hole. They're going to be very selective with what they're publishing, I'm sure.
But he owned like a majority of the stuff that was being published in medical journals, science journals, and funny enough, the school books that the children get. It's almost like you'll know the CIA's disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is false. It's almost like that. Almost. And look into her dad. Her dad is a very interesting character. But, according to the current administration, it's all made up by the Democrats anyway, so nothing to see here.
That quote you said about how once their job is complete, when everything we believe is not true, reminds me of this one from that George Orwell 1984, where it says, "The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command." That just reminds me of everything about like globe science and physics. It's all contrary to your senses.
Yeah, it was I made from the former leader of the CIA in the early 80s. So, the assassination that was probably tied to the CIA in Dallas, Texas. That was CIA has publishing of the educational system, the curriculums.
In a certain way. Monte Carlo simulations are just like random generations while statistically binding where the outcome would be. And so you might choose to like look within a narrow band of like a 25% probability, for example. over the mean, and say that any data that falls within that is good enough for me to accept. And so they run all the Monte Carlo simulations, tens and thousands, millions of simulations. They have their probability curves established. They have their upper and lower ranges of acceptance established. Based off of what? Based off of what sounds like it should be good off of the theory. And then they turn on the switch, bloop, and they wait, and there's like a bunch of noise.
This let's say
they wait and they suss out like a random pop in the noise that may look like it could have been different from the other pops. And they say, aha, there, look, this matches what we Monte Carlo'd. This has to be it. We found a neutrino. And so the problem is they're not, I mean, it's even worse than that, but they're not actually detecting things. They're data fitting expectations. And it's amazing how so much of this in modern science passes for science when classically, like if you were to take any of the great true scientific minds of like 100 years back and prior, I don't know, think of like Maxwell, Ampere, freaking J.J. Thomson, Charles Proteus, Steinmetz, Faraday, any of these guys, and show them this experiment, they're not going to understand the technology, right? But they're going to understand the philosophy of science behind it. And they're going to read this and be like, this is crap. This is pseudoscience. They are engaged in circular reasoning. So they're not really making any new discoveries. They're just creating new explanations. Yeah. Jeez. Pen drop.
Yeah, no, it's interesting to sit in here and listen to the calls. I was trying to do it all day at work yesterday, so you guys are in here and getting background noise at work.
It is good. I do it too. Like, I currently work in a very different field from all of this. It kind of engages my funny bone a little bit. I like to listen, and while I do other things at work, I just pop in an earbud and off I go, crunching numbers.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, there's no limit to how much you can actually sit down and research, how much you can teach yourself. I mean, like, go back, if you never had calculus before, go ahead and take a night class on calculus. It might help. You never had physics class before, go see if there's a local community college that offers you like a calculus-based physics class, and then go take that. You know, just pop open books, find some online study course material. MIT Open has open access to their lectures, so you don't get credit for it, obviously, but you can watch it. Like, go watch some Walter Lewin stuff, man. He makes physics so accessible.
To some of them, and
yeah.
Like, I have full access to like the lab and everything. So so that's kind of what also drew me here, because it's like I have like the negating side that I'm always around, but then it's just cool.
All right, so there's like the wider flat Earth community seems to be caught up in like occultism and esoteric topics and fantasy, and so they like to think that there's some kind of alternate flat Earth physics out there, which is complete garbage.
Yeah,
go learn as much mainstream science and physics as you can.
Yeah, so what? Basically, learn that even the smartest guys in that field think there's a magic man that has all the information on the cover, like the Earth.
Go get a ham radio license. I mean, just from a technician class, the base level, you'll learn some of the basics about like electromagnetic propagation, antenna theory, and meteorology all in one.
I have one. I haven't learned any of that. But, I mean, I got it in like a cheat way, so.
And then go to Home Depot and build your own log periodic antenna.
That'd be cool.
I found some old plans. This is like 20 years ago. I found some old plans in an old like ARRL magazine or something. And a buddy of mine and I, we went to Home Depot. We did that. We bought some rails. We pressed them, so they were spaced apart according to log scale. And, some, bought a soldering kit.
Nice.
We just sat down. We built this thing. I still have it. It's cool. I got pictures of it. And we're joking around, like, could we like microwave birds mid-flight with this and then cook them for dinner?
Me and my buddy stripped down. He has a bunch of GMC Blazers, so we stripped them all down and stuff for like other various stuff like shooting and like. But we kept a motor and we hooked up a hydrogen generator to it, and it's been like we've been working on it for like 2.5 years, just for fun.
That's awesome.
So that way, like, because he has a bunch of these Blazers, so like, if we get it right, which we're getting the pressure, we're getting the power, we could just maybe potentially just slap it in one of them.
Yeah, don't tell the EPA.
Not tell anyone. Yeah, and don't tell anyone. Not going to be selling it, so.
I can't believe they're actually coming out with like this new hydrogen technology, hydrogen, right? Have you heard about this?
Yeah, that's in another country though, right?
Yeah, like in the EU, where you'd buy basically these wafers, right? You shove them in a bay inside your car. Lasers start blasting it and demolecularizing the wafer. And then like some chemical extraction process pulls out the hydrogen and then combusts it. Like, what the hell? That's going to be cheaper than gasoline. Yeah, maybe in like 300 years.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't look into that now.
It's bonkers. Yeah, the EU is trying to get bills like Queen Ursula from the Netherlands is like trying to put together They've actually got like some fabrication plants in Africa now that they're trying to set up. That's funny for another reason. All right, I'm gonna have to step out in a couple minutes here, and then I'll be back in like 15.